I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome everyone to our regular March 26, 2013 meeting. It is approximately 6:40. And clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Mayor Cordova?
Here.
Councilmember Beta? Here. Councilmember Peralta? Here. Councilmember Silva?
Here. We do have a quorum. Councilmember Gonzalez did advise that he was running a little bit late and will show up shortly. Next, we will go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Silva. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, I'd like to go to approval of the agenda. Is there any changes, amendments to the agenda as presented?
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
None, Mr. Mayor.
I have none, Mr. Mayor.
Move for approval, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. Next, we will go to approval of the minutes. The meeting minutes of February 26, 2013, regular meeting minutes. Any questions to those meeting minutes as presented?
None, Mr. Mayor.
No, Mr. Mayor.
I have none, Mr. Mayor. Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. Next, we'll go to item 6A. I'd like to welcome the Honorable Judge Richard Chavez here. Welcome, Tiki Chavez. You can administer the oath. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge, and at this time, it's my honor to welcome back a town employee that did an extremely well job at the town of Taos during her tenure here a few years back, and now we're welcoming her back again. And if I can have Janny Davis come up to the podium, please. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Judge Chavez to administer the oath, and welcome back, Janny.
Raise your right hand, please. I, Janie Davis,
I, Janny Davis,
having been appointed to the position of certified police officer
have been appointed to the position of certified police officer
in and for the town of Taos,
in and for the town of Taos,
for the governing body of the town of Taos, on Tuesday, March 26, 2013,
on Tuesday, March 26, 2013,
in the county of Taos,
in the county of Taos,
state of New Mexico,
state of New Mexico,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico,
the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico,
the town of Taos Municipal Code,
the town of Taos Municipal Code,
and faithfully and impartially discharge
and faithfully and impartially discharge
the said duties of said office
the said duties of said office
to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
Once again, welcome, Jenny. It's an honor and privilege to have you back with the one of, I would say, New Mexico's finest police forces, so thank you. And also further in the agenda, we're going to be doing a procedural waiver of family relationship to welcome back also Ronald Montes Jr. So that'll be further, and then you'll be sworn in
Jacob.
again.
Jacob.
Jacob, I'm sorry, Jacob, who is related to Ronald Montes. I'm sorry. At this time, it's my honor and pleasure to, this is one of the most prestigious times that I have is when I honor somebody, a legacy and pillar of our community that I've had the honor and fortunate privilege to grow up with. Not grow up with, but grow up around. And I grew up in San Cristobal. I grew up in San Cristobal, New Mexico, and where Jenny Vincent was the postmaster. And my grandfather always talked very highly of her, and whenever there was a mail, he wasn't going to El Correo, he was going to go see Jenny Vincent because she was in charge of all the mail distribution over there. So she turns 100 years old. When was your birthday? April 22nd? 22 is her birthday.
The completion of the first 100 years.
Oh, wow.
Degree that I finished the first 100 years.
And there's not too many people that have that degree either. So,
Spanish, you know, the word is cumpleaños.
cumpleaños. Absolutely.
That's much better than birthday, because we're never around when I celebrate anybody's birthday.
Absolutely. So, on behalf of the town council, myself, this community, I'd like to read to you and your family this proclamation. And it reads as follows. Proclamation, Office of the Mayor. Whereas the town of Taos proudly counts on its citizenry, those Taoseños who spent a special time of their life here or otherwise cherish and call Taos home. Whereas Jenny Vincent, born Deborah Jeanette Hill, daughter of Fred and Deborah Hill, was born in Northfield, Minnesota on April 22nd, 1913, and grew up in Winnetka, Illinois. And whereas Jenny Vincent moved to Taos in 1940 with her first husband, Dan Wells, married her second husband, Craig Vincent, in 1948, and has 3 sons, 6 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. And whereas Jenny Vincent began piano studies at the age of 5 and later taught herself the accordion, which became her signature instrument. Whereas Jenny Vincent fell in love with the people and culture and music of Taos and founded Taos Recordings and publications to promote and preserve culture and music. Whereas Jenny Vincent was for many decades a volunteer in the Taos Municipal Schools, and whereas the town of Taos fondly celebrates her 100th birthday of the 100th birthday of Jenny Vincent. Now therefore, I, Darren Cordova, Mayor of Taos, proudly hereby proclaims April 22nd, 2013 as Jenny Vincent Day in the town of New Mexico. Taos, New Mexico.
I knew I would probably have to make a few comments.
I'm sure you're no stranger to microphones, so.
Okay. I came to New Mexico, my former husband and I had been in Germany. We met Elsa, Frieda's oldest sister, Elsa von Richthofen. And she said she was going to write to her sister who lives in the United States, and she hoped that we would get a chance to meet her. Not only did we get a chance to meet her, we had a letter from her inviting us to come to San Cristobal to her ranch, and which we did. We were traveling on bicycles. We had traveled a lot in Germany on our bicycles, and some in England, and it was, it's very hard for me to express my appreciation for meeting Frieda and getting to know her well and becoming a part of the Taos scene, but most especially the San Cristobal community. That was my introduction to really the importance of community in all our lives. I had lived in a family, I was born in a family that really treated the family as a little community. And then when we moved to Illinois, I was in a country day school. It was a private school in 7th grade and 8th grade. And I learned what a school community was and how important the school is in the community. So it was the beginning of a kind of a spiral. And it ended up right here tonight. And I can't begin to tell all my neighbors in San Cristobal how much they all meant to me and how much of a part of their lives I became and they became a part of my life. And when Spanish was not encouraged for the children in school, with 100% teachers, all Spanish speaking, good 100%, 90% of the children, all Spanish speaking, these two teachers did not want their children to be denied their heritage. Did I know any Spanish folk songs? So I started out with one that I learned, I remember I learned it in Venezuela, and it was called Vengan a ver mi chacra, que es hermosa. Vengan a ver mi chacra. I had to explain what a chacra was. It's a ranch. So the children loved it and had all the animal sounds. It was like a McDonald's. It was like a old McDonald had a farm. That was the beginning, and then I was asked, I think it was in 7th and 8th grades, the children went to Cuesta school. I can't remember all those details. Anyway, I taught them, they wanted a Spanish song, and I had just learned a love song called Caputin. El Caputin. Yo soy firme para amarte y constante en el querer, que trabajos pasa un hombre cuando quiere una mujer. The boys and girls all giggling and laughing and so. Well, how did I happen to learn that song? Well, one of the teachers said her mother used to sing a song that had teen, teen, teen in it. So I looked through my books that I had, Spanish songs of old California, and there was El Caputin. She was so excited, and will you teach it to my children? I said I'd be very happy to. So I taught them a song, and later on, I was doing entertaining in hospitals to military personnel. And they had one man in Bruns Hospital in Santa Fe who was in a private room. He had tuberculosis. He was dying. And they said, "Do you know any Spanish songs?" I said, "Well, I've learned one pretty well that I'll sing." And I sang it to him. His eyes just beamed. He said his mother used to sing that song. And he was so appreciative that I never forgot. I forgot that incident to remind me how folk songs and folklore are so important to bring people together. And that's what I still is my, I guess you would say, my philosophy of life. The more we sing together, the better, the fewer wars there will be, and life will be better for everybody.
Ms. Vincent, that is such a touching story, and those are words of wisdom, and I think I'm going to start getting back to singing more often so I can live a little bit longer. I can't tell you, you are such an inspiration and a pillar of our community, and we definitely want to know your secret to living to the age that you have and looking as good as you do and speaking as well as you do, and just it's just such an honor and privilege to be here and honoring you today. Thank you. Thank you. And again, thank you to the family for allowing us to share this time with your mother. Thank you. Next, we will go to the Citizens Forum. We do have one individual that wishes to speak on under the Citizens Forum. That is Mr. Northrup. Mr. Jeff Northrup, welcome to our meeting.
Well, first I'd like to say that Jenny Vincent can teach me a lot about activism and courage. She's done a lot of it in her life, a lot of activism, and been very successful. To my understanding, the 10-year command center lease between the town and Kit Carson Electric has not been signed. I make one final plea to this body to stop this madness. Some points to consider. The town is broke, and you're attempting to punish the citizens of Taos by cutting services at the library and youth and family center, among other places. You're setting us up for a tax increase of the gross receipt tax. Ludwell Lake, in his bogus report, estimated the town will spend $350,000 in moving and construction expenses before operations can begin at the command center. Given the biased nature of that document, I'm guessing the cost will exceed $500,000. Last year, the town's cost to operate the E911 dispatch was about $290,000, a figure that is relatively stable year to year. The county share was also $290,000. The Ski Valley and Questa kick in about $10,000 each. The town has alienated these partners, thus will carry the entire load itself. This $600,000 yearly expense will increase to at least $660,000 with the added costs of the command center. Thus, $290,000 in yearly expenses has turned into $660,000, an increase of $370,000 per year, which is over $1,000 a day. Meanwhile, the corrupt and incompetent media focuses on an alleged extra $10,000 a year that the town is overpaying on command center rent over the going rate. $10,000 versus $370,000. You tell me which is significant. And do not forget that the E911 dispatch tower will stay at its present site above the current police department E911 dispatch. It would cost about $600,000 to $900,000 to move that tower. This building cannot be sold nor rented to just anyone. It will just be another empty 5,000 square feet of town property holding up the tower. It is known to the town that the federal government will be requiring E911 dispatch centers throughout the country to consolidate operations. Word has it that the Taos County will join with Rio Arriba and Mora counties and one other. This change should happen within the next few years. Now it is not the time for the town to be making this hugely expensive and foolish command center move. Again, the town has no money. If you attempt to raise the sales tax, I will fight it as I did 3 years ago and hopefully will be successful again. Your reckless spending has created this crisis. Next thing, the town has spent 6 months attempting to rewrite the sign ordinance. As your staff will report tonight, the draft of a new ordinance is a long way off. The primary motivation in rewriting the sign ordinance is to stifle free speech, such as my picketing about the corrupt and incompetent town government and local media. I strongly suggest that Taos citizens would be better served if you focus on correcting the shortcomings my messages bring forth and leave the messenger alone. Finally, tonight's agenda, item 8E, asks the town to spend over $3,000 for town paralegal Cindy Perez to attend a housing certification program in Portland, Oregon. In light of town attorney Brian James having larceny charges against Amos Khan dismissed by the crooked Judge Chavez, I suggest the $3,000 would be better spent on a criminal law and ethics course for Mr. James. Any questions?
Okay, next, we don't have anyone else signed up that. It's right here, but I'll open it up also. So those of you that want to speak, I'll be happy to entertain that. No one checked the speaking column, so I'm just going to open it up now. Is there anyone else that would like to speak under the Citizens Forum? Ma'am? Welcome to our meeting. I just want to set the record straight. The town is not broke, and also we are not doing away with the library, or the library is not in jeopardy of going away, nor is the Youth and Family Center. That is completely false.
Short person, I'm gonna be-
Welcome to our meeting, ma'am, and please state your name for the
Hi.
record.
My name is Sharon Hall, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm really concerned because, okay, the town is not broke, but from all I hear, the cuts to the library, to the youth and family, to the police, and riding in those roads, which, you know, honestly, it's a big hazard going on Placitas, right by Lily's. I mean, a bunch of times, me and my neighbors, because I live close by there are cars that are coming in the opposite direction that are in that lane because they're swerving to get away from that huge, I mean, you must know what I'm talking about, no?
Which road is
Anyway.
this?
It's right by Lily's, it's on Placitas. There's a huge bump that's so big that you have, I mean, you either swerve or you lose half of your car. And so it really, I mean, talk about health and safety. So I guess what I want to say is that concerning what resources the town does have, I am concerned that it's going to go it's going to go into the expansion of the airport, which I understand is supposed to bring in resources and be another health and safety. But I love Taos, me encanta la gente, but I think that we need to really care for the people that are here and our day-to-day resources. And honestly, as a citizen here, I don't feel that that is really happening adequately. I don't feel that we have enough police with all of the vandalism that's been happening. I don't feel that our roads are being cared for, and I don't feel that our citizens are being educated correctly, especially if you're cutting off our library. So that's kind of what I wanted to say, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, and I'd be happy to set up a meeting with the town manager myself so we can clarify some of those concerns that you have and address them and let you know exactly how we're addressing.
Yeah, and one of the last questions, I would really like to see the stats in terms of how many planes are landing here and what increase you project to be landing, and what are the numbers that you are really envisioning, because like the Echo Center, which is anything but Echo Park. It's not an Echo Park. I mean, that was supposed to bring in all this, you know, the high altitude training, and that didn't happen. And there are many structures around that you think it's going to bring in money, and it didn't. And so I just feel like, wow, let's not have another one of those projected incomes when we're already stressed out enough on taxes. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to speak out on the Citizens Forum? Ms. Hatfield, welcome to our meeting. Welcome to our meeting. And you can please state your name for the record, please.
I'm Barbara Hatfield. Hi.
Welcome.
Good to see you all.
Welcome.
I'm here as a citizen, and I haven't spoken to any of you on a one-to-one basis in a very long time. The mayor, I think we talked about the free box once. To follow up in the general tone of what Sharon was just saying, I'm so disgusted with the federal government, and I spend a legislative session in our roundhouse, and I'm disgusted with it because the people have no say. I'm a small person in this big picture of things, and I don't like it. I don't like corporations telling me what to do, and when corporations and the big boys tell me what I can buy, where I can shop, what kind of life I'm going to have, And what got me here tonight, and it may be after the fact now, and I hope that's the case, I walked in my library. I'm there once a week, maybe twice. And every time I go in that door, there's a part of me that goes, God, I feel good about this. We've still got something in our community of value that has sustained so many people. I stood up with a sign the other day, grandmothers. She was crying. My sign may have alarmed her. We got past that, okay? But her grandkids totally dependent on the services there. So I won't beat attack with a sledgehammer here on the library. I just want to say as a concerned citizen that it's those community things. This is where I live. I don't live in DC or Santa Fe or some big city. I live here in Taos, and that's my choice. And there are things I value. And we might lose sight of it because we're desperate as a country, the economy. We want business in here, but as a citizen, let me say, we don't need more low-paying poverty wages. We don't need more people slaving. We don't need any more junk stores because we're a poor people and we want to buy junk. I'm poor, but I'd rather save money and have something that's going to last a year. I don't want more junk. This is just me now. You can write me off, but I'm going to have my say, I guess. I'm having it, aren't I, Mayor? So it's a philosophical question of the direction we go in, the kind of priorities we set as a community, and quality of life. I'm older than some of you, and that used to be discussed a lot when I was growing up. Quality of life. Some things money can't buy. A library's one, youth and family center's one. The arts. We don't hear enough about the arts because it's all big business. It's all corporate, oil and gas in this state, and the fracking. There goes our water if we allow that in here. And the tests have been done. The state of New York won't allow it. There are several cities that won't allow it. Santa Fe won't allow it, and I hope they're not here whining and dining you. Because if that's the case, I'll take all you to lunch, okay? Let me take you to lunch one day, all right? Let's talk about it, and I won't lie to you because I've got no big money to gain. I've just got my free water at stake, my clean water, I'm sorry. I pay for it, community well. So it's those things I value. I need to come to more of these meetings and speak out more often because there's just so much. You know, I woke up and found out that the Senate passed a law saying that we're not allowed to take Monsanto to court. Didn't we just have to protect our chili peppers from that monster? The food we eat, etc. Now, I speak for a lot of my friends. We don't live in some little bubble here. The whole world we're aware of. We know. We know what's going on. We know what's coming here if we don't protect it like heck. Is that my beeper?
Keep on, you're good.
Well, I'm wrapping it up here. And nobody's asleep. Thank you so much. I see you leaning forward and looking at me, and God, who is this woman? So that's great. That's great, because I'm looking at you too, and if I see you, I'm going to take you to lunch. Let's do that one day. And that's not a joke. I'm a human being, and there's nobody more important than me or you. Nobody. I'll stand toe-to-toe with anybody, because this is my country, my air, my water, my neighborhoods, my people, and you are my people too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. I certainly appreciate your activism at the Roundhouse. I see you there a lot, and you know, and I acknowledge your frustration with the federal government. I see that, and
Well, you spoke very well for us, Mayor, when it was the gas outage.
yeah, and I thank you. And
Strong, thank you.
like I mentioned, the quality of life. You mentioned the quality of life, and I know that this is probably not the forum. We're going to be having all our budget hearings coming up. But we do many things that add to the quality of life of this community, and the library is one. And that as mayor, I will ensure that that library continues to service the community as it has for many decades. And I thank the forefathers that created that. Councilmember Gonzalez, your mom and Councilmember Peralta had a big part in ensuring that library continued. And we spend more on the library than we do in our streets. There's a concern about the streets. We spend more. That's how committed we are. We spend double the amount on our youth and family center than we do in our street department. Now we're looking at balancing that. How do we balance it and still effectively deliver those services that are so important to the quality of life of this community? And we're gonna work very hard to ensure that that happens.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova. Sharon and Barbara, thank you very much for your input. I've received several emails over the last few days about the library, and I want to make it very clear to everybody, including the folks in attendance and the folks watching on TV. The library is not closing. The library will continue to provide library core services to all the constituents in the Taos Valley. We spent $600,000 a year to run the library. The library only generates about $30,000 a year of revenue. So you can see that there's a big commitment there to make up the shortfall of $570,000. However, since 2006, since the bubble burst through 2012, your town governing body in front of you has done an excellent job in balancing the budget every single year. We're not like the federal government that's operating on a huge deficit. We balance the budget every year. As part of doing that, we have had to tighten the belt. We've had to be vigilant. We continue to do that. The belt tightening that you see now is not to divert dollars to the airport. The airport $24 million project will fund itself through the gross receipts tax that will be generated by the $24 million project. So any belt tightening that you see is to ensure that you as citizens continue to receive the services that you've always received. And I am fully committed to that, and you will continue to receive the services that you've always received. Thank you again, ladies.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak under the Citizens Forum? Ms. Green? Let's see, Ms. Green, and then we'll get to the gentleman in the back. The sign code will have a public input as well, yes. You could choose now, or you could choose both. That's fine. You could choose both, or you can, if you want to make your comments now.
Either way, right?
Well, it's not on record on the Citizens Forum, but it is part of our council recordings, if you will. But we will take into note, because we do plan on tabling the sign code, because we still have some, we're still interested in getting more input on the sign code.
So you'll
So-
still have a public hearing?
So, Clerk, I would like to just bring in her comments, so that if you need to leave, ma'am, I'll let you speak under the Citizens Forum.
Well, I don't need to leave, but.
Oh, okay, I just, you know, I
But I
thought maybe,
just didn't know which is better time to speak.
since we're gonna be on the subject, the sign code portion would be
Okay.
more appropriate.
Okay, then I'll just speak a little bit on, I just agree about the command center, the $5,000 a month going for rent. It could be going to, I know that you're laying people off by attrition at the youth and family and at the library, and I think it would be better spent to pay salaries for people than to spend on buildings, which we have plenty of buildings. And the other issue is the airport expansion. You signed an ordinance opposing the low flyover plans by Cannon Air Force Base. And I believe that you really believe that you don't want to participate in that. However, as soon as you expand the airport, you will not have a choice. I went to an interim committee hearing at the legislature where they were going to do a study of they pushed the bill off and said, well, we'll just deal with this in the summer and we'll do a study. And what happened during the study about this, these low flyovers, was that the military came in and they said to our senators and congresspeople, they said, you don't have a voice, you don't have a say. And the congresspeople basically asked a few questions, and then that was the study, you know. So if you build that expansion, they're going to be here with their C-130s and their Osprey, and you cannot say no. once that expansion is in there. So that's what I wanted to say about that.
On that issue, I speak for myself as mayor, we will fight that tooth and nail.
You can't fight the feds.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. The FAA and the FCC are their own governing entities. However, rulemaking comes from Congress. The flyovers have nothing to do, they're not gonna land at our airport. If they choose, based on public input, they will choose where they're gonna go. They will choose where they're gonna go, but that's why they have public input, so that they can determine which is the best fit place for this. They have heard loud and clear from our citizens, from this governing body, through resolution, through the county commission, that we oppose it, we strongly oppose it. So they're gonna weigh heavily on that. So I believe that we do have an input, and it's
And-
best not to give up.
They cut us out of the map. You know, they said, we're not gonna go there then if you're opposed to it. However, that is a non-binding resolution. And as soon as you have an airport expansion, they are going to tell you what to do.
No, the airport, they're not gonna land it, they're not using, they don't use normal airports, and I know that Councilmember Abeta was in the Air Force, but for their flight training, they do not use the airport. They fly out of Cannon Air Force Base, where they're secure.
They're landing in Las Vegas, which has a
yeah.
shorter runway than what you're
Okay.
at.
Well, I'd be happy to look
Yeah.
into that now.
Okay.
The
Okay.
staff, but I do
Okay,
believe
well,
that
one more
we will have
question
a-
about that is, you know, it's surprising to me that since all these airports are closing and they're firing the air traffic controllers, all of a sudden, they want to give Taos 24, what is it, 24 million?
24.
$24 million, and so that just, that's just making me have red flags, you know, about their intent.
And I can
So-
understand that. It's just that these monies have already been allocated for a long time already, and that's why they're not part of the sequestration. Because they've already been allocated to, and they can't be taken away. We've already signed the grants.
Okay. Well, thank you, and, yeah, I'm opposed to the airport expansion, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Beta.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova. Thank you, Ms. Sean Green, for your comments. I spent 22 years in the Air Force, and believe it or not, even the military has a boss. They don't have the authority just to do what they want, when they want, where they want. The expansion of the Taos Airport has nothing to do with flyovers. The previous council unanimously supported a resolution stating that we did not want flyovers Taos. Will that happen in the future or not? Only time will tell, but I'd like to believe that the current governing body would not support that either, unanimously. But there's no relationship between flyovers and the airport expansion. We'll have to wait to see what happens there, but you know, it's good to be aware of what's going on in the community, because there's a lot of issues, and a lot of times many of us don't have the whole story. And I would recommend to anybody, sit down with the manager, sit down with the mayor one-on-one, and make sure that you get the full story, so that you're making better informed decisions, better informed comments, than to say C-130s are gonna be landing here, the Osprey's gonna be landing here. Ma'am, the mayor will give you a second, let me finish my comments, Barbara. You know, just get informed, because, you know, and you have valid concerns. I'm not saying that you don't, Ms. Green, but be informed so that you're speaking from 100% facts and not from partial facts.
Why don't you answer the...
Mr. Northrop, sit down, please.
Mr. Northrop.
Sit down, Mr. Northrop.
Mr. Northrop, I won't ask you again. Mr. Northrop, I won't ask you again.
Anyway, that's what I would recommend for anybody. You know, we're a good community. We got a lot of good people here, as we just saw with the lady we just recognized that's 100 years old, came here in 1940. You know, we all need to roll up our sleeves and say, I'm going to be part of the solution instead of being part of the problem. We all can work together, and I appreciate you ladies making some very constructive input, but there are a few folks in the community that are like a virus in the community, and they gnaw at the core of the community.
Can you
And
have Mr. Northrop removed?
anyway, let's work together, folks. Let's be positive. Your town of Taos has done an excellent job of keeping this budget balanced. Yes, we've had to tighten services, but we're going to continue to move forward in a positive manner. And if we all work together and try to contribute to a solution, it's way better than if we start gnawing each other at the heels. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
there anyone else that would like to speak? Let me get to the closing comments, and I'll see if we have time to get some to all the individuals that want to speak that haven't had a chance. Welcome to our meeting, sir. State your name for the record.
My name is Stevens Hall. At its last regular meeting, this council petitioned itself with no petition, map, or calculations in hand, as required by state statute, and voted to approve its own petition and proceed with annexation of state territory. There was no petition in the traditional and accepted manner contemplated, I believe, by statute, listing owners, signatures, and a brief description, location of the property, and all accompanied by a map and a calculation demonstrating both the location and the total acres proposed for annexation and the acres owned by the petitioners, again as required by statute. The town proposes, with no objection by the state agent authorized to dispose of state territory, to annex state rights-of-way along highways at 68 and 64 in order to create out of whole cloth the artifice and the fiction of contiguity with the airport, also proposed for annexation. This proposed artifice and fiction of contiguity is many miles and many transgressions away from this town's municipal boundaries. Both the method of annexation and the form and shape of the proposed new town contradict and fly in the face of everything enlightened and thoughtful, learned and accepted over the past few decades by equally enlightened and thoughtful minds regarding the growth and development of towns and communities. Before this town, this community proceed with any annexation or any proposal for growth, it should show proper restraint and inventory all the land within its present boundaries, inventory the land with respect to all of the attributes associated with its soil and water both above and below the surface. Our growth and development, our stewardship of this community's natural resources, our common wealth should be based first and foremost on our knowledge and understanding of the facts on the ground concerning the attributes of soil and water and natural physical processes in this particular landscape, this particular watershed. Doing so allows us to include place and nature as equals in our conversations, as both duty and morality compel and require us to do. Only after that knowledge and understanding of the nature of this particular place, this particular watershed is acquired and can be demonstrated, only after that voice is consulted and heard will this town and this community be educated, informed, and prepared to proceed with any proposal for growth or development. Absent such knowledge, I believe we proceed uneducated, unenlightened, and ill-prepared to serve the best interests of all members of this community. You do a disservice to this community if you proceed with any plans for growth and development, absent such knowledge and understanding. Mr. Rodriguez, the town manager, comes to this community by way of, among others, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with a master's in planning and the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, charged with considering matters of growth and development in the Maryland counties bordering Washington, D.C. I'm familiar with the Washington area, and I say the town's proposed development, proposed annexation would be given short shrift in the halls of MIT and the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, dismissed as misbegotten and misguided, and an affront to any civil and decent idea of proper and enlightened growth and development. The shape of the proposed annexation, a fishing line with some bait stuck on a hook, points for inspiration straight to the kind of artifice and fiction exhibited in the elongated, stretched, and gerrymandered election districts created throughout this country. This annexation is born simply of this town's crass need for money, born in a misbegotten and misguided economy, an economy of derivative and insubstantial value, lacking in morality, an economy that has failed this community. Rather than relying on the natural genius of this place to direct its growth and development, this community relied on the failed promises of a failed and fundamentally flawed economy, on the failed promises of failed prognosticators. Much is made of smart growth, touted by talking heads and with a large following in the Washington, D.C. area. Smart growth makes much of the notions of new urbanists who, in their wisdom, would improve upon history, tradition, culture, and nature. The wisdom inherent in the history, tradition, and culture of this place, as well as the genius of this landscape, are our foundations for smart growth in this community. The road to smart growth lies beneath our feet in our understanding of the very ground we all tread and share. This community deserves better. It deserves an approach to growth and development based on the natural genius of this place, based on the natural attributes of this landscape and this watershed. It deserves better growth and development than that accomplished by casting a fishing line with some bait attached and hoping for the best in the future. This community deserves informed decisions and this proposed annexation is not informed and does not serve the long-term interest of this community or its neighbors, I believe you act shamefully in proposing this annexation. Thank you.
Next, is there anyone else that would like to speak under the Citizens Forum at this time? Ma'am? Yeah, just, if you could, I just want to get into some.
I have my say.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
No, the discussion in bringing up that $24 million, where is that money coming from?
My understanding is that it was an allocation of a grant that's been in the making for over 24, 27 years, but it was held up with the EIS and the lack of coming to consensus with the Pueblo.
But
And
is it federal military money?
It's federal money. It's federal, from the
FAA.
FAA that was
Oh,
already
from the
allocated.
Federal Aviation.
Yeah,
Okay.
FAA, yes.
All right, thanks.
And the matching from the state, which is 1.2 million, 5%, and the town has 5.2 million, has already been allocated, but it doesn't come from the state general fund. It comes from the state aviation department. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that's good.
Okay. Yeah, it's generated through airport taxes. Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak under the Citizens Forum? If not, we will, ma'am. Welcome to our meeting.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Hoff. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I just wanted, I know that Councilmember Abeda says that we can get all the information we need by talking to town officials, but I have gotten contradictory information sometimes by talking to town employees. I used to be a town employee. I have friends, therefore, working for the town, and I do not get as rosy a picture from them as I get from the people in charge. You know, what I am hearing is that a lot of positions are simply being canceled. When people leave, they're not being replaced. You know, the sort of traditional austerity thing that we have going in the world and in the United States and is an economic model that obviously doesn't seem to be working. So what I hear is that a lot of department heads are resigning and that morale is really low and that, in fact, that I must never even say who has talked to me about this because they're so afraid for their jobs and they feel like they're under gag order. So it's really hard for me to compute, you know, what the truth is about all this, because there seems to be one truth coming from, you know, the people in charge who think everything is going fine, and then the people beneath who are really distressed and anxious and are afraid of losing their jobs and are really questioning the priorities of the town in shoveling so much money into, for instance, the command center while jobs are being cut back. And so I just want you to know that the climate out there is not what I'm hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak under the Citizens Forum at this time? At this time, I'm going to close the Citizens Forum and welcome a gentleman, and I apologize to our youth council member that graciously came here, and I didn't see him through the back there, but inadvertently we put him on the agenda last time, and there was a mix-up on the schedule, and I apologize to the youth council member. We're supposed to put him on the agenda for formal ratification, but I would like to invite the youth council member that I chose. I was very, very impressed with members of the council in his interview. I think that he's going to do great in being the liaison to our youth of our community and really bring up issues that we can be in touch with the pulse of our community and our schools. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Mr. Michael Landgraf to sit with the council here. Thank you and welcome to our meeting, sir. Welcome. Mr. Landgraf, I'd like for you to sit at your future chair that, well, pending council ratification, I will be bringing you up to our next council meeting so that we can formally have you sit and you'll be getting a plaque welcoming you to the, as serving the town of Taos as youth council member. So welcome. Do you want to say a few words?
Not really. I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity, and I'm really looking forward to serving my community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And we'll, I promise, Madam Clerk, to put him on the agenda. I completely spaced it out. He went to my office and I said, I will get that. And then my phone was ringing, my other town phone was ringing, and I inadvertently spaced it out. So I sincerely apologize, Councilmember Landgraf. Okay. Next, we will go on with the agenda. And we go to item 8A, matters from staff, presentation by New Mexico Main Street. Charlie Deans, New Mexico Main Street Program Associate, will present the costs and benefits, processes, and alternatives for the long-term financing of capital improvements and operations of the Taos Arts and Cultural District. Mr. Deans, welcome, and Matt Foster, welcome to our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I introduce Mr. Deans and turn over the microphone to him with his presentation, there's a few other quick introductions I'd like to make. Several members of the ACD Board of Directors are here. I'd like to introduce them. Ilona Spruce from Taos Public Tourism is here. Judith Rain from Rain Gallery is here. Rose Vargas from U.S. Bank is here. And Arena Rosequist from the Mission Gallery is also here. And Cindy Spray, the ACD Director, is here.
ACD Director.
The two members of the board who are absent are, well, I'm also a board member, but the chair of the board is Ron Usherwood, and Susan Long Henry of the Harwood Museum is also on the board, but unfortunately they couldn't be here tonight. So
great. Just on behalf of the town of Taos, I want to thank you all for your service to the town in your capacity of the Arts and Cultural District Board. This is such an important position because we have a lot of work to do in our plaza, reviving the plaza, and how can we revamp the plaza, revamp what we're doing in the arts community. And I really thank you because I see some faces that clearly know what's going on and have a pulse of what's going on in the plaza. So thank you all. Thank you for serving.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add a little bit to that. This is also Mr. Foster's last council meeting. And, well, I was hoping you'd be regretting that a little bit more. And I just want to tell you, thank you personally for the service that you have provided. I had, prior to this, had told Mr. Foster that he needed to get off that board because he was also a staff member, and fair playing both sides. But I guess now that you're going to be off of one side, it'll be okay then to stay on as the ACD board.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. I appreciate it.
And thank you for your service to the town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Charlie Deans is a consultant to the New Mexico Arts Council and a program associate of the New Mexico Main Street program. Essentially, he's a consultant to the state agency and to the Arts and Cultural District and the New Mexico Main Street communities around the state. His particular expertise is in planning, and more specifically in long-range financing and funding for Main Street and ACD communities. So his presentation tonight is about how the ACD can achieve one of its main goals of financial sustainability for both the operations and for capital improvement projects within the Arts and Cultural District. So that's a brief introduction of Mr. Dean. So he has a brief presentation to outline some of the options that are available to the town as a local government in partnership with the Arts and Cultural District to provide long-term funding to the ACD and to the town for operations of the ACD and capital projects that we've identified in our cultural plan and our up-and-coming downtown master plan.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Foster. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Charlie Deans. And just a clarification with Mr. Rodriguez's comment, Matt, I hope this is not your last town council meeting. It might be your last one as a town staff person, but we hope to see you here in some other activities. Yeah, good. Thank you for the opportunity this evening, and I'm sorry I was actually on your last agenda, and just the flu and everything else, I wasn't able to make it, but I appreciate the opportunity to come back. again. I'm going to keep this fairly short and move it pretty quickly, and if you have questions, now we may be a slight delay on the presentation here, but what I wanted to present to you was really kind of a short list of some of the funding sources that are available specifically for arts and cultural districts in the state of New Mexico. As you may be aware, the state legislature adopted enabling legislation for arts and cultural districts in 2008, I believe, and then, which unfortunately wasn't funded, which typically we see happen with legislation being approved. And the Taos Arts and Cultural District is one of 6. They were kind of one of our original 6 state-authorized arts and cultural districts, and became an ACD in 2010. And so now we're 3 years into the program. We've been learning a lot. I'm a member of the New Mexico Arts and Cultural District State Council, which helps to provide direction to the 6 arts and cultural districts in the state. And this list of funding sources, if this is going to, do I need to do something with this?
I think you have to like point it over there.
Well, there aren't that many slides, so Ruben, if you're ready, you can just hit the arrow for me. I can give you the clue on this. We jumped a slide or two. Wrong way.
Believe it or not, we have new technology that
I'm
we're supposed to solve.
Right.
Now, and this is the solution.
But
Drag it down, Ruben. I think just dragging it down on the side.
okay, so as I mentioned, what I'm going to overview is just a fairly short list of some of these funding sources that are specifically applicable to arts and cultural districts. Some of these I'm sure you're aware of. Some of them are fairly new, and it was just letting you know. Now, they've been segregated by the top 4 are really considered a new tax or levy or an increase of some sort. The bottom 2, which I would like to talk a little bit about to you, are really just using existing taxes. It's not a new tax increase or any of those. But let's just get started on the quality of life tax, which that legislation was approved in 2006, was, when you're ready, Ruben, thank you, was specifically set up to fund the promotion and expansion of cultural programs and activities. It is an increase in the gross receipts tax. It could be as small as 1/16 of 1%, and it does require that it go to the voters for approval. But it's a piece of legislation. As I said, it is a new tax in some ways, but can be set aside specifically for arts and cultural districts. And this list is also pretty short because it's not just funding the programming and the projects within the arts and cultural district, but it's more importantly, it can fund the operational expenses of staff and the administration of the district itself. And when you start looking at operational funding, the list is really small in terms of what can be used and what's allowed to be used for that funding. So we'll go on to the next one, which is lodger's tax, which you are very familiar with. Currently, Taos's lodger tax is just a little bit over $800,000. You know the allocations to the convention center, the Chili Line shuttle, the visitor center, and the Market Taos campaign, which you're going to be hearing a little bit later after my presentation. But it is the ability to take an allocation out of that lodger's tax is also available to funding the arts and cultural district. Next, please. Business improvement districts. Now, there's only 2 of these in the state of New Mexico, in Gallup and downtown Albuquerque. Nob Hill is currently looking at creating a business improvement district. It is a special assessment. It's a special tax, a levy that's approved by the town council, and it would be approved by a petition. 51% of the property owners within that bid, within the bid district, have to approve the petition. And the revenues from that, though, can go directly to a nonprofit 501c3, such as the Taos Arts and Cultural District Program, to support marketing, security maintenance, and other improvement services, as well as administration costs. And so a bid is certainly another potential funding tool. Next, please. The LIDA, which I know many of you are familiar with, and you've been using some of that legislation, it does give flexibility on the anti-donation clause in the state constitution. You've got an economic development plan, which I understand you might be updating currently with a consultant and going through LIDA. What's interesting about LIDA is in 2007, there was an amendment to that act which allowed arts and cultural districts to fall under a cultural facilities. And so when you're looking at amending your LIDA and the economic development plan, it would be important to have cultural facilities included in that ED plan when it comes back to you for approval. But it does allow what we call a local option or a low-grit increase in terms of gross receipts tax once the cultural facilities are part of your ED plan. But again, it's essentially a new tax or a tax increase in the GRT. So I'm going to shift gears now. I talked about some other funding sources that don't involve increased taxes or new taxes. Before I introduce TIF districts, I need to give you a little background about the New Mexico Metropolitan Redevelopment Code and that state legislation. It was actually approved in 1978. It's been on the books for a long time. The time that legislation was adopted, it had a population requirement of 100,000 people within the municipality. And so we all know there was only one city in the state at that time that could actually utilize it. But the code was amended in 2005, and it deleted the population requirement. So now any municipality can take advantage of these additional economic tools that are available under the redevelopment code. The city of Albuquerque has been using this for the last 25 years, and I'll talk a little bit more about it. But the first step is really looking at a metropolitan redevelopment area. And I'm not going to go into the steps around that, but I will tell you that the town of Taos received $75,000 from the Economic Development Department, the Main Street program, to complete a MRA plan for your downtown area. The selection process, I think, starts next week in terms of getting a consultant on board in that planning process. So as we talk about some of this, you are going to have some of these tools available. Next, Ruben, thank you. Just really quickly, I want to talk a little bit about the metropolitan redevelopment area and that code. Tax increment financing is something I'm going to talk briefly a little bit about a funding source, but you can also do, under the statute, revenue bond financing. It also qualifies the area for CDBG funding. Now, typically, CDBG funding is a result of the low to moderate income levels in some of our lower income neighborhoods. But once the area is designated, and if it's downtown Taos, it also qualifies for CDBG funding through the DFA. And then again, this statute also gives relief to the anti-donation clause. Really, the main tool in this statute, and what City of Albuquerque's been doing very successfully over the last 25 years, is using the public-private partnerships in the form of development agreements of reinvestment, encouraging reinvestment in the downtown areas. A little bit about tax increment financing. Yes.
On that issue, on CDBG, I know that that is the tough nut to crack, if you will.
Yes.
CDBG is finding the low to moderate income.
Yes.
Especially in and around the plaza. I know that the council a while back had the TCA remodel, and that was denied because of the. And I thought it was
you didn't meet that.
We didn't meet the criteria.
The eligibility.
So this legislation does in fact create that ability to revitalize?
Yes.
Okay.
With the designation of a metropolitan redevelopment area, you are now eligible for CDBG funds within that, because it's really about redevelopment and revitalizing.
That's good news to hear, because I hear that the county put in an application to revitalize the old county courthouse.
Yes, they got a grant, yes.
Actually, Mayor, the town got a grant for that, and we're administering that grant.
Oh, okay.
In partnership with the county.
In partnership with the county, yeah.
That's correct. Oh, is that CDBG?
You're, Mr. Mayor, you're both right. The town did get a grant for the architecture and the structural assessment of the conditions of the county courthouse, and Taos County had applied for a CDBG for the actual bricks and mortar renovation of the courthouse.
Sure. And, you know, we have a good relationship with the CDBG Council, and matter of fact, I've said this plenty of times, that the CDBG Council, the chairman, who is Ryan Gleason. Ryan Gleason
yes.
has complimented the town of Taos for their effectiveness in getting these CDBG grants and administering them in a timely manner, where we keep going for these federal dollars. Where many communities take 3-4 years to complete a project, we're finishing them within
Great.
that time crunch, and we've received probably over $2.5 million in the last 3-4 years, probably. So I'm glad to see that
Yes.
now the plaza qualifies for CDBG through this.
Right, once we go through that designation, I mean, it's all gonna be part of the planning process of
'Cause
that
quite frankly,
MRA, but
we're running out of areas where that grant can
Yes.
apply to, that meets the
Yeah.
low to moderate income.
Great.
And this would be an ideal place to start looking at that.
thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
So just a bit about tax increment financing districts and the way they work. So to do a simple TIF district under the state redevelopment code, you do have to have an adopted MRA plan. But they make it a little simpler. Number one, it only uses property tax increment, which is not a lot of money for the town because most of your revenue is GRT. But it is a small pot, and it is creating that increment, which I'll talk more about in a moment, can be used for the arts and cultural district and the improvements and the projects. The other aspect about the TIF districts is that the property tax increment that is created within that district, that's collected in the district, is required to be spent in the district. And so you are taking a portion of your property tax and sort of earmarking it for the district itself. Next, please. And in 2009, I believe, there was a new legislation that was approved called Tax Increment Development Districts, or TIDs, as they're called, which is a little bit of a different animal. It doesn't require an MRA plan, but it does require that a public facilities and infrastructure plan be created. Now, to actually create the district is a little more difficult. It's either through a petition of 100% of the property owners, which is why 4 of the TIDs that have been created in the state of New Mexico are actually large greenfield developments. You may be familiar with Mesa del Sol, because Forest City Company owned the entire 13,000 acres, and so it was one signature that created that TID for that amount of area. We only have one downtown in New Mexico that actually has gone through a TID process. That's downtown Las Cruces. And they did the whole process where they are collecting both the local as well as the state's, not just property tax, but the state's gross receipts tax. So while the TID is a lot more work up front in terms of going through the election to create that district, you do have the ability to also put the gross receipts tax as well as property tax into that fund, and to get the state gross receipts tax money. But you've got to get the state GRT funds, you've got to go through the Board of Finance, the state legislature, and the governor. And that's probably why we only have 4 of them in the state, because not everybody has been successful in getting all those approvals at the end of the road. Next slide, please. This is just a very simple graphic of how the increment works. Year 1, year 0, when the TIF district is established by the treasurer after the MRA plan, or the district is established, that baseline is established on year 1. And so the revenues, whether it's property tax or GRT, in the baseline still continues to go to the town. But it is that increment over time, and TIFs have a 20-year window. It's that increment as property values increase, as there's revitalization and projects are being implemented. It's that increment above the baseline that goes into this special fund to be reinvested back into the district itself. Now, sometimes the property taxes and values don't always go up. They can fluctuate. They may go up and down. And it is not very much money. We're not talking, if we're talking property tax, we're not looking at a lot of money. The projections we've done in Silver City and Las Vegas is something less, a little less than $1 million over the 20-year life of the district itself. But it is some seed money, it's match money, it's money that can be used in the operation of the district. So that's a quick 25-word or less description of the way TIFs work. This is just to give you an idea of the communities that, since that population requirement was taken out of the redevelopment code, these are communities that have both approved an MRA plan as well as a TIF district, with the exception of Las Cruces, which actually did the TID process. And I'm working with most of these communities to create these sort of sustainable funding sources for the community. So it won't be a new, we've been working pretty heavily with a lot of our Main Street communities and these rural communities and getting them these tools that the city of Albuquerque has had the last 25 years. Last slide, just the conclusion. Out of those, this is just my recommendation in terms of Taos and what I know about Taos and some of these tools. I think a 10% of the lodger's tax to the Taos Arts and Cultural District is certainly conceivable. That money will be returned in gross receipts tax as the district starts to get revitalized. You know, it's been sort of, I mean, the board and Cindy have been done a remarkable job with the limited funds and resources that they've had available from the state and some of their own fundraising, but to take a portion of that 10%, and I have an idea about where it can come from if you're interested, but would go a long ways to supporting the Arts and Cultural District. The quality of life tax, as we said, is expressly for cultural programs and activities and funding. And so to look at a 1/16% on your gross receipts tax, I think the voters in the town are supportive of the arts and cultural districts, and certainly the arts and the culture in the community, and that the voters would approve that. I've already talked about the tax increment financing district. I think that's a natural. It's going to happen once the MRA plan occurs. That it's not that's a very simple to get started and to create it. And there is a task force looking at business improvement districts. I'm not convinced that that's necessarily going to be as successful in Taos right now. The businesses are really hurting, where things are pretty slow, and to put another levy and assessment within the downtown area and in those businesses, I think would be a difficult sell at this point, considering what some of these other tools are that are available. But I'm certainly encouraging the task force and the ACD to research that, to go talk to Gallup, go talk to Nob Hill, and talk to downtown Albuquerque about how it works and their success and what some of the issues have been on that. So that's really just getting to the short list and what some of the possibilities are in terms of funding the operations of the Arts and Cultural District. And you will be getting, if you haven't seen it already, there is a letter of agreement to sort of renew the Arts and Cultural District, and the executive director position that was sort of part of this whole presentation, you know, to say how we can start looking at sustainable funding sources. So it's not always coming out of the town's general fund to fund these programs and activities. Anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. I think this is a great presentation. Is there any questions, comments from the council members? Oscar, I would advise that we look into a lot of these recommendations and dialogue with the Arts and Cultural District director through their board to see exactly how we can play a key role in making a lot of things, taking these things to the next step, especially creating this TIF as other communities have already
Yes,
started.
I'll be at their next board meeting. When is that, tomorrow? Yes, I'll be there. We'll be talking about that, as well as some plans that we have been working on. Mr. Mayor, and at least some of you council members, I've been mentioning to you just as we've been preparing our budget, one of the things that we're considering doing is increasing parking fees and actually extending and repairing or replacing the parking meters that we have right now, which I guess it's a little known secret that few of them work, so that we can generate revenues to, well, first of all, to pay for the parking lots. That it costs us about $50,000 a year. It does cost something to maintain them. But we think that if we were to increase them, Of course, it would be a proposal that would have to be vetted by the people most affected by this. I mean, the merchants most affected by this. But we think we could generate enough revenues to pay for all of those things, as well as generate more money than they have right now. Mayor, without really another plan at this point in terms of operations, I just can't see how otherwise we would be able to maintain the contract or the resources that we now give to the ACD to or to maintain the executive director position. So anyway, you'll be getting that in the budget proposal, and I'll be discussing the details of that with the ACD board tomorrow.
Okay. And maybe perhaps set some timelines as to when are our goals, by what timeframes do we want to accomplish certain things?
You bet.
Yeah.
You bet. Yes, sir. And all of that will, of course, come back to you as a plan that we'll ask you to approve, which is also part of the the MRA plan that's about to kick off. Matt, you had something?
I was just
going
going to, thank you, comment on a couple of the next steps. Charlie mentioned the letter from Rich Williams. I would encourage you to take a look at that, and also a draft that was provided to you prior to the meeting of the letter of agreement, which would solidify the relationship between the town, the ACD, and New Mexico Economic Development Department. And then it was already discussed some of the next steps. Or this isn't the last time you're going to hear about this or have an opportunity to explore these options. And one of those opportunities is through the downtown master plan, which is the MRA plan that Mr. Deans was referring to. And these options will be explored further in the feasibility and the next steps and the specifics on how to go about adopting it and which is the best recommendation to fund the ACD and the downtown.
Great.
So I would add there, then, Mr. Deans, that you add to that list parking.
Yeah, we need to come up with
parking revenue.
A really good acronym for it. You know, the parking increment thing or something about.
Yeah, well, it has the same effect as taking it away from the lodger's tax, which right now is allocated, for example, to the convention center and our marketing effort. And a town like Taos that depends upon almost 90% on gross receipts tax, to cut back our marketing effort would be like eating our
No, I understand.
seed. Yeah.
I wouldn't. That is not. I was thinking more taking a 10% slice out of the chili line, which is at 20%, because there are other funding sources for transit and transportation funds to help make up that difference. But no, I would not take it out of the marketing. And I know you're going to have a presentation here from Joni about that. And so certainly the ACD needs all the help it can get in the marketing program as well.
Sure.
So, but thank you.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. And good luck. Hopefully we see you more.
I'll be back in about 15 or 20 more minutes.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thank you. All right. Next, we will go to item B, presentation by Joni Griffin, President of Griffin Associates. We'll give a presentation on the upcoming marketing plan. Joni, welcome.
Yeah.
Hi, and also we have John Abun.
John, welcome.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, real quickly, if I may, just give a couple of remarks as a kickoff here. With you here is Joni Griffin, our marketing consultant or marketing contractor.
Goddess.
Yes, yes, she does do amazing things for us, and we're very happy with the changes she's been able to go along with us in changing how we do marketing for the town of Taos. But also with her is John Abel. That's your appointee to the Taos Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. I always call it LTAB, and so sometimes I forget what's behind that. And so, as we mentioned to you, this was about 4 months ago, maybe 5 months ago, when we asked Joni to come here and give you, as in the way that all the other departments were giving you a performance report about how we're doing there, what we're doing there, what it is that the resources that we have to do what we try and do there, and then ultimately how we're doing there. We also explained to you in that presentation the system we're trying to set up for greater accountability, greater transparency, and also very importantly, greater collaboration. Because you see, for a community like Taos, even if we were to spend the entire $800,000 for marketing, which we don't, we spend about $400,000 goes towards marketing. Even $800,000 in the big sea of messages that's going out marketing for communities is not a lot of resources. And so therefore, we have to just be as frugal as we can and be as effective as we can, and just as cagey as we possibly can to make sure what few resources we have, the small community has, to project an image, to draw visitors to come here, to keep that GRT where it's at and the lodger's tax where it's at least where it's at, if not growing as well. We just have to be very careful about that. And there are just a couple of basic elements that go into play there. One is there's got to be a very clear message. The message has to be understood, has to be easily assimilated when it's projected out there in the many different ways that we project it out there. One, it also has to be consistent. It's not a message that can change continually. You know, you do hear, and I certainly do anyway, a lot of proposals about let's do it this way, let's do it that way, let's do it the other way. And one thing we worry a lot about is whether or not, if by following all those many different opportunities, that we would change the message or somehow dilute the effectiveness of how we are projecting it out there, such that we don't get the returns we have back. Then the other thing is, and also very importantly, we want to make sure that we are accountable to you, to the community, to everybody else for this, and so that as we spend the money, the $400,000 in our marketing effort, that we can come back to you over time on a regular basis to show you what effect that is having. So it's not left out there that we spent it, no one complained, and so therefore it's got to be something good. And so that process then, that system that we set up is also a process in that it starts every year. Basically, it starts every year, and working with people out in the community who also take out of their budgets, their businesses budgets to market, so that we can put all those dollars together as much as possible. In fact, we work with some associations, the Taos County Lodgers Association and others, so that we can pool our resources together. Anyway, we developed this marketing plan very, very collaboratively. It's vetted far and wide, and so what you have then today is the result of that input, and it's brought to you here now for your input, for your final input. You're the people who at the end say it's good, bad, move it a little bit to the left, a little bit higher, a little bit lower, whatever it is you think is important. And so it's in that spirit, or with that idea in mind, that we come and make this presentation to you. So here you have then our draft after this collaborative process of the upcoming years, a marketing plan for your consideration, comment, and ultimately approval. We'll be bringing, this will be coming to you as part of the budget process, so you'll have a lot of time to dissect it once you receive it. Anyway, without any more.
And let me start
Let's
off
go.
with the scorecard, which I think you passed out to everybody. It
Yes.
says Town of Taos scorecard for the day July 1st to February 28th. Everybody have it? So this is, can you hear me? Do I need to be louder? I'm okay. This is a report that's generated every month by Honeycomb, which is the contractor that we're using for our return on investment. And you'll see that there is reach, engagement, conversions, and then the audience. Everything is trending up, and I just want to say the PR results, this is as of the end of February, this week have gone off the chart with the designation of the Gorge, and also with the announcement that Mumford & Sons is coming. So we will blow past our target just in March, which is really fabulous. Did you not know about Mumford & Sons is coming?
Yes, but that's 3 days old at most. It's
Well,
already having an impact.
Oh, yeah, but no, it was already in the national
Yeah.
media today. I mean, we're having huge national stories,
Yeah,
so.
I was having a hard time keeping my mouth shut because
I know
the
you
promoter
do.
said, we can't say anything
I
yet,
know.
because this is how huge it is, and so we are meeting with the promoter tomorrow.
Yeah. It is
Because there
huge.
is some issues that we need to work with them on, such as going till 11 on the Thursday night.
And hotel rooms.
Security, yeah.
We'll sell out, so that's, anyway, that's
But
fabulous. So the-
this is huge
and-
for,
Oh, well, Dawn
the-
Richardson called me on Sunday, and I was, sworn to secrecy, and then she kept texting me, have you told anybody? And I'm like, no, you told me not to tell anybody, I haven't told anybody. And then we were able to
So-
release it, so,
so they're doing this in lieu of Solarfest.
yeah.
It's a one-day event that this group, who is
Well, they-
internationally known,
They
sells
won all the
out.
Grammys.
They won, they swept the Grammys, and they sell out well in advance, months in advance in other places. And why they chose Taos, obviously for our beauty, but I think a lot of it had to do
For Adventures Day
with,
Taos, of
well, I think a
course.
lot of it had to do is, the nature of what Taos is, but the history and the reputation that the promoters and Don in Solarfest have in promoting these type of events. And we're fortunate to get such caliber of a group choosing a small town like Taos.
They're coming
Uh,
from here and then going to Telluride, so.
Yes, and, we're expecting 6,000 to 7,000 people coming for that one day.
Mr.
so-
Mayor, and I think part of it is the understanding that their start in the United States came from Telluride. And what's nice about it is that they're attracted to smaller, more venues like this because it creates that that aura of the music that they produce. So I think it's good because it kind of puts Taos on the map one more time, and I think it ties in with everything that we're doing with
Fabulous.
our.
Absolutely.
So anyway, so that PR impression.
Excuse
will
me,
be-
but you said there's already a national
Yeah.
piece on that?
Well, we
So,
sent the news release out yesterday, and it's already been being picked up today.
oh, okay.
So, yeah, the news release went out yesterday at 1 PM. So,
This
yeah.
group is so big that in regions that they're playing that they've sold out because they sell out, they actually sell the tickets on a lottery basis. And since they've sold out in other places, they're looking at who hasn't sold out yet or who hasn't started selling. So that's the reason why the level of interest, well, where else are they playing? And now that they've officially posted it, that this is gonna be another one of their
It's gonna be huge.
destinations. It's gonna be big.
So let me show, so everything's trending up except for two items under conversions, and, which is lodger's tax. If we were right on track with break even, and the conversions were as of the end of January, because our lodger's tax is always 2 months behind in reporting, we would be at 58%. So we are just eking, we should break even in this next month's report. And then I think Mumford and Sons will take us over the top. And then visitor center walk-ins is trending down. Again, that would also be at 58%. January typically is not the biggest month of the year at the visitor center. So none of those are shocking because when they look at the trending, they break it evenly over 12 months, and our tourism isn't even over 12 months. So does that report make sense? Okay. Next, we can go to the slides, Ruben, if you're ready. I guess we should turn the lights down a little bit, or, oop, there we go. All right, so the proposed marketing plan, I emailed to everybody, I think about a month ago. And I believe, Renee, it was also in their handout, in the packets too, and I don't know if everybody's read it. So I'm just gonna go through the highlights. It's a, how many page document? 19-page document, so I'm not gonna sit here and go through every single page. Ruben, if we can go to the next slide. So our objectives for fiscal year 14 are to increase lodger's tax by 1.45%. And how we came up with that number was based on what's projected for increases nationally in 13 and 14, since our fiscal year runs literally halfway. So that's the average of the two numbers. Increase our earned media by 5% based on whatever we produce this year, and we're currently at 5 billion impressions. We'll probably be at 8 billion, so it's gonna be a lofty number. The PR continues to just grow at exponential rates. Increase visitor center walk-ins and requests by 5%. So that's not only the walk-ins, but that's people coming and requesting the visitors guides. And we really look at the visitor center as a gem of Taos. We like to refer to them as the ladies of the visitor center. I guess at some point, if there's a man of the visitor center, I'll have to change that. But the staff that you have at the visitor center are the most amazing ambassadors I've ever seen. I like to just sit in there and do work when I have in between appointments and just listen to them pitch Taos. So it's a great asset. And one of the things we're doing this year to encourage people to go to the visitor center is if they stop by the visitor center and give us their email so that I can continue marketing to them, they'll be registered, and every week we're giving away a $50 Visa gift card. So gathering those names. Increased our traffic to taos.org, which is the official tourism website, by 10%. We're also tracking not only the main website, but we're also tracking the statistics of people coming in off of the mobile site, which is interesting. Those numbers continue to grow. And increase our social media traffic by 5%. So we have three main target audiences. Boomers, which are people between the ages of 48 and 67 that live in the 800-mile drive circle. It's not to say that we're not interested in people who live farther away than 800 miles, but given the limited budget, we spend the majority of our ad dollars targeting the neighboring states, and then we reach the world through our PR efforts. Gen Xers, which is our younger adventure-seeking traveler between the ages of 32 and 48. And then our mature travelers, who maybe act immature, that are 67 plus, which has been more of the traditional Taos traveler. And then the budget, and in your plan on page 19, no, on page 18 is the detailed breakout of the budget. But I did kind of the abbreviated version for this meeting. So of the 398,000, 164,000 of it will be going to paid ads, whether that's print, online, TV, radio, billboard. 52,000 goes to our public relations outreach. 30,000 goes to social media, which is not only managing all the various social media sites, but also ads in the various social media. And then 152,000 goes to design, account management, printing, our contract with TCLA for managing the website, etc. And also on page 18, you'll see,
Who's TCLA?
sorry, Taos County Lodgers Association. We give them $13,500 every year for the updating of the website. It's kind of our partnership with them. On page 18
which is actually, it's the www.taos.org.
Is that not what I said?
No.
God knows what I said.
Yeah, just
All right. But on the budget page, you'll see.
Which is a very important piece of internet real estate for us. Is perhaps it's absolutely critical. We are, as much as possible, trying to drive all content, all contacts, et cetera, through that. Also, part of our effort to narrow and to be real clear about where you go and what you get there. Taos.org.
And what we're doing with that, with the Internet Honey that produces our report card, every ad that we run has a pixel that's coded into it that allows us to track the effectiveness. So the ads go to taos.org, but we're tracking on the back end that particular traveler came in via the Texas Monthly ad. This one came in off of the Albuquerque Journal ad, so that allows us to, as we drill down, start to see where the travelers are coming from and which media are working. And so far in the initial reports, it's exactly what we've always said, that our target market is New Mexico, Colorado, Texas, Oklahoma, Southern California, and actually New York is now starting to really pick up. So,
not Arizona.
So the
not Arizona. We can't crack Arizona for some reason.
John, the Taos County Lodgers Association does manage the website, but
Yes.
we in partnership.
And
with
that is, their contractor is Web Design, Janet Webb. So we work very, very closely, and we do contribute funds to that to pay for the management of that website and for our access to it.
It's also great to see that the Pueblo's involved with it as well. I think
Ilona
it's-
Spruce is a major partner.
I'm seeing the partnerships on all of them, the Visitor Center, County Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
Ski Valley, Taos Pueblo. It's great to see everybody's all on the same page.
Yeah, in fact, I already submitted our grant for fiscal year 14 to the tourism department. It was FedExed yesterday. Got an email from Audrey that it's been received. We had 11 partners on that grant. So anyway, back just to page 18, when you look at it, you will see what we spent in fiscal year 13, what we're proposing for 14, and then on page 19 are the differences. So why one is higher or lower, so that you can see it. So it's very similar to what we did this year as far as the allocation. Some things we cut, some things we added. Questions?
All right. Is there any questions, comments? Councilmember Beta.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Joan, on looking at your page 18 on last year versus proposed for this year.
Yep.
On line item, online advertising, regional and national ads.
Yep.
You took that dramatically down from 83 to 50. Can you tell us what your strategy is there?
If you actually add the print, because a lot of the print ads are giving us online as well, so I put I put some of it back into the print.
So it's about the same then?
It's the same, it's
Okay.
just how you space it out.
Okay,
All
thanks.
print ads, we are demanding that they give us online presence as well. And most print ads now are also not only doing that, but they're giving us free e-blasts and access to sweepstakes, so that my whole mission is to keep building our database so that we can continue marketing to people. So probably better to really put them together.
Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Peralta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joni, I'm looking at on page 5. Under New Mexico, and you say from the survey, you found that 41% of the visitors to Taos were from New Mexico. From the studies that I've had, it's about 18%. I'm just trying to figure out how and what they're using as a baseline and a measurement of the tourists coming here, because from everything that I've seen, we're not hitting the state average, which is 25 to 27%.
This particular survey, which was done in April of 2011, the database that they used to work off of were people who had either stopped into the visitor center and given us their email address, or they had signed up for our e-newsletter either on our website or through one of our sweepstakes. And then from that massive database, I think it was about, I don't know, 100,000 people they surveyed. And of the people that they surveyed, that was the breakdown.
They surveyed, or did they use the information they got from the visitor center?
They surveyed. And some of it from the visitor center that had the breakdowns, they had that as well. And that could be people who
I'd like to see
take
their
the time.
criteria, because it's just not holding true to form from what I'm finding in talking to lodgers and talking to, you know, when working at Mills and Rogers, our data showed 18% from the state of New Mexico. And we had a higher percentage from Texas than we did Colorado, but Colorado was, from outside the state of New Mexico, was second. Which is a real change in the last 10 years from what it was before, but I'm concerned about that we need to get to that target where New Mexico is 25 to 30% of our visitors, because you know, it's a quick market for us, and it's the type of market that when they do come to Taos, they do spend money, and they stay.
It is what we're seeing at the visitor center as well, but I will send you the full survey so you can see it, the survey instrument and how they worked it and the numbers.
Now, it should,
You want me to-
please.
Yeah, I'll send it to you tomorrow.
it should be expected, correct me if I'm wrong here, John or Johnny, it should be expected that if we were to survey the people who stay in the hotels,
Right.
that would be a very different result. Now, so what this, if anything, what this is reflecting is just how important that the day trippers are to Taos, people who come from Albuquerque or Santa Fe.
But what
I'm sure people come also from Colorado and places like that, but
Mr. Mayor,
apparently-
if I could, what I am seeing, though, is not these numbers coming as day trippers. And I would like to see more day trippers come in. And I would, just to get up to at least the average that we have in the state of New Mexico. And this is, and so when we start targeting our plan of who we're marketing to, it's important that we don't lose sight of New Mexico, because 41%, according to this thing, is New Mexico visitors. And what I'm seeing is a lot less than that, which means that we should be doing more marketing in New Mexico than what we are. But that's my particular.
I'm gonna send you the
count.
survey, and Chris Cordova from CRC and Associates and Southwest Planning did the survey, so you'll have all his contact info too if you wanna
Well,
ask
I
more
have
specific.
issues with Chris Cordova, so.
Councilman Peralta.
He worked for me before when I was at tourism.
Okay.
Councilman Peralta, the information on the back on page 18, you know, shows where we're spending the money, but it doesn't get down to the detail as to exactly, you know, where is it going. And we have a Tuesday morning marketing group that meets with Joni, and there's several other people from the town. And this is where we then look at and make the decisions as to, do we want to target Albuquerque? Do we want to target Santa Fe for different ways, whether it be through the media or print? And so we're very cognizant of what we're trying to get accomplished.
And the other component of that is that with the state and the activities that they're doing, we find that it's important to understand what they're trying to get accomplished and how we sometimes mirror their respective, approaches to, get the message out to the people in New Mexico.
And I agree with that totally. But this is one of the reasons I look at statistics, because that's what's going to be driving what you do. And that's why it's so important for us to look at what the breakdown is and where things are. For example, when I was at tourism, we spent an awful lot of money on New York. And we did a study in New York to try to find out why people weren't coming from New York. And they said, we can't get here from there. And the reason for that was because there's no direct flights, it takes too much time, and by the time you get to Albuquerque, then you have to get in a car to go anywhere. And they said, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah.
So this is what we found, and things have changed. I feel we're getting more international travelers in Taos than we used to have recently, and some of those other things, and that's just from my previous last 5 years experience. So some of the things have changed, but not drastically. But one of the things that I have seen that hasn't met what the study you show there from the Department of Tourism. I think it's one of those things where we need to try to see how we can at least try to do that, because that is a short trip, but it's dollars. And so that's an important aspect of how we make things work. And also, those are the people who are going to be talking to people who hit their communities.
Absolutely.
And telling them about the great time they had in Taos and moving them back up here to us. So word of mouth is one of the best things that we can have. And so we have to be also putting our best foot forward personally when people come to visit us in this community, and make them invited and welcome, and so that they tell their friends that it's a welcoming place to be.
Did you see the front page of the Journal today?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't.
If you go to abqjournal.com, huge picture of the gorge and the designation. So, I mean, definitely New Mexico is a big chunk of where we put our advertising dollars. I will get you the survey. By next month, when I present next, I'll be able to give you more information from the Internet Honey, because they're starting to track which demographics. So not only cities, but age groups too. So we'll have some more data as we move forward into fiscal year 14.
I did ask Senator Udall yesterday to give a personal invitation to President Obama to come and see one of the latest national monuments.
Is he gonna come?
He said he'd do it.
That should attract some national press, so that'll be good.
Sure, sure.
Councilman,
Take him llama trekking.
I met with the governor's chief of staff, and I know that they were looking at the legislation. Did they increase the legislation for the state of New Mexico tourism?
They did.
Yes, to 2 million, increase by 2 million.
By 2 million, yes. And I know that that was part of a compromise, and which she was talking to me about that compromise and how it affects municipalities. But in talking to him, he was doing a tour on municipalities with Jacobson, the tourism director. And they are also focusing on New Mexico, keeping New Mexico tourists from going out and touring the different municipalities, people from Silver City destined to Taos, staying at our hotels, vice versa. So they're doing a lot of in-state marketing, and I think that that's what we need to, always, not lose sight of, because those people that come for 3 or 4 days make a difference.
Absolutely.
We're not getting a lot of the ones that are coming for 2 weeks at a time, so we can, capture some of these in-state tourists.
And
so
they'll
just
also.
as an aside, I want to tell the Monique story.
Okay.
So, Cabinet Secretary Jacobson was in town, I would imagine, visiting her dad, and drove down Paseo and saw all our fabulous Adventures de Taos banners, and she sent me an email the next morning and said, "Oh my God, I just love Adventures de Taos." So
Great.
I thought that was really great.
That's great.
Yeah.
And we do find that the people that are coming from New Mexico come up here repeatedly during the year.
Sure, yes. Councilmember Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova. Thank you for an excellent briefing. For the listening audience, if you go back in history, just approximately 5 years ago, the town of Taos was only spending approximately $100,000 to market and promote Taos per year. Today, we're spending $400,000. As we noted earlier in the briefing, we're spending $600,000 to provide excellent library services. We spend much more to provide excellent youth and family services. So if you start to look at the whole town budget, you start to see that the town is doing a really good job of working all the areas from all angles, from all facets, so that we can have a solid budget as we do. The town of Taos is not broke. We're on solid ground. We're on solid footing. But yes, we're tightening the belt. And we have had a managed hiring freeze for the last 6 years. From 2006 to 2012, anytime a position is vacated, management looks at that position and determines, is this position critical? Does it need to be filled? If it does, it's filled. If it doesn't, it's left vacant. That's just life, folks. That's reality. We don't have unlimited money. We have to balance the budget. But many municipalities our size today are in dire straits. They're operating in the red. They're closing facilities. They're closing services. Be blessed that in Taos, that's not the case. There's a few folks that will say that the world is ending, that it's coming to an end. Taos is really in good shape, folks, and I'm honored that we're spending $400,000 a year to market and promote Taos. Just 5 years ago, then Councilor Cordova and I were advocates to try to take the entire $800,000, and back then it was closer to $1 million, lodger's tax, and use it all exclusively to market and promote Taos. We haven't been able to do that. In the future, maybe we can continue to increase the marketing budget so that we can get more bang for the dollar, but we're really doing an excellent job to keep Taos afloat in the black, floating, unlike other places that aren't even floating. So thank you very much for an excellent job.
If I may add just a little bit more to what you were saying, to emphasize, the money that you spend in marketing now actually has an impact sometime in the future. So Councilman, when you save the budget, the marketing budget back a few years ago, in a way, some of those results are showing up here only now. And so this is one of those things where you could almost eliminate it, and maybe for a year or two you wouldn't see that impact, but then later on you'd be so far behind, and it would cost you so much more to get back to the top of the consumers' minds about what Taos is, that we take this very seriously. And as I said, that's why we work very collaboratively with the local groups that also spend money for marketing. We do it in a very accountable fashion. What we show you here is based on data, and will continually be driven by data. So any changes you have, we've got another month or so for any changes you may have before we actually go ahead and launch with this. So as part of the budget, you'll be asked to approve this marketing budget, marketing plan as well. That will kick in July 1.
Okay. I wanted to tag on to this marketing discussion, if I may. My wife and I own the Dreamcatcher Bed and Breakfast on La Lomita, and as several things were mentioned, the Taos County Lodgers Association, the TCLA, I'm the president of that association, and it's the fulfillment arm of a lot of the marketing and the PR work that's done. And we contribute $150,000 into this marketing campaign as well. So the TCLA is a major player. I mentioned already that I'm involved with the Tuesday morning marketing meeting, where we get down to looking at what are we going to do next week and the following month, and then review what we have done in terms of the marketing efforts, the PR efforts. I'm also the president of the New Mexico Bed and Breakfast Association, so I get to get a sense of what's going on throughout the state. And I'm on also the Tourism Association of New Mexico. I'm a board member on TANM, which we meet on a regular basis to discuss, what type of tourism issues are coming up. I'm also a board member of the Coalition. This is the group that meets with the Department of Tourism on a monthly basis. And so because of these different things that I'm doing, I'm able to bring back into Taos the things that are happening out there that kind of put another perspective and add some more additional information to what we're trying to do here in Taos. One of the things that I'm interested in looking at, and this has been mentioned several times tonight, is the plaza and the historic district. And I believe that there is a need for a vision, not just to say let's do another study, but let's have a vision of what the plaza in the historic district can look like and what it should be doing. Right now, we have an awful lot of things that are happening there. An example would be, Thursday music in the summertime, so the Taos Live Music program. And so there are things that are happening already in the plaza. There are some elements or merchants that are not wild about having the plaza used in some ways that bring people into that vicinity at different times of the day and night. But I do believe that if you look at the other towns that are very similar to Taos, these are really critical areas for us to create not only sales and interest, but also economic development. People come here, they see this, then they may want to come back, they may even want to live here. So anytime we do marketing and we're doing promotion of the town, particularly with in the plaza and the historic district, I think that's a real big positive area. I'm assuming that you would like to, and I would be very interested in hearing what's the council's level of interest in being able to have this kind of vision. I'm talking in the context of representing the Tuesday morning marketing group, the TCLA, and other merchants and business people that are involved with the district and with the plaza. And I believe that the things that we heard at the previous presentation about the ACD is good, and I think it's valuable, but I also think that's long-term. And I'm talking about what do we want to do tomorrow, and what do we want to carry out. And I believe we have enough capabilities right now to start doing some of those things. So I open it to you.
Sure. Councilmember Peralta.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think you're spot on. I think there should be a dialogue going on between yourselves and the town down, the cultural district. In saying, and this is a discussion that I had with them, and saying, look, you need to put together an immediate plan and then a long-range plan. And the immediate plan is, what do you think you need to do tomorrow? And what is it going to take to move? And I'm sorry. What do you need to do today, and what is it going to take to move today? And then what is it going to take for you to look out into the future and create a plan that's going to be for 10 years? And how can we integrate, in a sense, the downtown, the historic districts of the community, and the total marketing plan, and going back to what Oscar talked about and saying it should be one message. Mm-hmm. And in a sense, what you're doing is you're going to create a tag for everything that you do. And so under that tag, then you're going to say, okay, this are the things that fall under that tag, and one of them is this, and one of them is that. But I think that there is an opportunity right now to get together with that board and work with them on how they feel they can integrate with you, and you can assist them in putting together an action plan going into the future. And I think that's very important, because we have to take the assets that we have and improve them and market them. And that's what's going to make us grow and prosper in the future. And I think that's a very important thing, and I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, at the last council meeting, the general sense of the council was that you wanted to weigh in or decide on the petition that we received. We received a petition from the immediate plaza merchants about crafts fairs there. And you had indicated that you wanted this item to come back and to weigh in on it. Would you like to maybe put all of these items together and then weigh in on them with the benefit of maybe a vision, as opposed to just sort of the more narrow proposal that was put in that petition?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Abeta, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Rodriguez. Sir, to answer your question, you sort of asked us a question on how we feel a philosophy on the plaza. Mm-hmm. Let's start out with remembering that the Taos Plaza is public property. Mm-hmm. And if I, as a private investor, decide to purchase or lease a property in the vicinity of the plaza, those are some of the rules of engagement that go with operating that business, that the town reserves the right to have activities in the plaza. This previous governing body did say that Arts and Crafts Fair, we were gonna ban Labor Day and Memorial Day, but we don't need to ban anything else. What's there is fine. In fact, I agree with you. We need to bring more venues to the plaza to get people from the Pueblo, local people. We need to get everybody to come out to that plaza and use that plaza. And if you're a smart businessman in that plaza, or woman, you're gonna use that to your advantage. I see the chocolate factory for Taos Plaza Live every Thursday night. That chocolate factory rakes it in because they stay open, they're staffed to serve people. And if everybody develops that same mindset, it's a gold mine, and we just need to leverage that and move it forward. So I can answer your question. I fully support leveraging that plaza to bring in events of all types to make it work for everybody.
Okay. Any other comments, Councilmember Gonzalez?
And I, just to kind of echo Councilmember Abeta's sentiments, but I kind of feel the same way. And we've looked and you know, even amongst myself and other options as to what we can do there. Taos Plaza Live is a huge success, you know, and we've explored other opportunities to say, well, what about another day of farmers market as opposed to just Saturday mornings? You know, there's so much that can be done. It is the focal point of our community. It's where everybody is attracted and drawn to. And I think we need to do whatever we can to continue to bring more people there, along with what the plaza is, but its historical value to this community. So I would 100% support that. And, you know, just like Councilmember Abeta said, you know, it is public property, you know, and we should do everything that we can to make sure that it's recognized as that and bring as many events there as possible. I know myself, for one, if there was a way to bring even more revenue to my business by having more people come even just near it, I'd be all for it. So I don't know why there would be a resistance from the merchants themselves to bring more people there.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
I'm just gonna say something because I'm going to. I just don't want to sound like a broken record. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I mean, these gentlemen up here, I mean, they've said it all. I mean, the plaza belongs to the people. The more events, the better, period. It's that simple. That's all I'll say.
Thank you.
And what we need to do as a community is we need to embrace the plaza. So, and it starts with the merchants. They need to believe that that there is a market in local catering to the local people. Even though they skew more, you know, offering the products to tourists, but there's a lot of local people that would destine and shop in their plaza. And before we as a community expect others to believe in the plaza, we have to believe in it. And we have to invest in it and support it. So I fully support it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Joan, thank you for your excellent work that you do for the town of Taos.
And I'll go ahead and send the survey to everybody so you have it.
Okay.
And then
That'd be
feel
great.
free to email me or call me with questions or comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next we'll go to item C. Resolution 1315, hiring of an immediate family member of a current town employee. Consideration and possible approval of Resolution 1315. The town of Taos proposes to hire Mr. Jacob Montes as a certified officer within the police department. Jacob is the son of current town employee Ronald Montes, who is also a certified officer within the town police department. The employment of Jacob Montes will not create a direct or indirect supervisor or subordinate relationship. And I understand, Chief, that Mr. Montes is coming back to the town of Taos. In the last approval, I know that it was conditional that the relationship would not serve at simultaneous times.
We will ensure, Honorable Mayor, yes, thank you, we will ensure that there is no
Welcome,
supervisory
Mr. Montes.
relationship.
Welcome to our meeting, Mr. Montes. Thank you. So, Chief?
If you have any questions, I will be happy to entertain them. Mr. Montes, we are completely done with his background investigation. He's been fully vetted. With the help of our Human Resources Department and Ms. Trujillo, we've been through about 4 months of trying to fully staff your police department, and I'm proud to report to you that Mr. Montes represents the last of those hirees. With his selection, we will be fully staffed for the first time in about 2.5 to 3 years. it's a big day for us. So we're asking for your approval to bring him on board, and I'll stand for any questions.
And it's a small community, and sometimes you run into these issues. And speaking of small community, I'd like to welcome the Village of Cuesta Administrator and our Fire Chief, Mr. Jim Fambro. Welcome to our meeting, sir. Thank you. Welcome. Councilmember Peralta.
No, never mind. My question's answered. Thank you.
Councilmember Abeta.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Chief, just want to reiterate what you just said. We will be 100% staffed. Even though you hear in the grapevine that we're cutting and we're not filling positions where needed, we are filling positions. Again, Mr. Stephen House, the police department will be 100% staffed.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. What is the pleasure of the council?
Move for approval, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Chief. Sure. Step up to the podium, Mr. Fambro. I always call you Chief, but if you're in your capacity
Police
of...
and fire can work together. I just want to say it's been my pleasure in my little over 7 months being in Cuesta to work with Officer Montez. He's been a positive reinforcement to our public safety initiatives, and I hate losing him because he's done an awesome job for us. And you guys are getting a good officer, and I'll find something to steal from you guys real soon, like an animal control vehicle, your Vector truck, a fire truck, or something like that, but we'll get even. But Jacob is, he's been very valuable to our organization. We hate to lose him, but he's bettering himself, and we support him 100%. Thank you, Jacob.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome back to the town of Taos, Jacob. Thank you, Chief. Okay. Next, we will go to financial update. Marietta. Speaking of a small world, Marietta Fambro.
Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, Youth Council. You have in front of you your report, our report for February. Just a little summary on the revenues. As you can see, through February, our GRT, we're holding, somewhat steady based on our projections. Actually, we've gained a little bit of ground. Then I go and send out Marches, and it just makes us prove that our projections are what they are. They're projections. 1 month can make a difference. We'll probably go back and look after that March's GRT report and see what we're going to do. But we do have, in the revenue side, some extra GRT right now. We'll just keep it at the ending balance. We do have a fund balance policy that when we're preparing the new budget, we will review that. The manager has the authorization on that to see what these extra amounts will go to on that fund balance policy. So we did get a couple of one big franchise payment through the month of February, some building permits. Our building permits are actually looking good. I'm not sure behind the scenes what's going on there, but something is happening. Our expenditures, Councilmember Peralta?
I just had a question. The franchise payment was from?
Kit Carson. From Kit Carson Electric. Expenditures, the report does show the mid-year budget adjustments that we made. It does show that in standard in the last 3 years, we still turn back roughly 7% of the operating budget through all the general funds. So I'm just warning you that we may come back and turn some of that back again. But we're fixing that at the current budget cycle, doing a little bit of different things so we don't have that excess expenditures not spent through the end of the year. So we're doing a good look at that on all of the budgets. Legal, in sense, the ones that have big amounts that are turned back for emergencies, we're doing something different. So not to pick on legal. Our ending balance will, because of the GRT that we have.
Legal is doing a great job. That's why we're getting some of that money back. Yes. And more.
We're not throwing him in jail. He's
Mr.
doing
Mayor,
good.
that's why we have him on bread and water.
Yeah.
Our ending balance right now, if it stays like it is, we've accumulated some more days into that excess over our 1/12 GRT. And like at the end of the year, we'll see what we actually end up. It's all based on estimates, but we're looking good. Our capital projects through February increased about 18%, mainly due to the first big payment on the airport, on the design of that. Paid out a payment of $256,000. And then we completed the library carpet project for about $37,000 and finished on Fernando Hall's improvements. And some Llama software for the planning department. So you can see the projects within all the funds are some completions. You know, the projects and construction projects are depending on weather, so hopefully we'll pick up some of those. If not, they will be carried over. Nothing new on debt service. All of our payments will come due now in May on most of the finance authority, and then the last couple in June. So if you look at the revenues on the other side, you see them year to date, we're at $7 million in all general fund revenues. Our expenditures are about 6.2 million. And the departments you can see from last year to this year fluctuate. You know, there's a lot of different things happening, either like executive, we didn't have a manager last year. Police, we were understaffed. You can see that we're getting, you know, staff there to a better point because we're about 1.4 million versus the 1.3 of last year. And just throughout, there's been a lot of changes within the department. So, other than that, the special revenue funds seem to, I mean, pretty much self-fund themselves. They're doing okay. Enterprise fund is doing good, but we do need to, like I think we talk about every meeting, our asset management plan that will come next year and help with those excess revenues that we're getting from the increase of our third year on our water and sewer rates.
Also, is in there, I forgot to ask you, Marietta, sorry to put you on the spot here, but does that include also the $250,000 that we realized was a receivable to us from previous years for the county courthouse project?
No, we have not shown that anywhere on the books yet. I think Public Works Director is in the process of getting that application finalized with the water rates fees that are going to be charged to the county. I think they're working that out. But I think you had a preliminary estimate of 238-some thousand.
I guess not 247 or something.
Whatever
Yes,
it is.
yes,
In the 200,000s.
2 years sort of behind.
2 years sort of behind. So we will probably be sending that bill, I guess, in the near future.
Definitely be
We
sending
will.
that bill. Yeah.
Well, they're well aware of it.
Yes, I
They're
think,
well-
yes.
Yeah, they did the calculations, and we agreed with their calculations. So they owe approximately 247,000 that they haven't paid, yeah, for their water rights fees for the judicial complex. Councilmember Peralta.
Two questions, because you just reminded me one with the water rights. One is, have we budgeted yet the CDBG grant money in this figures?
In this one here, yes, we have for the upcoming one, yes. And yes, we do.
Where is it?
It's within the capital projects budget fund under Fund 59.
Okay.
Yeah, I can
And
send
then
you a detail.
the other question I have is, has the county paid for the command center for the January payment?
No. For the command center,
For the dispatch facilities.
Yeah, well, they paid
for
for,
their
well,
portion.
they've paid.
for the first half of the year.
For the first half,
Yeah.
yes.
Now, of course,
But they were billed for, in January for the first quarter, and they haven't paid that, correct?
I'm trying to think if we just sent out the last, because we've been doing them on a quarter, they paid the first, so no, they haven't paid,
So they owe us January, and now you'll be sending one in April for the last quarter.
right, for the last quarter. And I have to double check that and see if we billed them. We did bill them the 7% increase that we talked about. So I'll follow up on that, Councilmember Peralta, but I know they haven't paid it, but I want to make sure we've billed them for it. I think we have.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Marietta, thank you for the report. It's always nice, and I will have to admit that when the email came across my phone, I look for the budget reports analysis on GRT, and every time they come, I'm a little hesitant to open them up because I don't know what's gonna be staring at us. But it was refreshing to see the 1.2% increase, and I think it shows a sign that we are slowly, but we are digging our way out of what seems to be the recession. We're, again, last ones in it, and we'll be the last ones out of it. But I think this entire council, along with management, has done a great job of forecasting that. And thank you for the efforts that you put into this. It's very well assured that we have the right person at the helm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, this is a little different, though, right? This is from previous years. We usually don't get any kind of a bump in January. So something's different out there now.
Well, I think some of it is the stimulation of, I won't say that construction has picked up considerably, but I think the shop local attitude is starting to gain ground.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, along with what Councilmember Gonzalez is saying, though, I think that if you look at the Ski Valley numbers, they had a big bump in January compared to what they had the year before. And if that trickles down into the rest of the valley here, you're going to see that bump in what we've got as well. So, and it was nice to see in that report that you had for January that it was across the board, in a sense, on the commercial side, which means that some of the people who were saying, well, business is really off, somebody's actually getting some business. So that's very, promising for the future, I think.
Yeah, so we can just keep hoping and looking that it gets better. There's one thing that we did want to bring to your attention about the hold harmless clause that the state, I guess the governor is probably going to sign. I ran some preliminary figures on that hold harmless with the food and medical distribution that we get. And based on my figures, that's about $1.9 million on an annual basis. So we're I think the Municipal League is having their district meeting on the 3rd, and I think we'll get some more figures on their side, because they, according to the legislation or the email that was sent out, they weren't prepared, didn't have any of those figures updated or anything, but I just ran these based off of the actual GRT reports that came in.
And from the legislation that I read, Mr. Mayor, if I could, it doesn't affect us until 10 years. And then we have to pass a gross receipts tax if we want to keep held harmless, which is up to, what, 3/16, I think it was?
3/8%.
So the way I understand it is, by the way, the Municipal League, the Chief of Staff, the Governor's Chief of Staff says that they were well aware that this was negotiating and things were going, and it's been very quiet from the Municipal League. So he had a lengthy meeting with me, and it doesn't go in. The governor did assure all the municipalities that she would not sign legislation that would remove the hold harmless. And what the hold harmless is when the Richardson administration removed the food tax from medical and food, he implemented a policy that the legislature passed a policy that would reimburse municipalities for taxes they were no longer going to collect. I think that was bad tax policy. I mean, or bad policy, but he did have a surplus, and he did give him some talking points as he was running for president, I feel. But now it's kind of caught up that the state can no longer afford to spend over $300 million reimbursing all these municipalities for taxes that they're not collecting. So the governor said, I know how much it affects you, especially us, $1.9 million, that's 20% of our budget. The city of Santa Fe is $8.6 million. Albuquerque is 20-some million dollars, I understand. So it is a significant amount, and she said I would not, and there has been legislation that would wipe it off completely, and by some legislators. However, the governor, in an attempt to pass her corporate tax policy that would make New Mexico competitive with neighboring states or other states, she had to come to a compromise, and there is a 2-year wait. Nothing will happen in 2 years. And then there's a 15-year plan that they'll take out 1/15 each time until that hold harmless is done. But they did allow a component that will allow municipalities to tax, to increase the GRT by, I think, 3/8 of a percent. They can do that. However, there's a provision that I need to understand more, that it doesn't affect municipalities under 10,000 in population, which clearly the town of Taos falls under, unless if we've maximized our taxing authority, then it doesn't affect us. So we can either take the hold harmless or impose a tax. That's what I understand.
If I understand though, is that for municipalities like ours, because immediately in 2 years it affects Santa Fe, Las Cruces, Albuquerque, and Rio Rancho.
Alamogordo, I believe.
No, I don't think I guess Alamogordo yet. But then it does kick in on us in 10 years, and then we start having to either introduce the tax or start losing revenues from this. We're gonna lose revenue from the state, so we have to pay it, but we're held harmless for 10 years in our size of a municipality, and then it kicks in for us as well.
Okay,
And
because
then-
that's
but-
not what the initial, but you're probably a better bill reader. I pulled the bill too, and it was like.
This is what I read about a week before the session was over, and that was the latest negotiated deal on the hold harmless that I saw. Now, I didn't read exactly what went to the governor's desk, but I'm pretty sure that's about where it stayed.
This was negotiated all the way to the last minute of the session, so I would encourage our legal, Brian James, to look at it and see what the fine print is and what it means to the town of Taos. But, and that way we can get that message and we can start budgeting accordingly.
I read them when she signs them, Mayor.
Okay, because there's a lot of negotiation that'll.
Okay, well.
Okay. Yeah, so, and the good thing is that there's 2 years, nothing will happen in
Yeah.
2 years. And the good thing for us is that we're under 10,000 people. However, as representative of District 2, I'm the District 2 representative. I'm getting a lot of calls from Santa Fe and Albuquerque as to what are we gonna do, Santa Fe and Espanola, I'm sorry, to support those communities that it does affect. So I think we need to just really fully inform ourselves, and this next week's meeting for District 2 is gonna be very vital to
Right.
find that out.
There was also an element about how it kicks in, that it kicks in gradually. You know, so
Over
much,
15 years.
over 15 years, or 10 years. And so there's just a lot of things that we are very anxiously awaiting to be schooled in when we meet with the.
If I remember it correctly now, I think that it kicks in gradually if you don't introduce a tax. If you introduce a tax, it kicks in for you immediately. So if you take the 3/8 tax, your hold harmless goes away immediately. If you
Right.
don't, then you've got 15 years to work it into your budget.
Yes. Yeah, that's a provision that because that's what it says, either you take the tax or you're held harmless, but eventually that hold harmless will go away.
But I think though, where we're headed financially, we're in a good position to weather that storm. And maybe what we'll learn from this is that weaning ourselves off so much of that GRT might be a good thing over the long term. So that policy question might come to the council later on, that maybe we do winnow it down a little bit and just find different ways to make that kind of revenue up.
Mr. Mayor, though, in answer to you, the problem we have is that we have so little taxing authority that is given to us by the state. And without that taxing authority, we can't do anything. So it's very difficult to wean yourself away from gross receipts tax when that is basically your bread and butter. You don't have anything else to go on. You know, property taxes for us are minimal at best, and the other services that we provide, unless we want to get into some sort of enterprise, it's very difficult for us to get away from that particular funding source because there's nothing else left for us. We don't get oil and gas money. We don't get, many of the other things that some other communities do get because of those natural resources they have. We're just, I don't know. I just don't know what else we can do to gain revenues without a total rethink of non-taxing revenues for the community.
Well, I'll be bringing this conversation to the council. Over time, we'll be talking a lot about this, and so maybe this will be an opportunity to.
The governor, the governor's chief of staff, reiterated to me that the governor did feel bad on having to have a compromise because she knew this is what the Richardson administration did. That was kind of, you know, she promised no new taxes, but this could be looked at as a tax, and the alternative was that the legislature was going to remove the hold harmless and leave it up to the municipality to reimpose it on food, and so that's something that she didn't want. She made it very clear she wouldn't support, and clearly this was a bad tax policy from the Richardson administration.
So just.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll figure, I guess, get the whole thing when it's signed, as the lawyer says.
Councilmember Beta.
Thank you, Mayor Cordova. Mr. Rodriguez and Ms. Fambro, thank you very much for an excellent job in managing our budget. We're on solid footing. We're in good shape. As your GRT report showed, for January of 2013, gross receipts increased from this January to the prior January by $110,000 or 16%. Yes, that's just 1 month, but it is a positive indicator that we are headed the right way. The real estate numbers in Taos are looking good. They're looking good in the state. They're looking good in the nation. Consumer confidence is up. Constituents have gotten tired of Congress bickering, and they're moving on. So things are looking good. We're headed the right way. And unlike somebody stating earlier in council chambers that the town is broke, don't listen to those folks. We're on solid footing, and we are not broke. But are we being vigilant? Absolutely, yes, we're being vigilant, and we're going to continue to be vigilant with your taxpayer dollar. Thank you, Marietta.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marietta.
Thank
Great
you,
job. Thank you. Next, we'll go to item E, consideration approval of out-of-state travel for Cindy Pettis, paralegal, to attend Neighbor Works Training Institute, May 6th through 10th, 2013 in Portland, Oregon. Total estimated travel expenses are $2,022.38. Registration fees are $1,250. Request to travel on actual expenses. Monies are available within the legal budget for fiscal year 2012-2013. Training is necessary in order to obtain certification for housing counseling certification. And I can imagine there is money in the legal department because Brian and Cindy have saved the town of Taos thousands of dollars, and we really appreciate that. So
Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mayor.
hundreds of thousands of dollars. Brian wanted to make sure we heard that. So
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, with this item, we're asking council authorization, as it's required by policy, for you to approve for out-of-state travel. We are sending Ms. Bettis to Oregon to get training on housing counseling certification. You'll recall the one of the links in the chain that broke in our the past or the town's past housing efforts, low and moderate income housing efforts, was the qualification of people into those properties. And the town tried a number of mechanisms for that, including outsourcing that qualification and alternatively trying to do that in-house. Well, as we go forward with our housing plans, we want to make sure and not repeat that mistake. And so it's for that reason that we want to make sure we have on staff someone who can certify, who is certified to certify people getting into those properties. We think the best place for that knowledge and that expertise is in the law department, and so that's why we are wanting to send Ms. Bettis to Oregon. We request your approval.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember.
just one real quick question with regards to the course itself with the certification. Should the town not enter into the housing market, I guess we could kind of say, would she still be able to act as a liaison for us with regards to the private sector and how those would work?
Well, once we have that expertise in-house, yes, I'm sure we'll be asking her to do a whole bunch of things with that.
Okay.
She promises to stay with us for a while.
Any other comments, questions? If not, the pleasure of the council.
Move approval.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. Good luck in that training, Cindy.
Too exciting or not.
Okay, next we will go to item F, approval of concept for a request for proposal for the repurposing of the convention center facilities. Oscar.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, as you know, this is one of the council's top priorities. In fact, it is its top priority. And so with this step, we want to move that priority forward. And what we're attempting to do here is get your input before we publish a request for proposals for the repurposing of the convention center facilities. And I'll give you a quick briefing on that. I'll ask, well, let's see, and I'll ask the two department heads who are involved in that to come forward and just to stand for any questions that you may have, very specific questions you may have there. And what this is, it's an RFP that invites proposals to repurpose the convention center facilities. The critical elements in there, which we have vetted, with community groups and individuals, et cetera, is one that they not ask for any kind of subsidy, et cetera. That whatever they propose, that they will pay for it completely, and with that, they will also accept all responsibility for any capital improvements that should be made on the building. One, two, that they maintain the architectural integrity of the buildings, that they not be so modified that it changes the nature of what's there. That's one thing we heard in our vetting process. Three, that that area still served by some means, and we would leave that up to the proposers, by some means as a public gathering place of some kind, or whether it would be a place that people could rent for public gatherings, or that it would be a place that would be offered for community gatherings, et cetera. We would leave that over to the proposers. The other thing is that as much as that they would ask for a lease, not a purchase, but a lease of no longer than 20 years. From our standpoint, the longer the better. That way we could program things and program at least the arrangements that we have there. But it would not stretch any longer than 20 years. And so those are the critical elements. If I'm leaving something behind, please point that out to me. But those are the most critical elements. And what you have in the RFP is those elements also weighted. And we're recommending to you that those weights that you see there in the backup, so that someone, for example, who proposes to use more of the facilities than fewer of the facilities will be given more points, for example. Those who offer to pay more for whatever they have, and by that means, would generate more revenue for the town, then those would be given more points than those proposals that come back and generate less revenue for the town. And so on and so forth, all the way to the point that, for example, there is one element there that's a very important element, and I do want to make sure and I underscore that for you. And that is that we currently have a big number of people who have reserved space in those facilities from now until December the 7th. Everything from community gatherings to weddings to festivals, things like that. And so we're asking the proposers to take that into account, take those things into account. And and so in their proposals, they would tell us how they're going to address that. If they're going to keep those spaces available so that those commitment dates can be made. If they will compensate them somehow by moving them to another space with agreement of the people who are leasing there, et cetera. And we would leave that up to them. Now, also, this proposal is left. We're leaving it purposefully open-ended, at least for 2 years, so that the proposers can say, look, I will do all of these things, but given what we have to comply with and everything we have to put together, our lease would start, for example, even in July of 2014 or something like that. So that way, if they don't want the way they're going to address all the previous commitments, that they can come back and propose to us, well, this will start in a year, so all those previous commitments can be taken back. And the only thing we would request that the town do is not allow any more bookings between after the 7th. So we are leaving a lot of things open there so that the proposers can be as creative as possible. We have talked to a number of people, a number of groups anyway, that are interested in this, and we've tried to be as transparent with them as possible. The RFP has all the information there, including the capital improvements needs that we see in those facilities. We have also encouraged them, if they could, to come together and propose together, so that we could get one comprehensive thing as opposed to, piecemeal or even proposals that would be really great with certain conditions, but terrible under other conditions, and put us in a situation where we're comparing slightly apples and slightly oranges. And I would add just, I'll conclude my remarks with just one other thing. For your consideration, it is not right now in the proposal very explicit at all, but one of the things that I'd like to get your input on this, and that is to include in the proposal the decision by the council. Of course, this is something that you would decide on as part of the budget, but the decision by the council to relocate the space that we have right now at the recreation space that we lease right now from the church at the Guadalupe gym, relocate those resources to Baton Hall and make that the gym as an option for the proposals that we have there. Because at this point, that's $12,000 that we spend towards that facility, and Baton Hall doesn't generate anywhere near that amount of money, and Baton Hall is in great need of a new roof. There, it's deteriorating to the point that we do fear someday pulling back those the top layers of that roof and finding that there's been a lot more deterioration that we can see, at least from the surface.
Okay.
Anyway, with that, that's my review. We have the two staff members here, two department heads here, who have worked on the RFP to answer any details or technical questions you may have.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions. One would be to provide for public space and public uses. If somebody, for example, like the University of New Mexico, were to take this and repurpose it for student housing, how would that fall into the category of provide for public space and public uses? The other one being is that Baton Hall, with regards to the gym that we rent, is that there was previously a gym in Baton Hall that didn't work because of the limitations of the roof. So, ceiling height, sorry.
Oh.
Not roof, but limitations of the ceiling.
The out of bounds was 1.5 feet away from the walls.
And right now being
Nice.
used for the purpose of what it's used for, I mean, I think we get some great collaboration out of there, and Brian can probably attest to it with regards to the groups that book and use it. I'm sure, I mean, I know it's well appreciated, but I would hate to take it away from something like that. So just, that's one of my main questions, is regard to the provide for public space. How do we dance around that issue? How do we not turn somebody off from wanting to take it?
Well, the public space, just one thing I can think of, I'm hoping that the proposers will be a lot more creative than I am right now, and that is, they could say, well, yes, it'll be student housing, for example, and in that housing there will be a hall, and that people who want to rent that hall to get married or to have events, etc., could rent it from there. That'd be just one of many ways that they could satisfy, or at least they could address that requirement that there be some sort of public access to it. The other part that they could do, for example, is they could propose that this facility, this is one of the many facilities that is included in this RFP, that they could propose that this facility be a council chambers, every second and last Tuesday of the month, and plus a planning and zoning commission meeting, et cetera, that be what it's served as, but otherwise be serve as a theater or some other sort of room that houses an activity that works for them. Again, I'm not in no way prescribing how that would happen. I'm just saying that there are there's just ways that they could address that. And the reason we put that in there is because everybody we talked to said, you've got to maintain some public space to it. I mean, to suddenly allow somebody to come here and sort of close it off for everybody. At least we heard from a lot of people that would be hard to accept for the community, but according to them.
Well, and one thing that Mr. Mayor, if I could, I look at with regards to that, and every time, the budget process comes around and we look at the amount of money we spend towards the convention center and what it brings back to us, I mean, as a city councilor, I have to weigh, what services we provide to the constituents, again, library and the youth and family center, to the convention center, which, if there is one event a year, the offset isn't there.
Right.
So I would rather see the utilization of those resources going somewhere to ensure the viability of the funding of the library, the youth and families.
Indeed, and just to answer your last question, in regards to the Guadalupe gym, going back to Baton Hall to turn that into a gym. Now, I'm only looking at that as the numbers guy here. I mean, I'm just giving you the technical analysis. Your job is to, give it whatever weight you want to give it. We're just looking at I'm just looking at this point is that there used to be two gyms, or excuse me, one used to be a gym, the other one is now a gym. We paid $12,000. Well, $12,000 could over a couple of years could pay for the roofing that's going to have to happen at Baton Hall. And if I might just ask our facilities director here real quickly, how long, in your estimation, do you think we can go with the condition of the roof in Baton Hall, given what we experienced this winter?
Well, I haven't been up on the roof yet. It was wintertime when the first leak came, but from what Julie Scansty, our building superintendent, has told me, it's in bad condition, but in spots. It can be repaired. We have a quote from July of last year for repair, but that's
For how much?
7,500. But that's for the area just above where the major leak was this winter. So, I mean, that's a patch, and so that'll get us that leak fixed. But my concern is you fix that and it pops up somewhere else. So that the roof is very old. It's a Bry roof. It's dried. I've seen the lower parts of the convention center roof over on that side of the street, and they're holding, but they're not going to last for too much longer, too many more years.
Councilman, it was you who brought that very roof to our attention with the.
Well, and I say that with regards, Oscar, because I think if we look at a $12,000, this roof coming from the construction industry goes beyond that amount, because you're dealing with.
Our estimate is how much?
For the repair of that area, 7,000.
No. For the replacement of the roof.
We don't have
your
an estimate
CIP project.
No, we have estimates for the TCA and for the visitor center, but not for the convention center.
Well,
we do have a total for roof replacement, and that's from my previous the gentleman in my position before. I have that in a file over here, but I have to go look.
And I think to consciously look at that from a construction standpoint, there's 4 drainage points out of there, and they're about 6 inches wide. On a 10,000 square foot building, I got bigger access points on my home at 1,900 square feet than that building has on 10,000. So it would take more than just a revamp of a new roof. It would be a whole rework of parapets and everything else. So we're in a tough position. I do recognize that, but I think it'll take a lot more than 12 grand over the course of 10 years to fix that problem.
Councilmember Peralta.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, couple of things is that if you wanted to keep public space, why don't we take this building, Coronado Hall, out of the mix? And this would keep your public access points that we've been using for years for small community events and meetings, rather than trying to get somebody who's going to develop those other facilities across the street, adding those to them. I think since it's already here, it would give them more flexibility to be able to put together whatever they want to in a proposal. The other thing is, why do we have Camino Real building in this group?
We were just, again, including all of the convention center facilities, so that people would have the option of taking all parts or just a few. And to answer your first question.
No, but I mean, how is the Camino Real building used as the convention center?
No, I think you meant town-owned. So the buildings in the vicinity of the convention center for.
Well, there's more than that. We've
Right,
got
there's
UNM across the street over here in the.
And maybe a police department sometime soon. as
Yeah,
well.
we got the police department building too.
Well, look,
Don't bring up
we're
that
just,
one, please.
we're just, we're
But
just.
I'm just,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
asking the question because, you know, in talking about the convention center, I think of, okay, it could be Coronado Hall, Don Fernando Hall, and the two buildings across the street, but I don't consider the other ones as being, having been used for convention facilities as being part of that mix. But if we want to keep something open, I think that this building would be the one that you would want to keep out of the mix. And then the other thing is if we take some of those other buildings that we have staff in or departments in, we'd have to find a place for them. And that's not discussed in the RFP or I mean in the backup information.
Yeah, well, we put all those buildings in there again to allow for greater flexibility and to, how should I say, start from the long list. So if you want to cut any of those out, that would be, I mean, that's why we bring it to you here to see, you know, how, to test exactly what the limits of that was. As I had heard from you, all these facilities cost us a lot of revenue. Let's see what we can repurpose. But as to your question, why not take out the Don Fernando Hall, which, by the way, is the only facility.
Coronado.
This is the only facility that this is the facility that is best prepared. How shall I say that needs the least amount of capital improvement. This is like we'd be taking out the good one. If you
But why keep one that we need to put a lot of money in?
Well, another reason we didn't, we put it in there, Councilman, is because from some of the people some of the interested parties that we heard, this is the only one that they're interested in.
I can understand that, but in one selfish way is, what do we do with council meetings?
Well,
For instance, there was one that was interested in the process, and we told her that we were gonna make the RFP available, and her idea was to utilize all of this area and make it available to council chambers, as a council chambers. And this would be a training thing or whatever. But that's what they're, of course, all of this is subject to council approval, but that's what she was looking at.
Right.
Others have been, interested in the fact that it lends itself to training facilities now as it is. And some of them have said, well, this and maybe a part of that. So
Yeah, we don't know.
We're looking at what's the best, and the council may very well say, we're not gonna let this one go.
Well, no chance I'm going to come back and recommend to you a proposal that costs us more. I mean, the whole objective, and we put it front and center in the RFP, we want to save and, in fact, if it's possible, generate some revenues from this, generate lease revenues from this. So, right, any proposal that makes us invest in a whole new council chambers, such that it'll cost us more to do that than this, I will recommend to you that we not approve anything like that. And so it could very well be that what comes out of this is no proposal that is acceptable. And we may have to rework that. But for sure, we wanted to do it right now. There are a number of interests out there that are just a little concerned that if it goes too long, then they may be out of play here. And so for them, you know, we're trying to move it as fast as possible, as well as I wanted to respond to your priority that we do something about this fiscal year, and it will take us some time. We're thinking, you know, by May, we can potentially have a recommended, if something's acceptable, we could bring to you in May someone we would recommend get the lease. But I've also left it the way that the RFP is crafted right now, that someone could propose something that says, look, this won't start for a year from now, and so that everybody who's there now, and so everything we need to do to put all our pieces in place, we'll need a whole year for that to happen, and so therefore, you know, our proposal is won't start until July 1, 2014. So there's a lot of flexibility in here. I would love to get any input, any changes that you have here for us to meet the deadline that I just mentioned to you, which is May the 14th. Bring it to you for May the 14th. We would need to publish this RFP notice in the paper next Thursday. So, and the deadline for us to get something in the paper for next Thursday, a week from now?
By Friday.
By this Friday.
This Friday, yes.
Well, I apologize for the short notice, but again, here you have it. It is complicated. There's a lot of moving parts here.
Excuse me, Oscar, actually it would be Thursday because we're not open on Friday.
Closed Friday.
Spring day.
There you go. It is we're being very ambitious here, indeed, in every respect.
Councilmember Abeyta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Oscar, and Matt and Steve. I looked at the RFP, and I think in general terms, the RFP is fine the way it's written. As Councilmember Peralta was pointing out, I'm reluctant, just like he is, to give up Coronado Hall, especially council chambers. It ought to be available to us on short notice basis as well as scheduled basis. If we keep Coronado Building out of the equation, it makes up all the rooms here, Tausenio, Alcalde, et cetera. It makes all these rooms available for public events. Indeed, they would be smaller public events. If we let Baton Hall and Rio Grande Hall go, of course, that would rule out big events, i.e. weddings. That's not necessarily a bad thing because there are other venues in Taos to accommodate weddings. But let's remember, folks, that there's two key purposes for doing this. One is to increase the utilization rate of these buildings, and number two is to be self-sufficient, whether we're doing it or a contractor's doing it. Right now, these buildings are very marginally used. They cost us a lot of money. As Councilmember Gonzalez just told me here, maybe Camino Real building, maybe we ought to hand that over to UNM for $1. You know, let UNM have it. They use it, they need it, we don't need it. And they take it over, and it's their building, and they maintain it and operate it, et cetera. So we really got to get out of the convention center business where we have all these facilities, and they're very poorly utilized, and yet we have major capital improvement projects that are coming up on the horizon that we have to incur the cost. It's just not a good way to run a business. We need to run the town as a business. In the past, we had the liberty to run it more as a, hey, we have all these buildings available for people, but we're not in those types of environments more and more. Dollars have shrank, and we just can't afford to have all these buildings sitting there not being used and requiring maintenance, requiring staffing. And so I fully support moving forward with the RFP. And as you stated, Oscar, as the responses come in, that could very well help the council to shell out what is it exactly that we want. But that's my input on it.
If I may, just real quickly respond to one of your questions. Or I don't know if it was a question, but we hope UNM is one of the proposers. Yeah, you bet. So,
Actually, if I may, the folks from UNM have expressed interest in these buildings, and they're actually one of the biggest users right now.
Oh, by the way, Mr., I just remembered something, and that is in Bataan, if you take the carpet out, that floor needs to be replaced if you make it a gym. That's one of the reasons that we got rid of it as a gym. We couldn't afford at that time, about $80,000 to replace that wooden floor. it has had a number of floods in it.
And for the listening audience, also, Camino Real building is the judges, the municipal court next door. Councilmember Silva.
I just wanted to say, I think I'm fine with this RFP, the way it's written. I'm just curious to see what kind of responses we get as a whole. So I'm okay with it.
And although it's written, we can also
can
decide that it's not in the best interest of the town based on the respondents that we get.
We can also set it up just to, you know, have options.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, one last thing is I really think that in Rio Grande and Bataan Hall that there shouldn't be a provision in the RFP for public space.
Oh, yeah, yeah, we'll make clear that if they propose something that in the general package that would happen, doesn't mean that every specific building would have to do it. Again,
But that would be if you had one taker for all the buildings. I'm saying that if I was looking at those two buildings, I would want to have the flexibility of, if I was gonna turn them into dormitories, they'd be dormitories. And not have to have public space in there, which could compromise the security of the individual staying there as well. And that may be an issue.
And maybe
This world that we're living in today is kind of crazy. So I'm just thinking that the flexibility needs to be there for people who want to develop those. If that's the case, I don't know what they want to use them for. I have no idea at this point. But
okay,
I just think that we have enough in this building that if somebody was to take this building, we say you have to use it, make it available for public space as well. That would cover your request.
or we could just say, would it be acceptable to you, Councilman, if we were to simply just deem dormitories to be public space? By that,
Well, I think that if it is used for public can be subjective depending on how the proposal is based. But I hear what Councilmember Plata is saying, but I think at that point, once we receive a proposal, and if that proposal in and of itself outweighs the public interest, we can surely say that we're gonna go this despite of that, even though it was required, but because of the nature, as long as we word the RFP in a way that it will not be solely based on one or another, you're just giving weighted points on that.
Yeah.
I think we can do that legally.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, with regards to having the language in the RFP, I would just not want it to be as a deterrent to anybody that would consider.
then
doing
we'll
it. So,
remove
I
that
mean-
we'll remove that as a requirement, because there are like these threshold requirements, and then there's the weighted. So if the sense I'm getting from the council is to remove that as a requirement, it's gone. Okay.
Do it as a weighted, yes.
Okay. So we'll weight it. It won't be a threshold requirement. All right.
Okay. Any other concerns? If not, entertain a motion to approval as discussed and recommended by the council.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. Next, we will go to Facility Service Department Review, Facility Service PowerPoint presentation on the department's duties, responsibilities, the resources it manages to accomplish them, the levels of service achieved, and the related issues.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, Council, what we have here is then the continuation of our presentations on the performance at each of the departments. We did kind of get behind there with a couple of departments, and so for that reason, you're seeing two of the major departments come before you today, which is Facility Services and Youth and Family Center. Who's not here with us tonight is Abigail Adame, our Assistant Town Manager, because she had to attend a traditional religious function. And so it conflicted with her today, but it's Ms. Adame who helps the departments get their presentations in the shape that you see them here tonight. So in her absence, we're gonna have Mr. Kennebeck make a presentation directly by himself.
Mr. Mayor, council member, Mr. Manager, thank you for this opportunity. It was 5 months ago that I first came up here and spoke with you, and it's been a very long 5 months. And I've learned a lot about our
Is that a
department.
good thing or a bad thing?
It's a very good thing.
Okay.
Yes. I've learned to say I'm a Taoseño with, I think, the right accent. But let's move on. Oh, am I going to do it? Okay. I pressed it once. You did that. So I've noticed that a lot of my colleagues have put on the front page a little personalization for their department. So what I've added to ours is a tagline that I brought with me from Philadelphia: smarter, faster, better. And that is the way I try to get our staff, the staff in my department, to approach the work they do. It's smarter. It's 3 words. It's easy for them to grasp. It's on the top of our agendas for our weekly meetings. Smarter means don't just come to work with your strong back, come to work with your brain and put it to use while you're here. Give us suggestions. I'll take suggestions from anybody to improve the way we do things. Faster means, an old Army saying of mine is a little sense of purpose goes a long way. And so I'm trying to instill that in the folks that work in our department. And better means take some pride in your work, try to show the best work you can do and make the town look as good as possible. So our duties and responsibilities, this is the format for all the departments. So the Convention Center division, we have 5 divisions. They stage events. So we're talking about the Convention Center for conferences, workshops, council meetings, and other social gatherings, wedding receptions, baby showers, etc. The staff
And the occasional convention.
And there is one convention for this year scheduled, and that's the Municipal League. So we also, the staff of the Convention Center provide services to the tenants in the Convention Center, the high altitude athletics, the Veterans Office. They assist with the judges and the judge chambers of the Northern New Mexico University and UNM. And snow removal. And the counselor left, but he was interested in how often snow removal shows up in my presentation. I was going to give him a little credit. The staff here clear the parking lots of the Convention Center and the adjacent public spaces, the sidewalks and exit areas. And then listed here is the Manage the Arts and Culture District contract. Because I come under the Convention Center on payroll, I listed that there. Oscar Rodriguez asked me when I first got here to take over the contract for the ACD that Cindy Spray has, that we have with Cindy Spray. Bill, I've already forgotten his name, the former planning director had that contract, and because he was leaving, I took it over.
Bill's good enough.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. And I attend the Arts and Culture District Board meetings. It was with them. I also vetted the RFP terms with other groups. And through them, I had a meeting last week with the plaza merchants. I had 26 merchants show up last week, and I introduced them to our staff, to the supervisors, and I gave them a spreadsheet of all the work that's done by town staff. I heard several comments that we don't see them down there, and we don't know what they do. So I invited them to come visit, to meet them, and gave them a spreadsheet of all the things we do. And I think they went away impressed with what we do down there on the plaza. The next division is the Parks Division. We maintain parks and public space in the town of Taos, and there you see a list of those areas that the Parks Division maintains. Those that aren't parks, they're listed because they clear snow from them, which you see down below there. The Parks Division does parking lots where French's people do roads and streets. We do the parking lots and sidewalks and those types of areas. The Visitor Center was, I think, at one point under the Assistant Town Manager, but since I've arrived, I've been asked to take that into our department, and we've done that. They're great people to work with. Joni Griffin was right, and they're just amazing. I go and visit with them as often as I can, and they do a great job with over 100,000 visitors a year. I think last year was 105,000 almost. They promote Taos businesses, and they do that well, and they sell local products. I'm sure you've all been in there. They have a wonderful display of local art, and they also sell, not surprising, they sell a lot of Town of Taos merchandise, coffee cups, T-shirts, refrigerator magnets. The facilities division maintains 69 facilities the town owns. They also do repairs of those facilities. They work on capital improvement projects either by conducting them themselves directly or by managing contractors. They work daily on the Taos Plaza doing repairs to anything that needs fixing, lighting, benches, any kind of fixed structure. They recently did for the memorial, the wall around the memorial there on the plaza, it didn't have a walkway before, and it was kind of it was cited as a problem, and so they created 2 openings in the wall and created steps there, which I think makes it more inviting. They do snow removal as well to town facilities, and these 28 leases are the leases the town has, and they come under our facilities. As you can see, the breakdown there, 4 of them generate revenue of $80,000. 5 of them are expenses to us, and those are the parking lots. And then there are 19 in-kind service leases. So those are nonprofits generally, like CAB, Ancianos, that provide a service in kind for their rent. Then we have the custodial and landscaping division. There's 3 women that do this, and they're amazing. They clean 7 town of Taos offices, facilities each day. They do landscaping and irrigation. It was a job we needed done that was being done by.
Yeah, no, just to be real sure here, though, in the town of Taos, if you want your office vacuumed, you got to do it yourself.
Yes, sir.
The town manager, yes, vacuums his office.
I vacuum mine.
Happy to do.
So yeah, with just 3 people, it's hard with all these facilities we have. If we
So all
expect
you do is the
them to do all that
hallways
work.
and the bathrooms, right?
They do the common areas. They do bathrooms. They do trash removal. They do dusting, and then they do special projects. They do like deep carpet cleaning and those types of things. They do the landscaping and irrigation, the special projects. They help out with other divisions and other departments. The Taos Plaza and La Loma Plaza, they do the landscaping too, and then they do snow removal as well. Our resources. For the convention center, we have 6 full-time employees. We have 4 staff that are full-time employees that manage the convention center facility, and then myself and our administrative coordinator are the other 2 that you see there. The assets we list are just the facilities of the convention center. They have 1 truck, and they have the furniture and equipment that goes with the convention center. We really don't have that much, and much of it's old, and our AV equipment is old and out of date. The facility staff is 7 people. They have 5 service trucks, snow plows that go with them, and tools and equipment, and then we have a scissor lift that's always in high demand. They were in the library today changing out lights. Parks Division has 6 people. They have 3 trucks. They have the snow plows that go with them. They have a tractor, which is in the shop. It's old, it's worn out. We had to get the gears fixed on it. They have a mower and tools and equipment to manage the park facilities. Custodial has two vehicles and some cleaning equipment and landscaping equipment. And then the visitor center has 6 full-time employees, and this is further to what Councilman Aveda said earlier. We just recently had a resignation from the visitor center staff. It was an administrative person, and we made the decision to not fill that position and assume her duties with other staff. It's going to be difficult to do, but we're going to do it. They have 2 vehicles there. We just turned one in. It was an ADA van we weren't using, so we turned it in. And the Taos merchandise that I mentioned earlier. It's at any given time approximately $55,000 in value, and it's there for resale. Our resources and budgets, budgets and revenue for the facility services general fund. We have expenditures of $1,286,965, and you'll see the graph below that shows how that's spent. There's 55% for wages, 43% for operations and maintenance. Then the revenues for the facility services are $25,000 in revenue from the convention center. That's how much we get in revenue from the convention center in 1 year. $7,000 for parks. That revenue comes from the banners you see on the wall and up above the highway, as well as user fees for the plaza and for the parks. And then the leases are it's the University of New Mexico, and these the lease is primarily here around the convention center. So that's where that 80,000 is from.
So for 69 town-owned buildings, we're getting $80,000 total revenue.
Well, we don't lease that many though.
Well, that's what I mean.
Right.
That's.
Yes, for all the facilities we have, we get $80,000 revenue. Yeah, that's
Many
the
of them are
point. Yes, sir.
provided as a service to the
Right.
community, such as Los Ancianos.
Right. So
That
there-
we maintain out of our budget.
We do major repairs,
Yes.
but fortunately,
because of
we have as a stipulation in most of our leases that the repairs, the general repairs are the responsibility of the tenant.
Which is likely for most tenants, but major repairs still
Right.
come out of our budget.
Capital improvements and major repairs come from us, yes, sir.
That's significant.
Yeah. So the visitor center has expenditures of $393,552. Their revenues are the lodger's tax of $293,380. And then the sales, which you'll notice are higher than the convention center, are those, we get sales of Taos town products, and we get for a percentage of the art that we sell for local artists, we get, I think, 25%. And so that amount is 43,000. Here's our capital improvement project budget. So the first two are for maintenance and repairs. The first one for facilities, almost 70,000, and the other is almost 78,000. And this money is used to do repairs and maintenance. It's not really for capital improvements. So we are moving it this next fiscal year and this next budget from our capital budget to our operating budget. So you'll see that change in our budget request for the operating money. Convention Center, the 150,000 was originally designated to replace the vigas between Rio Grande and Baton Halls. We think they're going to be okay for a while. They're in bad shape, but they're not structural. So you have given approval for us to reallocate that money for our new roof for the TCA and for the visitor center. And we're working on that. The Camino Real, 18,000 is actually a payment for the building. We bought it from the Forest Service, and we have annual payments, and they're coming out of this budget. We have two more. We made one this year, and there are two more after this.
Councilmember Peralta?
Question for you, does UNM reimburse us for that?
Well, they pay rent, but they don't pay the real
No,
estate.
no, I understand, but how much rent do they pay?
I don't have that number right on the top of my head, but it's significant. They're paying market rate where they're not paying in kind of any kind.
So this is our subordination.
So they pay enough to pay the payment on the building?
It could be close. I'd have to check and come back to you on that. I would think they would.
And you say we have two more payments?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The park restrooms, those are for Kit Carson Park. We're having a hard fit for that. We can either get one that's very around 36,000. If we try to get two, it'll exceed our amount, and we don't really have much to stretch there. So we're looking at a good combination of what to do with that.
And on that note, part of the promoter that's bringing Mumford and Sons, they're asking if that cannot happen until after, because of the space.
What is the date?
It's June 5th, I believe.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, so
Okay.
so that's one of the, I just wanted to bring up when Edgemond.
We're making do with what's there. It's just it does need to be improved, but it doesn't have to be improved immediately. So then the library carpet, you heard earlier that job is done. I skipped Don Fernando Hall. That's the high altitude athletics renovation that was done on time and under budget. And the library carpet job was done with a little delay, about a week delay, but also under budget. So we've taken the remainder of the Don Fernando Hall renovation and the library carpeting job, and we're putting it towards the police renovations for the police move into town hall. So we were lucky there. The dump truck is ordered. It's in Albuquerque. It's getting the bed put on it. That's to replace a very worn out truck that the Parks Division has. And then we have two grants. The relief grant is for trees to be planted in Kit Carson Park. We're going to plant 47 trees this April, next month, if everything works out right. We're having difficulty finding the trees that we want. We're working with Paul Brian Jones, the arborist. And then irrigation that we need is gonna cost a lot more than was expected, so we're working on that. Clean and Beautiful is a grant for hiring young people to do neighborhood cleanups, and that's I think an ongoing program we've had here, and it seems to work out quite well. Gilbert Martinez runs it. Moving on from the budgets.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Question real quick. With that regards to the Clean and Beautiful grant, are we stipulated on the, I mean, Little League comes every year and asks us for money. Is there a way that we could allocate some of the grant funding to having them maintain some of the park with that fund?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I know that it's
an interesting idea. Gosh.
But I think it has to be put towards like beautification and like cleaning things up, not for operations of an activity. But you know, I could check with Miranda and find out.
Okay.
But just so you'll know, though, Councilman, that idea we intend to kick off to some extent anyway. We're going to meet with Little League well before the season this year and ask them to take over the maintenance or the cleaning of the dugouts. I know, I guess a lot of you also play baseball, but when I was in Little League, one of the basic things we learned was to keep the dugout clean for whoever came back later. And it was only when we were really mean to the team coming in that we left trash in there.
Well, and Councilmember Peralta just, made a good analogy too, is that Clean and Beautiful grant, he had asked to be allocated and used for graffiti cleanup also. I don't know what the ability is we have to, through imposition of community service hours, to get allocation to do that as well.
That's coming in the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm ahead of you.
That's quite all right. We'll get there. So level of service. Before I click onto this one, this was the toughest nut to crack with my staff. I tried to get them involved in doing this, so I didn't just do this presentation myself. And I also presented it to my department, everyone that works for us first. And just the idea and the concept of performance management and measurable service levels was surprisingly foreign to them. So what you're going to see here, much of this is baseline because we don't have any data really on how we've done up to this point. So with the convention center, we've got 659 events scheduled through the end of the fiscal year so all the dates you'll hear are from the fiscal year. So from July of last year to July of this year, or June of this year. So, and those are comprised of weddings and conference and trainings, just like we said. And so the service level standard is to set up one day prior and tear down the next day, by the next day. And we're just, I'll be completely honest, guesstimating that 75% is our level now. And that's primarily because sometimes they happen at night or on weekends and they aren't able to get to it right away. And so to save overtime, we just get to it the next business day. We're going to improve that, but that's where we are now. The maintenance per schedule, we have, one of the things you'll see later, we've instituted performance appraisals, or we've gotten them done for everyone. And for the managers, it was to come up with preventive maintenance schedules so that we aren't just doing things without any kind of plan. So where you see per schedule, that's where I'm implementing with them to have routine scheduled maintenance done. Cleaning and repairs for the convention center done every day as needed, and landscaping for the areas outside the convention center is done 3 times a week seasonally. And they also we do snow removal the same day. Facilities division is to maintain and repair our facilities, and again, that's by schedule, and we don't even have here like a service level set for them, but it is regularly scheduled maintenance that we're moving to. What I'm trying to get move from reactive maintenance where we wait till something breaks and fixes it and fix it, and then instead have scheduled maintenance so that maybe things won't break. So we're working on that, and it's coming. Work orders, we have 698 completed within 24 hours, and that's a pretty good solid number. We don't have a good system to track it, but we know that that's pretty true. If they don't get to it or get it completed within 24 hours, they've at least addressed it. And if they don't have it fixed within 24 hours, it's because we need parts or we first assess the issue and decide it needs to be done by a contractor.
Now, you may see this number next year jump up quite a bit because we still have the problem in this department and in other departments that a lot of work is done without it being recorded.
No
I mean,
tracking,
Somebody
right.
makes a phone call and it gets done, which is good, but there's just no way to track it and make whoever was accountable to it, et cetera. So this number may jump later as we get better at this.
Right. Well, and it's important that we can actually track what we're doing and what's costing us money and where. And I think I've conveyed that to the managers, to the supervisors in my department. There's the snow removal for facilities, it's same day, and this just gives you a sense of where they do it. Most of our snow removal is either parking lots or shoveling, actually physically shoveling sidewalks and stuff. For the next division, Parks Division, we do a site inspection of the 70 acres of parkland that we have, and that's done daily. And by site inspection, we mean someone physically goes and looks at our two major parks, Baca and Kit Carson, and looks for such things as fallen trees, graffiti, anything that's broken, lights that are out. And so they do that daily. We maintain 3 baseball and soccer fields daily from, seasonally April from October. And we are going to get with both the Little League and with the soccer folks and try to instill in them. We're going to set some rules and say, we need, when your game's done, you get to clean up after yourselves. And I'm going to be the one to convey that message to them. Taos Plaza, they maintain daily trash cleaning, trash removal, any kind of cleaning, graffiti, whatever they might notice that needs doing. Same with La Loma, but just on a less frequent basis, 3 times a week. They go to the visitor center and in season and do the grass and pull weeds. They do the banners on both the fence and the highway. That's the number there for how many we do a year or this current year. And that's where they get the $7,000 in revenue you saw earlier. They stage events, the Parks Division on the plaza and in the parks, and their new service standard, which we also don't have numbers on. This is the base year, is to set up one day, have everything ready to go the one day prior, and have it torn down and ready for business after the next day. There are 17 events scheduled from the last fiscal year, from the beginning of the fiscal year through last Friday. So there's 17 major events. And snow removal, this is where these guys do the plowing of the parking lots, and we're saying they'll do same day removal, and then if it continues to snow, we wait till there's 2 more inches before we go back and do it again, so that we aren't spending too much time and gas running around just plowing nothing. The custodial division cleans the 7 town facilities daily. They do landscaping and irrigation 3 times a week once the season kicks in, and those are the facilities. They do landscaping and irrigation too that you see there. The visitor center greets and assists visitors with 2 people, and they're open 7 days a week, all year round. They close 3 days out of the year, which I think is just amazing. This is bullet below them is something new they've created. It was their idea at the visitor center to come down into the Arts and Culture District, the Historic District, and visit with teams of 2 all the merchants and on the plaza and in the Arts and Culture District to get a sense of what they do, what they sell, when they're open, what their specials are, what they'd like the visitor, what the merchants would like the visitors to tell them. And they captured all this in a spreadsheet, and it's now in a database, so they can access it there at the visitor center. And when we had the meeting last week with the plaza merchants, they were very happy to see the folks from the visitor center coming into their stores and asking these questions. We also made it clear to them that the visitor center is a resource for them. So, and to use it as much as they want, to stop by with specials on sales or whatever. And if they even want to, they can add some other merchandise to the visitor center store and go with that. The special events get to arts shows.
Yeah, the visitor center, I just resist a little bit harping on this, but it is important to point out, you hear me point this out in a lot of other areas that we do, but the visitor center does not discriminate in any way with regards to location. If they ask about Red River, if they ask about Angel Fire, if they ask about anything in the county or inside the town limits, they will give them the information and they will recommend those places. We don't hold back. We don't just market Taos. And so Here you have just one other area where the little town is providing a major marketing service to a much bigger population. In this case, not just the county, but the whole entire Enchanted Circle. And I would dare say that that point, that visitor center, is the big entryway for people looking for information as they come in here. The big entryway for the entire Enchanted Circle, whether it's the obscure breweries in the middle of the mountains, you have to go 4 miles, etc. They have that information there, and they'll get you there. And we do it all on our shoulders, only our shoulders.
I do encourage them to upsell Taos, though. One other thing they do, and they didn't make it on here, is they now host the Taos County Chamber of Commerce. They have relocated back into the visitor center. That's one of the leases we have, and they've integrated in quite well. They all get along. We're glad to have them there, and it's working out well.
Just to be sure, it's the place that they occupy is the office that Kathy Conley used to occupy, etc. In exchange for that space, it's a short-term lease. That lease will be coming to you for approval by the end of the year. But in exchange for that, they publish, as part of the system that we built for our marketing, they publish the results of our marketing efforts, so everybody can see how it's going. So if people somehow don't believe that we are getting the bang for the buck that we should be getting with our marketing investment, that's the part of the system that we're building to make sure that there's accountability and more people know about it.
And the times I've mentioned that the Chamber of Commerce is back in the visitor center, everyone goes, well, wow, that's great. That's where they ought to be. Our strategic overview. So our strengths and our mind is that we have integrated work teams, and by that I mean our divisions, the staff in our divisions work together on a daily basis. When there's a need in the parks, the guys from the convention center will go over it. When we need some help with the library needed help and moving books when the carpet job came through, and off they went. So I think it's a really good point, and me being new to the department, to see that the staff work with each other very well. I don't have to tell them, they just do it. They offer their help for each other. We provide a wide range of services. We do everything from roofs to selling posters to staging events on the plaza to plowing snow. I mean, we just do a lot of stuff. I'm amazed at what all we do. And then another strength for us is the completion of performance appraisals for all staff. We have that's very important to me. I think performance appraisals are a great management tool for staff. And then I've tried to convince them that it's a good tool for them as well. It just kind of lets them know where they stand, lets them know what we, the managers, the supervisors, and I think of their job. And there's something demonstrable. You can look at what your performance appraisal rating is and know where you stand. So we've gotten that in place, and I think they understand the value of it. Our weaknesses are a lack of professional development. There's almost no money in our budgets. You know, as we cut things, one of the first things to go is some money for training and for professional development, and that's the case with us in our department. Insufficient work order system gets to, we have a very unusual system here in that there's an email that you send that comes to us, and it's just an Excel spreadsheet. And so we get a work order, we have that, but it's not captured in any kind of database. So it gets printed out over in the yard and goes in a file. So it's a paper file drawer. So we don't really have a good way with the way we're doing it now of tracking the work we do. So we're looking into how to make that better. The next one's kind of jumbled in the way it's worded, but the overextended workload for parks makes it hard to meet our service levels, gets to the issue of Eco Park and what to do with it. When I got here, the counselor's gone, but he said it was under a fog of litigation, and to kind of let that play out before we really did anything with it. Now the settlement's coming close and spring is coming, and we've kind of realized we have another park on our hands, and there's nothing in this current year budget to address that. So there's no extra operating money to run the park, and there's not any more staff. So we just added another park without any kind of resources to put towards it. So I see that as a weakness. So we have more, we're gonna try to address it, but that's the problem now. Decline of revenue from the convention center. I don't have numbers, exact numbers, but I'm told that in years past, the convention center made a whole lot more money than it does now. And so at 25,000, that's not hard to question. For threats, we have aging facilities and equipment. This is something you all know. They're just without a lot of, the next one is the deferred maintenance. Without some capital improvements, the buildings are gonna age much faster than they would normally. And the equipment we have to care for these things is also aging, and we don't have a lot of money for replacement for that either. So that's gonna be a problem. The beavers at Fred Baca Park. When I first got here, Gilbert, in a Friday staff meeting with the supervisor, said, well, we got problems with the beavers at Baca Park. And I thought he was pulling my leg, and the new guy, beavers. But it's true. They've felled several trees by doing what beavers do, but they fell right across elevated the walkway through the wetland, and it's closed now, and it's gonna have to remain closed until we can fix it or replace it. I mean, there's several areas where they just mangled the supports that you use to walk through and the walkway itself. So it's at a point now where it's not safe for the public to use. And so we estimate that it'll take $75,000 to replace the entire thing. We can probably fix the parts that are broken for considerably less, but then you're left with a very old walkway with an expensive repair. It was put in, I understand, by the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, so we're gonna approach them and see if they have any kind of solution or some kind of way they can work with us to put it back into service. But as it stands now, it's gonna have to stay closed for a while. Opportunities, repurpose the convention center. So we've talked about this tonight already. If it'll free up a lot of budget money and time and effort that goes into it. Working with Taos County counterparts, that's one of my things I'm trying to do. And one of the things the chief and I are working on is from what Oscar tells me from your direction, to make graffiti and graffiti abatement a high top priority. And we're doing that. We had this afternoon our first stakeholders meeting with members of the public, with the utilities, we did manage to get the director of the detention center for the county to come, and we're thinking of using detention work crews to do graffiti abatement, to do litter pickup, and the Taos County jail folks are on board with that and working with us. We're trying to get the planning office, the code enforcement for graffiti abatement, to work with us, and we're going to continue to do that. I've also engaged the county extension agent to help with tree planting and with other gardening things. There's the Master Gardener program that comes under the county extension office, and I'm trying to tap them to help us with volunteer work. And that's where the public came in. We just finished the tire mulch replacement at Kit Carson Park, and that was mainly done, a lot with our staff, but also with volunteers from the community. And it went really well, and it's a good example of how to use volunteers to get some of the work done that we've got to do. So here's our work plan. The strategic focus is to stabilize the department and integrate the visitor center. So when I started, Oscar asked me to kind of get the facilities department folks stabilized and working together, and we're working on that, and I think it's going well. In the visitor center, they kind of feel like, they're like, I don't know, the redheaded stepchild of the town, because they've kind of been passed around from one department to the other, one other kind of. So they're part of us now. They attend our meetings, they attend our, we've got a couple of social gatherings, and then they come to that. And so we have our weekly supervisor meetings at the visitor center, so they see them. So I think they're coming along. I think they feel like they're part of our department now, and we're happy to have them, and that's working out well. I mentioned this part earlier, the reactive versus proactive maintenance. It's really big for me. If we're ever gonna, we need to get a handle on the maintenance of our buildings, and right now we really, literally just wait until something breaks and go fix it. And I'm really trying very hard to get away from that so that we're doing maintenance as opposed to repairs. And then focus on revenue. We understand the need to try to bring in money as much as we can. We're going to look at what we charge for fees for services that we provide now and see if we can raise some of the fees. And then Oscar mentioned earlier about the parking. So the Chief Koch and I are looking at parking. We've talked to several parking experts already, and we think we may have a plan on how to raise parking revenue. And then here's our list of projects. So renovate the town hall space and relocate the police department. This idea came up since I got here. I think it's a great idea. I think we've located a good place in town hall to put the police department. It's underway. We have the work started in the back part of the town hall where the legal office is to move planning to, and then we have finally the architecture plans for the planning department. They're approved. The plans are down with CID for approval of the permits, and it's well underway. And then next we have replace the TCA and Visitor Center roof. So this is something we've now that we know what funding we have for it, we're working, Julie Scansey and I are working to get estimates to get both the roofs replaced. The trees I mentioned earlier, 47 trees for Kit Carson Park and the irrigation that goes with them. This is part of the relief grant. We're shooting to do this at the end of April. I think we're on track. We've had some trouble, as I said earlier, about trying to locate the trees, but I think we've got that under control now. And I think it'll be a great addition to the park. They'll go in the back of the park near the end where the old tennis courts are, and back towards the end of the baseball fields on that walkway and along the back fence. And I think it'll make it look much nicer. I've been asked to take the lead on the Municipal League Conference so that we have the event come off successfully. We've got team captains we're calling them team captains, from the department directors to take on specific elements of the event. We had several meetings with the folks in Santa Fe. I think we've got just about everything nailed down as far as what's going to happen. I mentioned earlier we have a bad work order system, so we're going to work on improving that. We may not need to buy any kind of software or do anything. We just need to find a better way to track what we do, and so we're going to do that.
I think, just looking, there is software available.
Right.
For building maintenance and tracking repairs.
Oh, yeah, there is, yes.
But, look see what, it may be worth the investment.
Well, I know
into
that
tool.
Yes,
that
sir.
we need.
French mentioned that he needed one as well for his department, so maybe we could go in together on
Sure.
it or something.
I would look at that.
Yeah. And then lastly, one thing Julie Scansey and I are doing is just to get a sense of what condition the buildings are in. We created like a checklist or inspection sheet for each, a standard one, and we're going to go building by building to the town-owned buildings and do an assessment of them. Exterior, interior, major systems, roof, and then I'll have a better sense of where we are, and what that will also get us to is reconciling the two lists for properties that the town has. There's one for fixed assets that finance has, and there's another insurance has that's and they don't really match up that well. So we're gonna try to fix that. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I really appreciate it. Any comments or questions? You have a large department with a lot of issues that need to be addressed that are crucial issues. So.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to address, Steve, I do like the idea that you're fostering I guess the unusual work week, that it's not, always an 8 to 5 job that we possess here at the town. And, I think we need to provide the service to the constituents at the time that they're utilizing, because most people don't have the luxury of being an 8 to 5 entity themselves. So I like the fact that you're moving to that, and I think it's direction that we've given to staff also to start getting every other department on board to go that route. So thank you for recognizing that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question. Towards the end of your presentation, you mentioned planting of some trees at Kit Carson Park. In talking with Gilbert in the past, he's indicated to me that the sprinkler system or irrigation system At the point of where it enters into by the pumps, we have good pressure, but at the time, the point where it's supposed to deliver the water, we're substantially lower. Have you identified some potential leaks, or what's the status on that?
Well, I think we looked at it some more, and we've had a couple of people come in and give estimates. One of the CIP requests I put in for this next year is that the main pump for the system is ancient. I'll just say it is old. We don't even know how old it is, but I'd put it at least 40 years old. And there's that, and then there's the pressure tank itself, which is also old, that I think was there from when it was an ice rink. So they're old pieces of equipment, and those I think are what's causing the low pressure. And so they haven't identified any leaks. Those would be fairly easy to spot. There need to be wet areas around where they are, or something growing a lot better than the other areas around it. We've had, as a result of this tree planting, a number of irrigation companies come in to do estimates for the irrigation for the trees we're going to plant. So it hasn't. There hasn't been. They say that the irrigation lines themselves are good. So I'm encouraged by that. I don't think it's an irrigation line. I think it's probably the pump or the pressure tank that's causing the low pressure.
Okay, yeah, he just indicated to me that you had good pressure starting out, but that would make sense if your pressure tank and your pump are old, not functioning well.
So I'm encouraged by the fact that no one's has come to look at it to give us the estimate for the new irrigation lines that said this isn't going to work because of your pump and your tank, but we're watching it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Not, we'll move on. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next, we'll go to item H, Youth and Family Center Department Review, PowerPoint presentation. Brian, are you still with us? Welcome, Brian.
How excited you all are today.
I'll spare all introductions so that we can quickly jump into the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, Mr. Town Manager. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to begin this evening by extending a very heartfelt thank you from our community. I hear it every day, how blessed we are in a town of our size to have a wonderful youth and family center. And it's the vision of previous administrations. Mayor Peralta began under yours. Andrew Gonzalez, your mom was a part of it, but a lot of people wanted me to tell you guys, thank you very, very much. We are truly blessed to have the Youth and Family Center. And Mayor, thank you tonight for your generosity. Your business is a good town partner to us and what we do, and thank you.
Sure.
So, the Youth and Family Center really exists to serve our community, and that's what it is. It's an asset in our community which enhances our quality of life, and it's an economic driver. Anecdotally, I'd like to tell you that I hear from a lot of people who move to town, and they come there to preview our recreation facilities, and it's a big thing in their decision to move here. We have a number of professionals at the hospital that get recruited into our community, and without the ice skating rink, some of those people wouldn't move here. Without the swimming pool, some of those people wouldn't move here. And many retired people look to those kind of facilities, not to mention the young families that get served by us all the time, our citizens. So it fulfills a very big need in the community. We begin with our facility operations and management. You can see what we do there. We have a number of facilities, the ice rink, swimming pool, Guadalupe Gym's been mentioned tonight, our skateboard park, and all the special events we do. We manage about a dozen different contracts with our community partners, and that's a big way that we get a lot of what we do done. I want to make it very clear that in all things we do, we begin with safety as our first priority. Anytime you deal with the amount of people we do in the public, safety becomes a very big issue. And for us, it's our number one focus at all times. Everyone's aware of Judy Esquivel and the terrific job she does with all our special events around town. And we enjoy a lot of support from the Mayor's Park and Rec Board. So community partners from all different sports and areas of recreation, and they give us tremendous advice. Going on to the next slide. I would like to point out our staffing side on the Recreation Division. This would be the Youth and Family Center staff. And one of the things that you might notice right away is some of the things that we've been talking about tonight with vacant staff positions. And I want to make it really clear to you that safety is never in jeopardy, but we have positions that are unfilled at this time, and it's really important to know that our staff has met that challenge. We just came out of a very busy winter season. We had positions that were unfilled here. Of special note, we have safety-sensitive positions, and 3 times this winter we tried to hire. We interviewed, we advertised, and 3 times the candidates that were selected did not pass the HR criteria for safety-sensitive positions. And that was the first time that's ever happened to us. And it's an important thing for you to know. So,
and one of the main reasons, not the only reason, but one of the main reasons that happened is because of a failed drug test. So for those of you who wonder who's out there having contact with our kids, well, we look at that very carefully, and all the way to the point that we ask them to submit to a drug test. And so part of the reason we haven't filled these vacancies is at this point we haven't been able to find people who pass all our criteria, including this one.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Abeyta.
Thank you, Mayor. Oscar and Brian, and I'm glad you pointed that out, Oscar, because, again, people hear one thing in the community, it goes through the grapevine, then they say the library's closing, the Youth and Family Center's closing, it's understaffed. We do have vacancies, we're trying to fill them, but when you have a workforce that doesn't meet the criteria, it makes it hard, so just keep trying, Brian.
thank you. I want to commend the staff for doing an excellent job this winter under trying circumstances, but at all times, we fulfilled our levels of service, we got the job done, and that's a great source of pride to the people that I work with every day. Going on to the pool side.
Mr. Mayor, real quick. Oscar, I just want to say that I want to commend you guys on that note also, because this is direct interaction with our children of the community, and I really appreciate the fact that we don't overlook that one step.
We won't fill it, yeah.
And
They'll stay vacant unless they pass our...
Very well appreciated, thank you.
HR does a good job of screening our applicants that way, and it's amazing how many people do a great job in the interview and then cannot pass the criteria. So we're currently interviewing again for a couple of vacant positions, so we'll put up with some more candidates.
Councilmember Silva.
And this may be an HR question, but I'm sure you know. Do they, as well as drug screening, do you do background clearance checks on them as well?
Yes, sir, they most certainly do.
All right.
There's several different criteria for safety sensitive, and it includes both those things, background and screening.
Checks and double checks, yes.
Thank
right.
you.
These people are having contact with kids.
Yeah,
They're vulnerable
absolutely.
kids, right? Take that very seriously.
On the aquatic side of our staffing, we have a couple vacancies there that we've deliberately not filled. We did reduce our service levels in the late afternoon, but what that meant was we weren't open to the public from 3 to 5, but we did turn that time over to the swim clubs, and they have well over 100 kids that are swimming now, and instead of going till 7 or 8 in the evening, now they can go from 3 to 6. And so it worked. It's a win-win situation. It was a time, a day that we haven't had any real outcries from the public. We still have lots of lap swim times. We still have lots of swimmers in the day. We begin as early as 6 a.m. every morning. And most of the vacancies you see there will be filled this summer because that's when we maximize our swim lessons, and our full hours of operation will be going 12 hours a day all summer long, and we provide excellent training for there. So going on to the next one, talk about putting limited dollars towards really good uses. You can see that in the aquatic division, we exist because of a fabulous gift, as you know, from a member of the community who's anonymous. And it's a great source of pride to know that people believe in what we do and they turned this over. But again, to thank you guys, you fund the pool in the tune of $400,000 a year. That $2 million gift translates into a lot of support that we do every year. But again, it's a tremendous community asset. So On the recreation side, you put in about another 650,000, and the two biggest expenses that people always ask me, what are they? It's our electric bills. Our utilities run close to $180,000 a year, and that shocks a lot of people. Just to run the amount of compressors that we have, the big pumps that we take to run the pool, it's a substantial part of our budget. You can say it's approaching $200,000 if you just want to round it off.
And demand charges on that
yeah.
operation are, yes, are a big part of that bill as well. So when power goes down and it suddenly comes up, we don't have the luxury of slowly turning up each of the switches, because we would lose a lot of things, a lot of our operations.
We're a pretty good customer that way, but the demand charges are something that's always caused us a lot of money. A lot of the people in the community don't know, but when the Youth and Family Center was built and the swimming pool, that it was paid for at the time it was built. There is no debt service on those buildings. So it's an asset, it gets utilized, you invest in it every year with the operations and maintenance of it, but it's important for the community to know there is no debt service. That is a paid-for asset that's utilized every day of the year with the exception of a couple of holidays that we close. So very, very important. Our revenues derive directly from our operations. It's been the intention of this council and previous councils to keep the Youth and Family Center affordable. Taos is not a rich community, so you've provided a wage structure or an entrance structure that allows children to access us for as inexpensive as $1 for ice skating or swimming. And that's very important. We get visits from a lot of schools. We get a lot of children there. It's $2 or $3 for adults. There's a great senior citizen rate. So thank you again for keeping the rates affordable all these years, because without it, our attendance would go way down, and then it wouldn't fulfill the promise that we like to see there. Going on to our technology, we have some sophistication with passes that you can purchase and you swipe it. That's the quick check point of sale. So for instance, if you want to save half of the cost of admission, you can buy a 30 punch pass for $30, which means you get in for $1, and you just simply swipe your pass each time it comes, and that's a big thing in our community. So we find lots and lots of people benefiting by that. Then you can see we also have a computer lab. The biggest thing for the ice rink is the ice resurfacer. Of course, everybody likes to watch the Zamboni. We do have fully automated chlorination and filters on the pool. People ask all the time how our water and air are so pure, and that's it. It's a fully automated process. Our staff monitors it several times a day. It meets state standards. The state has very rigorous standards for swimming pool operations. We meet them. We're always 100% in compliance. So we're really proud of that. And then on the air handler unit, one of the things we get asked a lot is, why doesn't your pool smell heavy of chlorine? And it's because we have top quality water, top quality air handler. So that answers that question a lot. Going on to our level of service, we open the rink November 1st each year, and we close it usually towards the end of March when we complete our big hockey tournaments. We provide very ample public skating. We do that every day from about noon to 5, and on the weekends as well. We have an active figure skating club. We have an extremely active hockey group. They service about 150 children and 1 police chief. So he's learning to skate with us. But we have extremely good teams. We've got a great reputation around the state. And a lot of those kids are on fully scholarship, because one of the things that the town has always allowed us to do is to sell the board ads. And that's something that the Hockey League does. And then they scholarship any child who wants to play who can't afford it. We pay 100% of their scholarship for that. So that's a really good thing. As an economic driver, we first wondered in the beginning how successful we'd be attracting people to Taos. And what we found is we're extraordinarily successful. The Youth and Family Center is an asset that produces money. This year alone, we estimate somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.2 to $1.5 million was brought directly into the community based on the visitors that we got just to play hockey. And that's a big number. And that goes with our tournaments. We don't know the extent of what people spend around town. We did a survey 5 years ago, and the benchmark of about $100 a day per person is very real. And some of those people spend a lot more because they come for a full week. The tournament we just wrapped up at the end of March, we had 1,400 visitors in one weekend, and they stayed anywhere from 3 to 6 days. So that was pretty impressive. So that has proven to be a viable economic driver. We've got the largest youth hockey tournaments in the state with a reputation throughout the Southwest. Just this year, we had not only the Canadian visitors, which was a unique experience, but in March, we had teams from Nevada, Utah, Arizona, Colorado, Texas, and Oklahoma. And that's a pretty good regional draw if you think about it. So we're pretty excited about that. During the off-season, meaning spring, summer, and fall, the ice rink is used not only for rollerblading, but a wide variety of other activities, basketball, volleyball, a lot of senior activities, and a lot of youth activities that we do. The roller derby team loves to use it. It's really good. We also have a couple rooms to rent for birthday parties, and it's very popular for that. People love to come and have a birthday party. The rooms rent cheap, $10 an hour, but they can go swimming. While they're having their party, they can go skating. It works real well. We talked about the Guadalupe Gym. We get about 70 hours of programming a week in that gym. It's really used heavily in the primetime hours, a lot of demand. Scheduling is one of the toughest parts that we have. But as you know, there's a very active group of young children, ages 4 to about high school age, that practice indoor soccer all year. And they do it in there because you can't play it outside. And that's been one of the reasons for the success of our high school teams recently, is because they practice year-round. And I give a lot of credit to guys like Michael Hensley, who dedicate for free all winter to run those programs. Then you've got guys like Roy Madrid, who run the boxing program. You've got a wide variety of adult users who come in and play recreational basketball. We have some volleyball people. We get a lot of use. So,
Brian, what percent would you say is soccer and, non-basketball stuff? Non-basketball, non-volleyball stuff? I've gone in there where the people have been playing volleyball as well. But what percent
I would
would
say
you say
that
is
the biggest numbers at one time are in the youth soccer program.
No, I mean percent of the time, total time.
The total time, I would say that soccer probably occupies 1/3.
Right.
They share that time with boxing, so they cross over. Then you have a lot of basketball users that go in there. It's just that soccer uses it in very condensed fashion with lots of kids at once. So there's many people in the community that are widely supportive of that program. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Brian, can I ask you one question?
Sure.
With regards to the terms of the lease with Guadalupe, who is in charge of cleaning and maintenance of that facility? I mean, being that we do occupy it on a high amount of use times, I'm one of the users where my kid goes at the same time, and we use it also with several of the town employees for adult recreational basketball. But it's always odd that there's never, and it's one of the biggest complaints, is that there's never toilet paper in the bathrooms. There's never paper towels, soap. Who's responsible for that? Is that
Well, that would be me,
Guadalupe
and I
or
apologize if that's been an issue. We don't have any staff dedicated to it. That's been one of our issues. We do go over there at least 2 or 3 times a week, but if something happens when we're not there, believe it or not, people steal toilet paper, and we lose things out of there. But at least Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we try to send staff over there. We completely clean it as best we can. We've always asked the users to call us if there's an issue. Sometimes we get called, sometimes we don't. Okay. But with the amount of usage, up to 10 hours a day, it's really tough if something happens and we have no staff there to take care of it at the time, because people notice it right away.
What's the possibility of, I guess, even just allocating the rolls of toilet paper to, let's say, the church staff, and allowing them, as they see the need to replace it, having them replace it? I mean, and that's one of the ones that brought it up, was the deacon brought it up to me and said, well, sometimes we have our youth retreats here, and there's nothing there. So I don't know that, you know.
You mean give them like their season allotment of toilet paper?
Or access to the storage.
We do have an office supply cabinet there that has stocks in it.
And if they use too
the
much,
church does not have staff dedicated to that either, is as polite as I can say it. They don't have people that'll go in and check. We ask them the moment there's an issue to call us, and one of us tries to run over there, but we don't often get notified until it's too late. We also ask the users who use it to self-police and to try to clean up after themselves. It happens frequently, and it doesn't happen at times. So by not having anybody dedicated to take care of it, that is one of the ongoing issues.
And I think it's a good thing, you know, Oscar pointed out earlier with the dugouts at the park. I mean, it's kind of a respect thing. You keep it up. And
Correct.
That's part of the usage. And I think it can be monitored with the groups that are going in, especially because now it's scheduled. Yeah. So you know who's been in there and who hasn't, and kind of put it on the honor system. Let the next guy report it to you that yeah, it came in and the place was a mess.
It's way better than it used to be, but it's not perfect, and it won't be unless we have somebody there. A lot of the people are very responsible. Occasionally, some aren't, and that's when the issues develop. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Velda.
any other questions on that?
Yeah, I just one question on the gym, and that you say it's 70 hours a week, so it's basically 10 hours a day. What is the time frame that it's being used, from what hours to what hours, more or less?
To give you a quick synopsis on it, Counselor, schools like TISA use it during the day, Taos Integrated School for the Arts. They don't have a facility of their own, so they'll provide PE programming through their school during the day. That can happen anytime, usually from about 10 a.m. on. It's not every day. The prime time is generally from about 2 in the afternoon until about 10 at night, but occasionally there are users during the day. We have other small groups that go in there, but everyone who uses it comes to the youth center first. They fill out an application. We give them a dedicated key. There's a certain kind of key that'll open that lock. So you have to be signed up with us to use it. So again, without us managing it, people go in and use it based on the schedule that we create. Sometimes there's conflicts because people don't always respect that, but generally it works out very nicely. So.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one more question?
Sure.
And I take some minor offense that soccer plays so much as they do indoors when we just spent $2 million on a soccer facility. So, I mean, I want to see the balance. I want to see everybody benefit from it because it is a community-based, and that's one of the issues that we have is saying, well, youth football can't use the Eco Park because the soccer players don't let them on it. And now you have youth basketball teams saying, well, we can't use Guadalupe because soccer's dedicated to it again. So, I mean, I understand the balancing act. I understand the numbers of what's produced there. But I think in times, I get the winter. I mean, that's completely different. But I think in times when there's plenty of sunshine outside, I'd like to see soccer outside.
I understand your concern, Counselor, and scheduling is the hardest thing that we do in that regard. And years ago, the town council worked with us to create what we call the facility use criteria. And pretty much the way that we make the determination is based on the numbers. For instance, if you have a basketball team of 10 guys that want to play, or a group of 100 children, the 100 kids come first. And that was something that this governing body worked out with us. If you have people with a proven track record, for instance, you got guys who've been using it for 5 years very successfully, or somebody brand new that wants to use it at 7 o'clock at night, they take second fiddle to those who have proven track records with us. So there's a shortage of recreational facilities in the town. There's no question about it. The gyms at the school are fully utilized in the winter. The youth center was originally designed to have a gym there, which would help alleviate this, and we just don't have the money to build that gym at this time. So if anyone in the community wants to make another gift, we'll see if we can work it out. $4 million for a gym, that's about the number. So anybody listening, the point is, it's a great community. We've had great partners. There's always issues with who gets to use it. And when it comes to the Eco Park, a lot of the younger children at night during the winter, they train indoors because the Eco Park is not conducive to that. 10 months of the year, maybe 9.5, the Eco Park is great, and it gets scheduled widely, and anybody can use it. It's not a soccer field. It's a multi-purpose field. All they have to do is contact the contract agent for the town, which is the Taos Sports Alliance, and they will schedule you for use there. And if anybody doesn't know how to get in touch with them, you just get in touch with my office at the youth center. We will put you in touch with that. So fair to say that even though some people grumble about not being able to use it, if they'll simply ask how to use it and when they can get scheduled, they'll get scheduled. So nobody's been told they can't use the field. So even though that's out there.
Okay.
Okay? It's not 100% filled all the time, but there are those scheduling conflicts.
Councilmember Peralta.
One other question, you know, we assisted the schools in revamping the football field or multipurpose field at the middle school. How are the schools working with you to help and assist in using that field for
The football field at the middle school?
not?
It's a prairie
Because
dog
that was
landmine.
part of the agreement that we had with the schools, is that it would be open for use by the public for the amount of money that we put into fixing that field.
Counselor, we do not do any scheduling for that field. So if people want to do that, they must go to the school principal and arrange it. And he's 100% in charge of that field. So I don't think I have a good answer for you other than say that we are not directly involved in that scheduling. A lot of people do walk the track, people do use it, but the middle school does their own scheduling through their principal's office.
Councilman, but we get the point. We get the point that this is one way to relieve some of those scheduling conflicts that we have by directing them to that field.
This is what I was going to say. Do you ever direct anybody to the school principal to use that field?
In years past, we had a lot of inquiries of that nature, but not so much anymore. People know pretty much to go directly there. They, the ones who want to use the Eco Park do contact us occasionally. We put them directly in touch with the Sports Alliance. The Guadalupe Gym all runs through us, as do all our other facilities, but not so much the school. So I guess that's your answer.
Thank you.
If anybody does want to, we know how to get in touch with them, and we'll send you in the right direction. It just doesn't happen very frequently anymore. So,
Thank you.
yes, sir. Any other questions? I will point forward that there's some discussion about the funding for the Guadalupe Gym and other things that we're going to do this year potentially. So it will be something that we'll try to address in our budget meetings. The swimming pool, as I stated earlier, gets a lot of use. You get a look there of the different kinds of uses we get. We find that our current level of operations is very, very adequate. We'll kick it up in the summer once again. Thing that surprises everybody is we have turned Taos into a swimmer's community. Years ago, a lot of people in Taos were afraid of swimming and didn't learn how to swim, and water safety is a big issue. Through the fact that Eddie Medina, who runs our pool, does such an excellent job with the swim lessons all summer long, we have a very highly trained staff for that. They take not only full lifeguard certifications, but also water safety instructor certifications. We've been able to train hundreds and hundreds of kids every summer, specifically on the steps that are provided to teach you to become an adequate swimmer. And then, if you're excited about it, passionate about it, you can go into the swim clubs and get really great at it. But every summer, our swim lessons are 100% full. So we have a very active adult community now, and outside of the summer, we actually have more adults swimming than we do children, and that surprises people. A lot of people are athletic in town. A lot of people like to swim before they go to school or go to work. We have a real active group of triathlete type people. It's used heavily. Everything from just staying in shape. Oscar and I often run into each other there before work in the morning, and there's a number of people like that. It's weight reduction, good cardiovascular training. Most importantly, it makes you feel good about starting the day. And then, as you remember, Counselor, we had the therapy pool was a partnership with Taos Center for Sports Rehab, and they're doing a great job of helping to rehabilitate people once they get injuries. They come to the therapy pool, and when they're not using it, it's open to the public, so that's a really good thing. Our kiddie pool's the big hit. You can bring your toddler there as young as infant age and learn from the time a child is born to swim, because kids are actually born with the knowledge to swim. So we have a very active parent-toddler group too, as well. So,
At what age do you start swimming lessons for
Um,
children?
normally, kids start around 4, 5, or 6 years old. But like I said, we do have that parent-taught group. So at any age, you can start. So usually,
But do you provide training for the toddler group or? just
yes,
the
we
parents
provide
first?
lifeguard supervision and training on how to. So if a parent came there and didn't know how to teach their child to swim at such a young age or was worried about it, our lifeguards are fully trained in how to do that.
But they don't provide that training.
They don't provide, yes, they do, I guess is a better after. The parent stays very involved in it from the beginning. Holds the child, teaches them, you blow into their face, you teach them how to submerge. Children are born with that ability and then they lose it.
Right.
So you have to kind of remind them of that process. So the lifeguards do interact with that. The parents actually do the work though.
Okay.
We've had people as old as 70 come to us first and learn. A very nice lady here in town. They wrote some articles about her in the paper, but 70 years old, she was overweight and afraid to learn to swim her whole life, and she decided to change both those things. So with the help of our lifeguarding staff, she lost over 150 pounds, and she's now a really terrific swimmer, and she can do every stroke. So it can be done at any age. I just want people to know that. Questions? Moving on to the next, Judy Esquivel, as I stated earlier, runs our special events. You guys are well aware of her. We do over 35 events every year when you throw in the tournaments and everything. But special events, we have several, 3, 4, 5 each month, heavy in the summer. We enjoy lots of interactions with the schools. It's a great partnership, and we have tried to be efficient in the way we do things. So we get lots of volunteers, we get lots of partnerships, and that's how we make things happen. Going on to our summary, strategic overview, one of the things that we're really proud about is our cross-trained and veteran staff. Nationally, when I look at the statistics, the average amount of time a full-time employee will spend in a recreation department is on the age of about 3 years. It's a high turnover rate. People move on to higher and better paying jobs. Our 2 main supervisors are town employees for over 15 years now. Eddie Medina at the swimming pool does an excellent job. Tony Struck with the recreation started there the year before it was open and has been there ever since. A number of the employees, I've been there 9 years. A number of the employees that I first hired when I got there are still with us. So among our full-time staff, we really have a veteran crew, and we're really proud of the job they do. Next, I want to accentuate our number one priority is safety. We've been very blessed, and we're superstitious, so I'm going to knock on wood. But in 9 years, we've had very, very few incidents that I would call serious. We've never had anything that was approaching an end-of-life issue, which is very important in the world of aquatics and in recreation. We've had minor bumps and bruises, broken wrist at the skateboard park, a few children hurt, taken off on an ambulance, but overall, an amazing safety record when you consider the very, very high volume that we have there, and I commend our staff for doing a great job with that. I mentioned that the way we get a lot of things done, especially with a reduction in personnel, is we have found that one of the things we do best is to support and help people with their great ideas. We partner with people in the community, for instance, the swim club, the hockey league, volleyballers, anybody who has a great idea to run a foot race, we interact with them and make it happen. We support it. So consequently, we're trusted. We've got a very high level of donations to our programs and a high volunteer rate. Once again, I'll remind you of the low admission, encourage high patronage. We're used a lot. And we are a regional attraction. One of the things that surprises people is we get busloads from Alamosa. They come down for a field day in the spring. We get them from Blanca. We get them from San Luis. We get them from Cimarron. People like to come to the youth center. It's a field trip if you're a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th grader. And it's amazing how often that happens, primarily in the spring, sometimes in the fall. Some of our weaknesses that I just want to tell you about is at times we've been overextended. This winter was a case of that, and I've told you the reasons why. But in recreation, we have limited access to training. And one of the things that we've been unable to do is send our staff out of state for the last 5 years. And specifically for our ice rink, the only trainings we get are out of state. So it's something that when the budget turns around, I would like my fellows to be able to go complete their certifications through the STAR program, which makes them certified ice rink techs. That's where we get the expertise to maintain the ice well, to put in a good quality of ice. Because it's outdoors, we're known to have one of the best sheets of ice in the state, so a lot of pride in that, but we could use some training. Standard operating procedures is something that we are going to improve on because we don't have them currently. A lot of institutional knowledge, a lot of stuff in our heads. I want to get it down on paper, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We do have deferred maintenance issues. Roofing, as you've heard Steve mentioned, and plaster primarily are our two biggest concerns because of the roofing issues where it's leaked down inside the plaster and it's causing the plaster to chip off. And then this last year, our automated controllers didn't work on our rink. We operated it through Phoenix Mechanical's innovation, and we're now out to RFP. We have a contractor. We're going to remedy that in the next month. So we survived the entire winter with what I call a fledgling system to make it work. It worked perfectly, so thank you to Phoenix for doing that. And now we've got a fellow who's going to fully automate it and upgrade it to state-of-the-art stuff now. And hopefully he'll do it about $10,000 less than we had on the budget, so we might even save some money doing it. And then one of our threats, and this goes to funding. The town has been very generous by supporting the youth center, but like many things the town has done, we serve the entire Taos Valley, and we don't get outside funding, as you know. The town has shouldered 100% of the burden, and we serve everybody. We serve the entire county, and we would like to improve on that if there was a way to do it. I don't know what it's going to take to get the county to be a partner, but it would be nice if they could do that.
How can you tell if they're non-users? What is the system?
We actually did a survey a few years back, and we haven't updated it since then. But basically, we know our clients. Kids come in on buses. We have 4 or 5 buses that come in every day after school. They're kids from the entire community. They live in Ranchos. They live in Llano. They live around. I know a lot of the kids that use us, and there's 6,000 people live in town. There's a lot more that live in the county, and we get all those people, so.
Councilmember Peralta.
Just one question. I was thinking about it when you were talking about a support. Do we get any financial support from the schools that bring the kids for school programs?
Not directly. When they come, they do pay admission, and we give them that council-approved group rate of $1. So there's no other money that we get from the school for that. They do fund the swim program. Those kids pay admission, but other than that, it's just the price of admission, Counselor.
Okay. So when you get a school program coming in from Colorado or whatever, it's the group rate as if they were a New Mexico citizen?
Correct. If they want to go ice skating, for example, they would pay $1 instead of $2, and that's part of what makes it attractive to them. So if they want to go swimming, we always provide that group rate. It was something council decided long ago, and it works. So,
thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. Going on to our next opportunity, the P&R board meets on Thursdays. Last Thursday of the month, they're meeting 2 days from today. And they are investigating and will come to you with a set of recommendations to our current business model. They're looking at everything from a value-added tax, which would be like a recreation district countywide, to possible privatization, if that could happen, trying to seek a corporate sponsor who might want to have their name on the building. There's lots of things that are being discussed. There is no current best case, but they will come with a set of recommendations probably within the next month or 2.
But with a lot of encouragement from the town manager as well.
That's right.
Yeah. So
Oscar's been pushing them very hard to try to take a new look at things, and they want to. And so it's causing some creativity, which is nice. Going forward, our work plan, we simply want to add local quality life and, heck, help the economic development that we do by being a regional attraction. We are there for recreation, we are there as an asset to the community, and we do provide economic development. So those things are very important. And our list of projects for the upcoming year is we would really like to complete that pool patio. We're within $5,000 of being done. We need that money for concrete and for installation. As you know, we completed the plastering of the pool. French's department has laid in the groundwork. We've got grants from Rivers and Birds and from Los Jardineros for the plantings now. We want that all to happen. And we're really looking for some donors in the community who can help us come up with $3,000 to $5,000 to provide concrete and labor to put in that concrete deck, and we'll have it done before we open this summer. So that's our first and most important thing we're trying to do right now. And then every year we do close the pool for a week to do our annual maintenance. We do that with our staff internally with helps of buildings department. And it's very important to our operations to do that. We can't run as often as we do, as much as we do, without closing down, draining the pool, acid washing it, repainting things, and stuff like that. So it's a pretty comprehensive list. It's a week long. We do it very quickly, and then we reopen. The operation manual is something I mentioned earlier. We really want to take all our institutional knowledge, put it down on paper so that when there's a turnover, as our staff ages out, that we have a comprehensive guide for anybody new to come in and say, this is how you do it, step 1 to 100. And then our online event planner, because of all the partnerships we have and all the different things that we do, we're finding it necessary to be better informed of the community. They want to be able to look a year out at what we've got coming up. We're finding that as we add lots of things, we actually need to schedule again. There are a multitude of road races, walks, fun runs, bicycling events, triathlons, things like that in the community, and at times they're trying to stack on top of each other. So we really would like to put an event planner online, something that'll help integrate all that. Because we coordinate with the police, we coordinate with fire, we coordinate with EMS, and it takes a lot to get all these things together and keep them going. So that's where we're headed. That's the end of my presentation. I hope I didn't bore you. So,
Thanks,
any other
Brian.
questions?
Brian, thank you. I really appreciate it. Like the services that you guys provide are so crucial to the community, and it kind of links the youth of this community together, and it's very, very well appreciated. So thank you from me to you and your staff also.
I'll pass that on.
Council members, do you guys have Councilmember Abeta?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Brian, you do an excellent job. Your staff is awesome.
Thank you.
Judy, Eddie, Mr. Struck, everybody is awesome. As you can see from your briefing, we're spending close to $1.2 million to operate the Youth and Family Center. We're bringing in, $200,000 in revenues. So we're spending approximately $1 million out of height to do it. But what better place to spend it than for our youth? So we got to continue to do that. Mr. Rodriguez, I know you brought up the idea of the Guadalupe gym. I make the argument that we got to keep the Guadalupe gym. It serves so many kids in so many different facets that on paper it might seem like a good idea that maybe we could move into Baton Hall, but we've been down this road before you got here, Oscar, and Guadalupe gym is just critical to everything that we do. Like the library, 600,000, your operation, 1.2. Majority of the users are from the county. The smaller portion is from the town. Down the road, we may have to look at a very nominal annual user fee for folks that are outside the county. If depending on what recommendations you folks bring through the new proposed business model, that may be one of the options where there's a $10 a year fee for outside users, maybe only for adults, but not for children under 18. But everything just can't continue to be for free, and so we would love if the county commission would step to the plate and collaborate with us to be able to provide these services, but the town cannot continue to provide these services solely on its back without support by the county. And so we would kindly and professionally ask that the county start stepping to the plate and helping out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brian.
Brian, thanks for an excellent job that you do. It was great to see the faces of those hockey players that won second place on a double overtime, I understand, and the most winning hockey team in the state. And I know a lot of that has occurred under your leadership, so I really appreciate your efforts and everything that you do at the Youth and Family Center.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you for your support, both publicly and privately. It's very valuable.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, we're making headway. Did I approve this agenda this long?
No, sir. Mr. Mayor, Council, I do apologize that I've kept us here till 11 o'clock. I myself did not expect to be
I
here.
usually kind of
this
judge how
late.
long the meetings go, and I don't.
Well, I think what's happened is that we have managed to pique your curiosity, and there's been a lot of questions, and so here we go.
Okay. Next, we have a discussion of ordinance 1302, which will replace Town of Taos sign code. This has been continued since February 2012, and prior to that, it was continued 2 or 3 different times. And I think it's the intent or staff recommendation to give us an update. We've been seeking public comment and public input, such as the chamber. Very, very open and transparent process that we've been following. We've had 3 different public hearings receiving input. I think staff recommendation is to table it again so that they could do some more revisions and then bring it in a couple of weeks, hopefully.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
hoping, but 'cause we need to move past this, but we'll see what the staff recommendation is.
Yes, sir.
Matt?
So if I may, just a quick little preface. So here you have the sign code. As you mentioned, Mayor, it's come to you a number of times and it's been tabled a number of times. Some of it, frankly, Mr. Mayor, it had to do with the fact that we just had the people who were in charge of it turn it over to somebody else, et cetera, and that was a big distraction that we had. I'm sorry, Councilman.
Mr. Mayor, this is completely off the subject. Sorry, Matt. For our new youth council member, does he have a curfew? I guess within our meetings, he's there rubbing his eyes, and I know he's got to go to school tomorrow. So.
I checked in. It's all right now.
Okay.
Okay. We apologize. This is your first meeting, and put you to the grind right away. If you need an excuse, maybe I'll call your teacher, but I don't know if that is going to work too much.
You're with good chaperones here.
Yeah.
So we have been moving this forward. As I mentioned to you, one of the big distractions was that the person who had who was assigned to move this thing forward left. It took us a while to regroup, but fortunately, we had that extra time actually. So we lost time, but that extra time allowed for new information to come in. That now makes us think that we may want to make some revisions based on that information. There's 2 very critical pieces of information. And one is that we had originally thought to that we would design a code that allowed us then to provide some space for irregular protests and signs to take place in the state right of way. Based on safety, we would say, look, you can't do it in the intersections where there's heavy, there's clear evidence of heavy accidents, but there would be other areas in the right of way where that would happen. And what we've gotten after, repeatedly asking the state, we've just got outright a denial by the state. They turned down our request anyway to enforce the state sign code explicitly by any means. In other words, they basically said, no, we just don't want to get into that kind of relationship with you. But for sure, we have restrictions, and we don't want nobody. There's no place there that you can tell people it's okay to have signs, and other places where it's not okay to have signs. So that was a big part of the change that we had put into the ordinance that failed. So that was a big piece of information that came in. The other piece of information that came in was the determination by our town attorney, working with our municipal judge, that any sign that's left unattended in the state right of way basically is deemed is unauthorized and deemed to be I guess, rubbish and subject to be removed without notice. And those are the specific terms that the state have pointed out to us. And so we are then taking that into account, and those are two big bits of information that we need to assimilate into the ordinance. But the other thing is that I just want to make sure that it's clear. What you have here is a more streamlined ordinance. Our original intent was to, one, remove staff discretion. And now I have heard from some of you that, in fact, we don't do that well enough. But the intent here is to remove staff discretion as to what the standards are, and at the same time allow for there to be spaces where the public can manifest itself, et cetera, in some of the right-of-ways. And so that's what our intent you have here. We'd love to have any comments that you have. So without any further ado, Matt, let's go with the
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mayor and council members, I know it's late. I do have a presentation for you. I'll be as quick as I can. However, it is important that we get your feedback so we can bring back to you the best possible sign code that does accomplish those objectives of free speech and flexibility, but also giving the staff some authority and to be able to enforce the code. Okay. I would say, as Oscar was mentioning, that this is a work in progress. I've been updating this draft as new information comes in. It is silent on a couple of items, and I'll call those to your attention at the end of the presentation. The main purposes of this sign code to encourage business development through advertisement, promote compatible design across the community and within among signs within one property, to limit the number of signs, the location and the size of signs to help protect public safety, and again to increase the enforceability of the staff and to remove that discretion from the code administrator's responsibility and the staff responsibility. In this new proposed draft, there are basically two types of signs that would be permitted, meaning you have to come into the department, you have to fill out an application, you have to pay a fee, and that we review the application, and then it's authorized and so on, and then any applicant can go ahead and construct their type of sign. So there's permanent.
And
Yes.
as we're talking about the permitted signs, we're talking permitted within one's boundary.
Correct, on private property.
Private
Right. A commercial enterprise. So there's a permanent sign, which basically falls under two subcategories: mounted, meaning it's on a wall or on the building, or a freestanding, meaning like at the KFC sign, it's out, it's not attached to a building or a wall, it's out freestanding on the property somewhere. And then there are two types of temporary signs: the banner and the A-frame. So those are essentially the two types of signs that are permitted. There's some standard design requirements applicable to all signs, all permitted signs, that there be allowed 3 per business. This is an important point, that any business can have 3 signs. However, we want some flexibility. If they want to have a temporary sign, they would be allowed 2 permanent signs and a temporary sign. So no business can have more than 3. The maximum of all signs would be 60 square feet for the combination of all the permanent signs. Any single sign in this code, this is new, for a freestanding sign could not exceed 40 square feet. Before I go on, I do want to say that in my time out in the field and working with the staff and receiving some public comment, I really believe that the town is becoming littered with signs. I hear in my career with the town from many, many constituents and many avenues that we do not want to become Española, and the signage is one key indicator for that trend, and this is really important. On the surface, the sign code seems pretty simple and straightforward. You can do it or you can't do it, but it gets, once you scratch the surface, it gets pretty complicated, especially with non-commercial signs and non-profits and fees and the size and the design and those kinds of issues. But I do want to make clear that one of my objectives in approaching this draft is to try and manage the number of signs, the type of signs, the size of signs, so that we don't continue the trend that I'm hearing and that I'm seeing, that we're becoming more like a community like Española that's blighted by signs. So that's some of the reasons why the limitations for the size of the sign. 20-foot height maximum for a freestanding sign, 24 square foot maximum for banners. That's an increase from what we currently have now, and a 12 square foot for an A-frame. That would be the maximum size. Most of these signs allow double-faced. You know, it doesn't count twice. If it's one side is 12 square feet, then the other side is square feet. It's not doubled, for example.
Mr. Mayor?
A double-faced sign.
Matt, real quickly, where do real estate signs fall into these categories?
Those are under conditionally exempt. You can do it. You don't need a permit, but it has to be a certain size.
Okay,
if it's too big, then it's taken away.
And within private property?
Correct.
Yeah. Councilmember Peralta.
Here's where I have a problem reading the actual ordinance. I'm sorry. Here's where I have a problem reading the actual ordinance, and that is on the size of the sign. The 12 square feet is per side if it's a two-sided sign, or is it 12 square feet max total for both sides?
If it was a sign like this on both sides, that would be 12 square feet. It wouldn't count as 24.
Okay, because if you're looking at, for example, one sign, a maximum square footage of 60 square feet, two-sided, that's pretty big. That's huge.
It would be 60 on this side and 60 on that side, so a double-faced sign.
It's 5 by 6. That's an 8 by 8 sign.
How many signs are out there like that?
Oh, I haven't done an inventory of any signs that would exceed 60 square feet. I would point out that any one freestanding sign can't be more than 40. So the combination of all three signs that they would be allowed cannot exceed 60 square feet. But one individual freestanding sign like KFC cannot exceed 40.
So we could restrict it perhaps, that
But it's
none
actually-
could be 60 feet.
No, but it's actually 80 square feet when you look at both sides.
Correct.
And the issue I have is the way the language is in the ordinance, it doesn't really talk about it that way. So you know, in other words, if you have three signs, you have a maximum of 60 square feet. It's one thing. But the other thing that I'm looking at is that in your presentation, and I haven't gone back to look at the actual ordinance, but you say a wall-mounted sign can be no more than 10% of the building facade. Walmart could have a sign that is 300 square feet?
No, it could not exceed 60 square feet.
Okay, but that's not the way this is written. It doesn't say the smaller of 60 square feet or 10%.
I'll make that clear.
Okay, so I'm just talking about saying that so there's not an inconsistency between one or the other, is that if it's a maximum of 60 square feet, I just need to understand that, but if it's, you know, or 40, even 40 square feet, that's a pretty big sign. If you're trying to talk about shrinking down the amount of signage that's out there, those square footages can get pretty massive after a while, especially with close proximity of signs.
Now that I think about it, I spoke too soon. I recall that the Taos lifestyle signs in the Albertson Shopping Center are 60 square feet. They have the portal there is quite covered with signage, and I believe that's maxed out at 60 square feet. But I get your point. I will make that clear in the revisions about that, and the double-faced and the 10% of the facade, but not exceeding 60 square feet. Any one
They came in for a variance for their pharmacy sign and the liquor sign, I believe, back years ago, because it exceeded the 60 square feet allowable, and it was whether or not it was informational signs or actually advertisement signs. So, and there was a decision back then that they were actually informational signs. But
this
that's
particular
a
draft
number.
does away with information. It's either a sign or it's not a sign, and it's added towards the 60 square feet. And this is really relevant to the window signs. I'll discuss this perhaps a little later, but in the shop front, you can put Uggs, you can put 50% off, you can put, you know, Matt Foster should get out of town right now, or probably Brian James ought to get out of town. Right now, we joke about that in our conversations about it. But that it not exceed, I believe, 20 and whatever it says, it doesn't matter. It's just the dimensions and the amount that's in your window, for example.
Mr. Mayor?
He teases himself about that kind of thing.
Matt, so real quick, just on, like, for example, the Hampton Inn sign, that thing approximately looks, just the Hampton Inn portion would be like 40 square feet approximately. And then you have the information, we love having you here on the bottom, which is probably like another 20 square feet.
Mhm.
You're saying that this new revision would encompass all of that, right?
A marquee portion of a sign would count towards the square footage. Right now, it doesn't, but it's allowed for theaters and hotels and those kinds of things. Trying to simplify it and say, if you got a marquee, it counts towards the 60 square feet to try and manage the size.
Okay.
I think you may have referred to the Hampton Inn on a directional sign where it's a...
Just looking at the marquee, right?
Yeah, the
Okay,
actual
okay.
marquee in the front. I mean, that's just based on the picture. It looks, I mean, approximately 50 square feet on the upper. I mean, if you're looking at a piece of plywood, which is 8x4, I mean, that's what it looks like.
2 square feet.
You know, that's
Bigger
30.
than
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And that's just the portion of the detail of we love having you here. You know, so that's 60 square feet encompassed just in itself, or 64 square feet.
I'm sure.
So.
Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as enforcing any existing signs right now, I mean, we're talking about just as we move forward with new applications coming forward, right? I mean, existing signs, how are we going to deal with that?
Correct. I have a comment on that, but I'd be happy to answer. Right now, for the permanent signs, a wall-mounted sign, a freestanding sign, it's allowed to stay as a legal, pre-existing, non-conforming sign. But if it would be altered or destroyed or changed, then it has to conform, either bring it down or the size. So if they would be legally allowed to continue. The temporary signs would have to be come down in 30 days, banners and A-frames.
Okay.
Mr.
So
Mayor,
our code enforcement officer is going to be very busy.
She is now.
And
As
will be
well as this
busier.
were to be adopted to make sure that there's businesses out there that have 3 A-frames on their sidewalk. You can only have one.
On the right of way.
So if you have one A-frame, sorry, getting on that subject there, if you have one A-frame within your property, you're saying 30 days?
That's correct. If right now, say you have a business that has a banner and an A-frame, if this were to be adopted today, you'd have 30 days to take one of them away, because this
Okay.
code only allows one of them.
Okay.
But as far as what we call the legal non-conformities, the permanent ones, they can stay until they've changed or destroyed. But the temporary ones, since they're banners and A-frames, they had got to come down within 30 days.
But, I mean, I thought our existing code didn't allow the banners anyway.
Banners are allowed. They're popping up everywhere.
Right. What do you call the ones that are mounted on a pole, the flag type ones?
I call those a commercial flagpole sign, and I'm recommending that they be illegal and they come down.
They have been illegal.
I'm not certain that they are considered a banner or really what they are, and how they're whether or not they're treated on their current code or not. But we have addressed it in this draft, and our recommendation is that they not be allowed.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask one question, Matt? With regards to like the center marquees that you're talking about, if they're changed, altered, damaged, whatever, if somebody middle of the night wrecks into that sign at no fault of the property owner themselves and wants to erect the same sign again, at that point, do they fall outside of that because they'll have to adhere to the current, or will they be able to put up what they originally had there?
I would say in my role as a code administrator, if that would come to my desk tomorrow, I would say it's been destroyed and that you have to comply. To reconstruct it, it has to comply with the new design criteria that it was, whether it be a hurricane or a car accident.
Either way.
Yeah. I'm not sure we have many hurricanes here, but
never know.
Well, I guess I kind of have a problem with that, because if someone has a sign that has been grandfathered in, and I've known of a couple that they like to rent the place out because they have that sign grandfathered in, but our previous code said that if you change the name of the business, But now, the monument or the actual apparatus that holds the sign can stay, right? By virtue of them just changing the identifier as to what business they're allowing, that should be able to stay.
Right now, what we have in the draft, if it's altered, I mean, you change out, you know, to Hampton Inn versus Super 8, then it would have to come into compliance.
Okay, yeah, because I think I have an issue with that, because if Albertsons, for instance, they have that, the Cruz Alta Shopping Center has that monument sign, and if they
Somebody
change
hits it.
tenants, they're altering it and they're changing it.
Correct.
So I think we need to, you know, have some consideration in there, and we've made an exception, rightfully so, I think, for the, well, maybe I shouldn't use the word exception, but we allowed the neon type lit sign to stay as the historic marker at Taos Inn. But if that breaks, or if they have to change it, or they have to, I think maintenance is a different issue, but if something, a big truck hits it or something, and they want to retro that historic sign,
They
I think
can't,
they should.
because that one is grandfathered in under a variance to the code.
Yeah, and I would think that another such as Albert, and I'm just using Albertsons because they changed tenants, that should be able to be grandfathered, the structure of the sign, irregardless as to what their.
The content.
The content, yeah.
But I think that the sign ordinance does do that, the way I read it, in the sense that if all you're doing is changing the tenant, it's not an alteration of a, what are you calling it,
A multi-tenant
dictionary,
sign.
not dictionary, but a
Multi-tenant
directory
center.
sign. A directory sign, as long as you're changing only the tenants that are in there, and you're not changing the structure, then you haven't altered it, according to the way the sign, I read the code. But if Albertsons was to change to Safeway again, that Safeway sign would have to come into conformance of being only set 40 square feet instead of 60. And that shouldn't be an issue. If the sign is at Hampton Inn gets knocked down by a drunken driver, they have to construct a whole new sign anyway. It's not gonna be like they can put up the same structure again.
Well, and I guess the thing,
So I don't think that would be.
I think we're looking, you know, corporations are gonna bring their own model of signs and structure and how they do it. I'm talking about I seen there's a Mexican restaurant there, and I think, the landlord liked the fact that he had a pole supporting a sign, and he had an issue with, they were changing tenants. It wasn't the multi-plaza. It was a single sign that identified a previous restaurant. Now, because he was changing the restaurant name, he was asked to take that sign down because it was no longer in conformity. I think we should grandfather those that are in there, because that's, I mean, they
Mr.
may have
Mayor?
spent a lot of money on that.
There's another whole huge issue here that needs to be considered by council, and that is that whenever you change a sign ordinance, you create a lot of non-conforming signs, tons of them. And this one is gonna do the same thing. There is a concept of amortization that can be built into the code, that over a period of years, whatever council was comfortable with, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, whatever it is, that these non-conforming signs are only good for that period of time the council chooses. Now, it can't be 6 weeks, because that's an economically onerous, but amortization is recognized as a method of eventually bringing all the signs in town into a non-conforming situation. And the situation that you've discussed about signs being destroyed, sign fascias being changed, I've litigated that case I don't know how many times, and it is a very difficult issue. Most courts will tell you that if you're just changing the name, if you're changing from Hampton Inn to Motel 6, that there's absolutely no reason to reimpose or impose a new sign ordinance because of the grandfathering situation. And because of the grandfathering situation and those kinds of issues, amortization over a period of time has an appeal, at least it has appeal to the town attorney's office. I don't know if it has an appeal on that side of this desk, but it certainly has an appeal from a legal standpoint.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, isn't there a provision in the current ordinance for amortization? There used to be.
I'm afraid I'll have to look. I'm not certain that there is.
Non-conforming grandfather signs had a life of 15 years or so, something like that.
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Thank
Let
you.
me see.
Thank you. We'll see you.
It could have been dropped in, some years, but I do remember it being in there.
I don't believe we have an amortization provision in the current ordinance. I don't know if we have in the past, but I'm sure it's not in this one.
Yeah, we did in the past, but I don't know whether it still made it in revisions.
Well, Mr. the Mayor, I guess one of the reasons I ask is because the marquee that sits in my building, for example, is set on roughly 2 foot by 2 foot by about 30-inch high concrete pillars. So chances are they're not taking out the pillars, they're taking out the signs. So therefore, if my sign gets hit by a vehicle, which is going to damage primarily just the wood structure component of the sign, I would rather replace just the component that was damaged, which the concrete pillars are proportionate to that sign, not go through the whole process of leveling pillars to make it look aesthetically right. So, I mean, as long as I made it look identical to the way it did before they took it out, I'm not going to go put, now lit signs on there. I mean, can there be exceptions in there for that? And I guess, and one of the reasons being is because, again, just in the facility that you're in, if they were to take that sign out, where the restaurant's at, it would be the same, in essence, thing, having to reconstruct the whole new sign based on the new sign code.
And that one was granted under a special use, so you would lose that status and have to reinvent the wheel again. So I guess what I'd like to see, and I'll yield to the council, see if I think what we're seeing, and Matt, I agree with you, I've received a lot of complaints about the abundance of these flag signs and A-frame signs all over, well in the right-of-way. That's what I've received a lot of. I don't see, and I'll ask the council, have you seen signs that are permanently placed that you've received complaints? That'll give staff a good direction as to where are we going. Do we want to eventually change the way the appearance of the way these signs are looking now? Or are we okay with the way they're looking, but in the future, we don't want to also give an uncompetitive, unfair advantage to a new business that this guy next door has a huge sign and I have to comply with this really small sign. So, there's a lot of things to weigh in on this.
I think it's more with regards, sorry, Oscar, with regards to the signs that are non-permanently affixed that I take the most offense to and I think cause the most safety concern. You look at that flag banner that's drooping halfway into the highway. If nobody maintenances that thing and then you get winds like we had Sunday.
Oh, I've seen it in the highway. I've seen it on the road. I've seen it on the road.
Councilmember Stoll.
It was about a year ago, or last time we were visiting the sign code ordinance. From the Lauderburger on the south side of town to the plaza, I had counted 38 A-frame and banner and flagpole signs. 38 just along that stretch, and that's not, going from end to end of the corporate limits. There's too many of them. And I think that's, to me, I agree with Councilman Gonzalez, that I think that's what's given us the problem with too many signs.
I agree.
I don't think it's necessarily the permanent signs that have been come in and gotten permitted through this office.
That's been my experience, that the issues is the banners and the flags and the A-frames, not so much the permanent ones.
And keep in mind that this is a continual work in progress. I'm sure once we pass a sign code, there's going to be some issues that we may have to bring it back. We've been dealing with this ever since I've been elected. It's just, how do we get the right, I think that in this economic environment, we have to empower and enable businesses to promote their business as much as they can within the confines of their own property, of course, and without that visual clutter in the commercial corridor, So, I guess that's what I would like to see the sign code address, that we can empower, that it's an enabling sign code for businesses with, of course, to promote their, and in no way does this impede the freedom of speech. And I know that these ladies in the audience, and I'll open up for public hearing, have heard some innuendos that this impedes the ability to demonstrate and express your concerns or whatever. No way does that do that. We're very careful in making sure there's just a lot of complaints that we have received from a lot of these flag signs, the different signs that are well within the right-of-way, and how do we deal with those? And within the commercial signs, we need to see how close do we want to get with our sign code on a new business and those that are grandfathered in.
Mr. Mayor, speaking for the staff, I would recommend any changes that give more certainty and less discretion on the part of staff than those otherwise. And so, if what you're telling us here is you're satisfied with basically the standard that's set there with the permanent signs currently, and we should focus on the other ones, then I would recommend language that says those are simply not part of the ordinance, but for new ones, for new signs that are constructed, then they fall in. To build into this ordinance.
Oscar, and on that note, hold that thought there. If we're going to, I think we need to do an assessment of the existing signs, and I think that was done when Matt Spriggs was here. They did a current assessment. You know, they had different pictures of the monument signs that existed, and with that, they got a kind of a good example of what we should allow moving forward. So I remember that in the discussion, so that there wouldn't be such a complete opposite difference on the new requirement versus what's out there.
No, I'm just really addressing the point of discretion here, where there are exceptions, and then that exceptions are sort of taken through a process, and somehow those exceptions then depending on who's hearing the case, or would decide one way or the other way. I would just always recommend those, an ordinance that says, okay, these are in and those are out, and that there would not be any exceptions. So if you guys are comfortable, we can come back to you with some sort of standard for the new signs, a modified standard for the new signs that you would direct us to take here. But if you're okay with the existing signs, then I would say we'll build in the language to make sure that I don't know, they're grandfathered for 20 years, or however long you want to go. Maybe that's the way to address it. But you can just see how cumbersome it becomes, that now these are the rules, but then there are the exceptions, and the people who decide those exceptions are, in the case of A, the staff person. In the case of B, the P&Z. I just think that gets really unwieldy for us, and I think you won't be satisfied with the result, because everyone will just sort of think from day one that, well, I could just go and get an exception to your ordinance.
And I agree. I think that when you drive down, you can tell it's Taos. We don't have those overly big signs that are protruding over our buildings. So I think that we should, I think back then, I know when Councilmember Peralta was mayor, these were discussed, and I think we have a good beginning as to where we're at, and I think those need to be addressed. And okay, those we're not going to deal with those, and let's take the subjectiveness out of it as far as when does that sign come down. And I think as long as it's there and it's serving its purpose, if they need to maintain it, if they're taking it off completely and they're completely reconstructing it, then I think that's when they need to conform. If it's a voluntarily, I think we have to have some definitions of what that means.
Or want to give them just a 40-year grandfather, something. I mean, whatever you think is reasonable. Just say those signs, they're just 40-year grandfathers, and so that way the discussion about, did they modify it, did not modify it, or whatever, that is all caught in the grandfather, rather than
So you're talking about amortization?
Yeah, over, yes, but enough time that really truly they are totally protected. So we don't get into discussions about, look, I'm really not going to change the sign. All I'm going to do is replace this and replace that, and there'll be people who legitimately say, no, that's a significantly changed sign, and it just gets. I'm just saying, it just gets unwieldy after a point.
Sure. Councilmember Peralta, and then I'll get to Councilmember.
Mr. Mayor, I guess maybe one of the questions I have is, at this point then, is do we have issues with the size of, and the type of permanent signs we have now? Or should that just be left in place? And then consider what we're talking about here more is that the complaints are on temporary signs, whether they're sale signs or A-frames or flags or banners or whatever it is, and that we look at what kind of controls we want to have on those types of multiple signs that get placed on properties and seem to be the clutter. If that is really what we're looking at, then why do we want to change anything with the permanent types of signs in the ordinance we have now? There may be cleanup language, so it's easier to understand and enforce by staff. So it's not an issue of interpretation of it, but it's very clear. I don't have an issue with it. I don't really have much of an issue with the current ordinance. I do have an issue with the clutter that's out there, and I think in a lot of cases it's issues that the enforcement of the use of sales signs, for example, which is supposed to be no more than 30 days, sometimes are up for 6 months or a year. And I think that's more of an issue than anything else. And if we need to get the language cleaner so that it's very clearly understood how these ordinances operate, I'm for that. That's one of the reasons I brought up earlier about the language in there, to make sure that it's understood as to what we mean when we're talking about 60 square feet.
Councilmember Silva, and then we'll get to Councilmember Avita.
I too agree. I have an issue with the clutter, but I also have an issue with the signs that are too high, too tall. As an example, the one that's here on the Shell sign in the center, not to pick on Shell there, but I mean, I know that this ordinance and our last one did as well, called for a sign that shouldn't be any higher than the parapet of the building. And correct me if I'm wrong. That's in there, right, Matt?
I don't believe it is. I believe the current code and the proposal here is 20-foot max, 12 foot in the historic district, but the top of the sign would not
Okay.
exceed
I
20
read
feet.
somewhere in there that it was equal or no greater than the height of the parapet of the building.
I know there's a provision in here that prohibits a sign above the eave or above the roof line of a building, but I don't recall in this one.
It was 20 feet, but in no case would it kind of go over the.
Yeah,
I see.
I think that's the way it was worded.
Okay.
I believe it's for a mounted sign on the building, can't be above the parapet.
Right.
A freestanding sign has a maximum of 20 square feet, 20 feet
vertical
high.
feet.
And if you look at the Shell sign, it is 20 feet high.
And that's how.
And that's, when you're looking at it and it's freestanding like that out and it's sitting out by itself, it looks taller, but that's really what it is. Those are the signs that
blocks
I'm
the
concerned
mountain
about as much as I'm concerned about
Yeah, I mean,
somebody who fudges with size.
I do have concern with something that's too tall,
Or whether it's
and
sitting
as
on
long
the
as it's being covered, that's fine. I mean, I look at the Walgreens sign, they did that, kind of low-profile type sign, it looks real well. It, enhances the corner, it doesn't jump out at you, doesn't create an accident, so it blends in well.
We made McDonald's do the same thing.
Yeah.
If I may, Mayor, just very briefly, I believe that majority of the changes that we're recommending here are for the temporary signs. The 60 square foot max stays the same, the 3 per business on these permanent signs. So much of the provisions of this new draft stay the same as what we have now.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Avita.
Mayor Cordova and Matt, that was going to be my question. So what I'm seeing on this chart is pretty much what the current code has.
Except for there's a significant change in the temporary sign. This item here, that bullet, 90-day limit and 2 per year. So we're trying to manage the number and the duration of these temporary, the banners and the A-frames. So our suggestion for your response and feedback is that for a temporary sign, an A-frame or a banner, that will only permit 2 per business a year. It has to count towards their 3. So they can have a wall sign, a permanent sign, and a temporary sign. But that temporary sign can only be there for 90 days, and they have to have a 30-day period in between, and we issue them a new permit for $25.
So
To
90
try and kind
days.
of reel that in so a temporary banner doesn't become a permanent banner out there on the
So
property.
again, Matt, the only difference right now between this chart and the current code is that the temporary sign or the banner and the A-frame sign could go up for 90 days with a 30-day break, and then another 90 days, and then they'd have to wait for the year.
Correct, and then
If
they
it's
are
one sign.
we're recommending that they be allowed to be bigger, a
Yeah,
bigger sign.
Yeah, and if it's two, and if they put up two per year, where if they put them up simultaneously, then they do it for 90 days and they're done for the year.
Correct.
But they can have either or, a banner or a.
Correct. One at a time. They can have, for example, a banner for 90 days, and then it comes down for 30. And then they can have an A-frame for 90 days, and it has to come down.
And no more.
And no more for that year.
So they get a temporary sign for 6 months out of the year,
Yes.
maximum.
180 days.
So, Mr.
Instead
Mayor,
of,
I
again,
guess I don't-
an A-frame that sits there forever.
I don't know of a.
Let me ask this question, if I could,
okay,
Mr. Mayor,
go ahead.
on my question. If I put up a sale sign for 30 days, and I take it down and I can't have another one for another 30 days, correct?
Correct.
And if I put up another one for 30 days, I maxed out my 6 months,
That's
correct?
You have one sign for no more than 90 days out there. It has to come
So it's-
down.
So if I get it up for 5 days, I got it, and I can't do it for another 30 days, and I go it for 5 days again, I'm done for the year.
2 per year, correct. For a maximum of 90 days with a 30-day period in between.
Okay, just so I
five-
understand.
5 days would count as 30 days?
As 90 days.
A maximum of 90 days, but if you wanted to bring it down for
See,
just for the period of your
there
sale.
is some businesses that have daily specials.
Mhm.
And you're gonna tell them, okay, half of the year you can't do that. I think what we're seeing, the problem that we're seeing is some of these business owners have migrated past their property line and into the right of way. So in this day and age for businesses, I think I'd be tough, I wouldn't wanna support something that says, okay, you use it for 5 days and that counts towards your 90 days, and I think that they should be allowed either a banner or an A-frame. I'll yield to the council,
Mayor?
but I think that we're regulating businesses too much, and I think that the concern that we're having is, we're having these individuals going right up to the end of the road and putting them up there, and that's where we're seeing all of that stuff there. Councilmember Abate.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And earlier, Councilmember Peralta stated that if the problem really lies with the clutter and the temporary signs, that we should leave this alone. And I think we should leave this alone, including not the 90-day limit and the 2 per year. Leave this completely alone. Let's put our focus on the temporary signs. And when we're talking temporary signs, we're talking Abate Realty, we're talking vote for Michael Silva, we're talking vote for Darren Cordova, or we're talking any private citizen sign that is in the state right away, unattended, considered trash. Those all should, we should reinforce the state statute that those are illegal. Number 2, just today I got a call from a doctor complaining about a pole sign. And I referred him to you, Oscar Rodriguez, Dr. Hammerman. Those pole signs are going up and they're littering the community, and all those ought to be illegal. I support making the pole signs illegal, because right now the code doesn't really talk to them. And they should come down, and there should be absolutely no sign in the state right away that is unattended. I don't care what kind of sign it is. I've already gone through the town and made sure that all my Abate Realty signs are not in the state right away.
Mr. Mayor, and I think when you look at it with regards to that, come election season, that's when you see election signs popping up in any place that's got a free open spot. And I mean, just in this last election when I ran, there were portions of the state highway right away that had 20 signs of the same person, within 2 feet of each other.
Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify, these issues here for commercial signs for businesses, the pickets and the election signs, those kinds of things are exempt, and they're on private property, and these are for for sale. Roses, $12.99. Those kinds of things.
I guess my question though to Councilmember Abate and to you, Mayor, is, are you considering then a banner and an A-frame a permanent sign?
No, these
No,
would
no,
be.
I'm asking them.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, because if you don't want to put it in there and regulate it, it will become a permanent sign. And so that's where you have to say it either is a permanent sign or it's a temporary sign. And by definition, since it's not planted in the ground, it's a temporary sign. And so
Well,
there should be some
what's-
regulation to it. I'm just pointing out from my position. I think that if you're having a sale sign out, it should be for the period of time of the sale, and it doesn't become just a sale sign that is general and, you know, to the public. I think that if you're doing something, it should be that way. If you want to have for certain businesses, the allowance for them to have an informational sign that they could post their specials of the day for meals or drinks or whatever they want to have.
But it comes down after hours.
Well, no, but I mean, if you want to make that part of a permanent sign for the business, I don't have an issue with that, but I think we should be concerned with the amount of temporary signs that are out there and how they're put out there, and they don't become permanent signs. If we want them permanent signs, let's make them permanent signs.
Well, and I think that if they are gonna be, my view on it is, you're right, we don't want them left out there. They should be, a regulation that we can put on there is that they, during closed hours, they have to be out, inside the building. You know, you have a gas station, where we're looking there, the gas station there is advertising the fact that it's a gas station, but they also have the freedom to, within that sign, give the prices of the gas on it. And that's where it comes to, you know, they can buy an informational sign if
Well,
they want.
But this is what I'm saying, is if we want to allow businesses to put a marquee, and that's what those are classified as, that information about the price of gas, or whether the room rent at the Hampton Inn is $39 special for this week, you know, we've given them permission to do that, and if we want to give any business the permission to do that on their signs, then let's do that. But then the question is, in other words, do you want to have signs that get blown around with the wind or torn or whatever? That to me is the question. So we just need to make a definition of what we want to have and then put it in there in a manner that it makes it enforceable.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I have to kind of agree with that in the same sense that now you take an A-frame sign, you get somebody with a concrete spike with some wire tied to it and says, no, that's permanently affixed to the ground.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, it's human nature. We'll do what we can to bend the laws in the ways that we can. So I think if we don't definitively make it and say, I don't care if it's A-frame and you do have it spiked in 10 different locations, it's still an A-frame and it's still coming down.
Sure. Yeah, and I guess I would support an A-frame or banner that has to come down when it's closed. The A-frame has to come down and have some policies, regulation as to how that is defined.
Mr. Mayor,
And how an A-frame has to be maintained, I mean.
And to add to that, Mr. Mayor, if I may, you know, I definitely am pro-business as well, and I think that maybe if there's a lunch special if a restaurant's having a lunch special, maybe they can have a time frame that they have to be within, maybe 10:30 to 1 o'clock, you know, something like that. You know, something that pertains to that business, but something within reason. I don't like the clutter, but I do not want to hurt business either. And so I think that, you know, here we are trying to find a balance.
Yeah. And I think the clutter is stemming from these business owners going to the right of way. I think that's really where we're seeing but I do, you know, like you emphasized a little while ago, picket signs and political signs are exempt from the sign code, as long as they're not within the right of way.
Correct.
Now, you know, you can picket holding your sign within the right of way as long as you're not impeding traffic. However, placing a sign, you cannot place it in the right of way. And that's state rule, state law.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember.
I agree with Councilor Silva that we really need to be looking at this from the perspective of enabling small business in a very tough economy where businesses are going out of business every day. We as a governing body have to do everything we can to enable them while balancing and keeping the clutter free. Councilmember Peralta, you asked a rhetorical question earlier to the mayor and I about the A-frame and the banner sign. If it means making the A-frame and the banner sign a semi-permanent sign is only up during the hours that business is operating, I have no problem with that. I think part of the problem we have now is, as the mayor is stating, is people are going into the right-of-way, and there's probably some businesses that are putting up 3 or 4 signs instead of 1 sign, and it's really an enforcement issue. But I would support that, and then again, secondly, I would wanna make sure that this code that we update now clearly states to everybody that any sign that's unattended in the state right-of-way is subject to being removed with no notice, whether it's a real estate sign, a campaign sign, I don't care what kind of sign it is. It cannot be in the state right-of-way because of public safety.
And it's state law.
Mr. Mayor, I think it lends itself to caution too, because I know political signs, real estate signs, they cost money. And, you know, if there's that word of caution out there that says, well, you take the chance. You know, you're more than welcome to put it, but if it's removed, don't call foul on anybody. But, you know, at the same point, like I said, it lends itself to the fact that you have to be responsible in you know, what you're doing, both as a business, as an individual, and how it's presented, without, you know, creating public safety issues as well.
So I think what I'm hearing from the council is that the sign code as it's written, that we're okay with it. You know, if there's some staff changes, you know, enforcement changes that need to be revised, of course, you know, implement them on there. But I think we're really concerned on the clutter that's created by the portable signs and temporary signs, and as it relates to these businesses migrating them into the right-of-way. So with that question.
Mr. Mayor, but I have issues with them even on their own private property.
Okay. And that's where we need to.
Whether, you know, migrating onto the right-of-way is an easy solution, you just pick it up. But when it's on their own private property, it's still clutter.
Sure. So what we need to do is have some definitions as to those portable signs. What kind of regulation are we gonna have on those portable signs? I don't like the 90-day, and then you've used your bank of your 90 days, and now you're not allowed to use anymore. I don't really like that, because then it creates an enforcement issue, and, well, no, I didn't have it, don't you remember I didn't have it, you know, and you know, unless we're logging down how long did they use it, permit-wise and stuff. So, you know, I'd like to bring something back that we can look at that has some level of regulation on the commercial signs that are within their private property, and based on the input that you received tonight.
Mr. Mayor, and I say that it's already on this slide here, with the exception of removing the sub-bullet of the 90-day limit, and adding a statement there that banner sign and A-frame signs will only be up during hours of being open, and then that the pole signs will be illegal, period.
I'd like to go one step further.
And what's that,
say
Counselor?
just banner signs and pole signs. I think the A-frame signs are okay. Banners, they start to look cluttered because they're flapping in the wind.
And I can support that.
Right, and they look tacky.
Well, and you know, again, with the A-frame sign and, you know, the 90-day issue and stuff like that, I mean, and I think there's an easy, I mean, they're gonna have to go into the building department anyway to get the exception from the building department. Why can't, the same way we do to job building sites, so that they have their permit posted, you know, the same thing. I mean, if it's an A-frame, it can get tucked underneath the back if code enforcement's looking for it. I mean, there's some ways around that. I think that, you know, I think there should be some longevity in there for A-frames, or if not, it does become, and if you're permitted all year long for that sign, fine, you've paid your fee, and you're within the acknowledgement of knowing that that sign has to come down at 5 o'clock when my business closes. But, you know, I think at the same time, you get people that just leave them out and say, oh, well, you know.
Well, if they leave them out, then they get picked up by code enforcement. I think, you know, the A-frames, when I believe, if I may, Mayor, I think that if you can keep those up throughout the business day, like say, put them away at night, the banners and the flagpole signs, I think they need to go.
Well, I think, you know, I think you guys are gonna hear some outcry from the business community if we do a ban on banners. I think that we need to, because sometimes when they're having a grand opening, when they're having a special event, they put something on the portal or something. You know, we need to do some restrictions on banners, if they can only be on a special use, maybe that type of situation, you know, 30 days at a time or something. But I think to eliminate them completely, you're eliminating a lot of, because, for instance, Sleep Sanctuary doesn't have the ability to get the effect of a A-frame sign because of her proximity to the main road. And a banner may work better for her, so I would caution that we should.
And you know what, Mayor, I changed my position. I agree with you. I think the banner sign should remain. And if we have to add some criteria on how they're employed, fine, but,
Yeah, I guess I too, as you were speaking, can see that, and maybe on a permit basis, they have to come in and get a permit, that way we know how their use is gonna be defined.
They should be anyway.
They should be getting a permit anyway.
Well, yeah. It's late and I'm tired and I wanna get out of here.
Mr. Mayor, I want to make one thing clear about the banners. It's in the current code and the proposed code that they have to be affixed to a wall. We do see a lot of them out there that are on the,
I'm
you
guilty
know,
of
the
that, I guess.
wire fencing, and those are the ones that are flapping in the wind or out by the roadway. So that's an enforcement issue. So
exactly. Well, some are hanging underneath the portal and are actually a safety issue.
is that how well is it affixed to the wall becomes the question. So we're never going to get away from the discretion and the judgment of the code administrator in the office and the code enforcement, out in the field.
Sure.
And what about the balloons?
Those would be not permitted.
Yeah, I agree.
Just the A-frame
I
and the
agree.
banner.
How about the Statue of Liberty for the taxes and?
If it doesn't move or have an audio device or sing a song, then you can.
So the other question, I'd like to get this sign code behind us. We've been working on this, and I know it's an ongoing process, but
Sandwich boards?
Brian, can we continue this maybe to the second meeting in April? Well, and yeah, then I'll let you speak. I'll open up to public hearing.
Well, I think we probably continued it as much as we can, Mayor, so we're gonna just re-advertise, so in order to accommodate that, the second meeting in April is doable. So, yeah, we can do that. I don't know, we're a little, if you look at the bench there in the planning department, there's not a lot of players there anymore. So it's gonna be tough to finish this. We don't have a planning department.
Well, and I think that we have a good starting point as far as where we're at. I think there are just some deletions and put some simple language that I think, but it's gonna be, no matter what we do, we can put it through a full vetting process. It's gonna still have some little issues that we may have
Oh,
missed.
there's gonna be huge problems. I mean, we can get this done. I would like to get some sense from council whether amortization of the non-conforming signs is something that council wants to do. The other thing I have to caution about is that when we start talking about things like number of days and taking signs down at 5 o'clock, I mean, our enforcement people go home at 5 o'clock. They're not on the street. We don't have enough people to, I don't know how many of these cases I've lost in court where the 90 days, 30 days, 15 minutes, whatever, we just don't have the staff to keep track of this. And so when you get to the point of trying to enforce, these are stone cold losers when they're related to numbers of days. We simply don't have the person power to keep track of it. So when you talk about stepping on toes, yeah, there are going to be some toes stepped on, no doubt about that, or else we just need to go with the laissez-faire system. But at least I will certainly commit to getting a final product by the second meeting in April, and we'll take, I guess, some public comment tonight if I don't know what else to do. I guess we have enough of a sense of where the council wants to go that we can just try and finish this now.
Mr. Mayor, given what our council was saying, that chart is perfect with the exception of deleting that bullet with the 90-day and let's not put restrictions on taking signs down at 5 or banners have to be permanently attached, as Matt said. An A-frame is a semi-permanent structure built out of wood, as long as they're not in the state right-of-way and they only have 1 and not 2, 3, or 4. That's all fine and dandy, just the way it is.
Well, bring something with some regulations that you feel is easy to enforce, and to what extent, and give some. You've seen some input from heard some input from the council, and see what some options are. You know,
Is council's direction that we're going to consider the banner sign or the A-frame sign against the total number of signs a business can have?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Against the
Yeah.
60.
Yes, the
limit.
60 square feet, absolutely.
Well, there's also
And
the limit
three.
is to 3 per business, so it really doesn't matter what size they are. If there's more than 3, there's too many.
The square footage is 60, does not count the A-frame square footage and the banner square footage. That's just for the permanent sign. It's the number of signs. You can have 3 permanent signs, but if you ever want a banner, or the way it is now, if you ever want a banner or an A-frame, you can only do 2 or maybe 1 permanent. So it gives some flexibility to the business owner, the size of their building, the location. Do they really ever want an A-frame or a banner? Maybe yes, maybe no. That's the issue.
With this issue, aren't you glad you're leaving the town?
Well, I dove into this, and like I said, you just scratch the surface, and it just really balloons into something bigger. I wish it was in a much better shape than it is now, and you could have approved it at 11, but that's just not the case. And I would say the balance of my presentation is a vast majority of things that are already in the code. There's a few things in the historic overlay zone and some changes to the fees, but if we're able to tackle these main issues, then I think.
So we'll come back to you then with an ordinance that, again, tries to reduce discretion, reduce uncertainty, and addresses the concerns that you have here.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, food for thought. Maybe we ought to consider changing our meetings back to 1:30.
Oh, God.
I'm not joking, I'm dead serious.
We've gone a couple of nights
We've gone a
past
couple of nights, and I try
11.
to work that out, but
Because the attendance rate is about the same, whether it's a 1:30 or 6:30, depending on the issue on the agenda and whose interest that item sparks interest in.
that'll be a whole different conversation.
Food for thought.
I'll have the I'll have the manager meet with each one of you and get a pulse to where you want to go with this. Tonight's definitely not the night. I think we'd have unanimous
Let's just
consent.
stay till 2, what the hell? It's
I'm going to open it up for public hearing, Matt. Are you?
I'm finished, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Ms. Green?
Okay. I really wish I had taken you up earlier on
Yeah,
speaking
I
during the
apologize.
citizens forum,
As
for
you see, we
God's
worked
sake.
so hard.
It's way past my bedtime. So, did I understand you, Oscar Rodriguez, that the map with it wasn't the free speech zone, but it was the non-public safety zone? That is
failed.
completely out as far as the state is concerned. Okay, that was my main concern, because I don't want to see that happen. And then I wanted to really thank you for including as one of your objectives to protect our right to free speech. I really appreciate that you put that in there. And also that you are exempting non-commercial and picketer signs. I really feel like you've come forward and protected our right to free speech, and I really appreciate that. The one thing I did notice was as far as picketers, there's no restrictions until you get down to the definition of a picketer. And then it says, and these are restrictions, there's further restrictions there that are not applied to other types of exempt signs. So for picketers, it says one handheld sign under the person's control at all times, not to exceed 6 square feet. And I just wanted to say these restrictions are not only unnecessary, but they're also discriminatory as far as the other exemptions, yard signs and all those other things. You don't have to be with it all the time. You don't, it's one handheld sign. It seems like you're discriminating against picketers. I would ask that you treat picketers with the same amount of respect as campaigners and remove those restrictions for picketers.
They clearly are. You can have as many signs as you want, just not in the right of way. If you're picketing or they're political signs, those are exempt.
Okay, but
if you're
under
in
the
right of way-
definitions for picketers, then that's where the restrictions are in the definitions, and that doesn't seem right to me.
Excuse me.
Oh,
So long
the
as
holding element.
yes, so long as they're they're in the possession, by whatever means, you're holding them with a picket sign, you know, string it. So long as they're in your possession, whether you control them or they're in your car, or maybe even a step away, and you're in the public right of way, right? Those are all respected. Now, if you decide, for example, to take an example that our attorney here pointed out, I think makes it really clear. If you decide to manifest your First Amendment rights by putting a $50 bill every 50 feet up and down the right-of-way, then the town sees no obligation to protect you from people walking away with those $50. And that is, for us, we just deem that to be abandoned. And so those are subject to be picked up without notice. And we think that that's been pretty established. Now, earlier you mentioned signs in people's yards. Well, if you're putting as many signs as you want in your private property, you know, political signs that are in your private property, then, or however, whatever means you want to put them up there, then that is exempt. But the question here is, what changes your status is when you go into the right of way, into the public right of way.
I would, excuse me, I would add, it doesn't address the public right-of-way necessarily, but in terms of election campaign signs in the current code, there are limits, 5 per property, 6 per square feet, posted with the consent of the property owner. So in the definition sections, there are some limits of these provisionally exempt signs. You can't have a real estate sign that's 100 square feet on your property. It has to be a certain size, otherwise we can take it down. So there are some, in the definition sections of, you know, to give some definition and parameters for these types of signs. So I just wanted to make that.
If they're campaign signs, isn't that a form of free speech? You know,
That's the highest form.
Well, that's what I mean, and we're regulating it by saying only 5 per property.
I didn't recommend that. My recommendation is to leave the campaign signs, the election signs absolutely alone. There's nothing that works there.
Yeah.
I've been doing this 33 years. There's nothing that works for those.
And that's what I thought, that there was no regulation whatsoever as long as it's in private property. Right away, then there's state law.
The regulation is that you irritate people so badly by polluting the town with signs that they don't vote for you. That's the regulation.
Sure.
Well,
I will delete those limits on it.
Okay.
So on the picketer, it says 1 handheld sign in your control at all times. That seems unnecessarily restrictive to me, specifically for picketers.
So Brian, on that issue, if there's already definitions in state right-of-way anyway, for right-of-ways, do we even have to address that they have to have it in their hand? Do we have to address that by virtue of, if it's unattended, do we have to identify what does picketing mean in the right-of-way?
No, and I'm not sure that we do, and I'm not sure that it's reasonable to say, you know, a picketer could easily hold 2 signs. I mean, you know, so we will take a look at that when we get to the technical aspect of this, and it will be as broad and as uninhibiting to picketers, handheld protest signs as we can make it. There's no reason to try to regulate that. We got a red, white, and blue flag in the corner that says you can do that as a right in this country, and we're not going to impinge on that in the town of Taos, or for that matter, anywhere else I ever worked.
Just so long as we take into account that there's more right-of-way in the town than state right-of-way. In fact, there's mostly town right-of-way in the town. And so at this point, this issue today manifests itself as an issue on the state right-of-way, but it could very well be, you know, a protest in front of, you know, a church, someone's private residence and things like that. So that's the only reason why you would want to, you know, not consider it covered by what the state says.
So can we adopt for the town right-of-ways the same language that is in the state?
That will be in this ordinance if I get my way, yes.
Absolutely, yes, Mr. Mayor.
The bottom line is if an individual wants to go out and picket and they want to put a sign in the front, one in the back, one on the left, one on the right, hold one here, and have one glued on their head, let them. The problem is when somebody puts 40 signs down the road and they're unattended and they're in the right of way and they're trash, they're gonna get picked up. But Sean, if you wanna go put 6 signs on you and picket, by all means do.
Yeah, as long as it's not written in here that I can only have one sign.
Well, yeah,
you know,
and we're agreeing
yeah.
with you that that's
Yeah,
a limitation.
Okay, and then, well, I really appreciate your willingness to look at that issue. Marilyn had to leave because she was getting lightheaded, and she asked me to read her little diatribe. So, okay. It says, I am a protester. I like to carry signs. There are a lot of things that honk me off about what's going on in the world. That said, I've never so far carried signs that are critical of the mayor or town council. So far, I have no plans to do so, but I fear that some of the intent of at least some versions of the sign code I've read seems tailored to signs displayed by a person highly critical of town government in an attempt to shut this person up. To my mind, criticism comes with the territory of being an elected official. So I ask that before you decide to eliminate types of protest signs, you ask yourselves if you would do so if it said signs were lavishing you with praise. Otherwise, you risk wasting more taxpayer money on lawsuits.
Thank you. And
That's Marilyn's little comment.
Just express that that's one thing that we would never enter into is regulating content. We simply can't.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for staying here. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Appreciate your input.
You want us to change the meeting to 1:30 or leave it at 6:30? Sean? Joking.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak under the public comment? If not, we'll close the public comment. And go back to comments from the council. I would recommend that we bring it back to the second meeting in April for further review and possible action. Yeah, and possible action. And that meeting would be date certain to April 23rd. Entertain a motion to continue to the April 23rd meeting.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Matt. And Matt,
One more.
due to time, is this something that we need approved?
No.
Or we're planning on
However,
continuing
it
this?
was advertised as a public hearing, and like the others has been continued. Our recommendation is to table it, end it, and for a couple of reasons. There were some problems that we saw at the staff level with the streamlining ordinance. It rearranged a lot of the information, deleted a lot of the information. The crux was to try and define what kind of applications before the commission need one hearing versus two. That was the main item there of what we're trying to really get at. Since then, we've had the opportunity to hire a consultant to help us look at our business practices, our LUDC. A lot of that work has been ongoing in terms of issuing business permits, but the recommendation is to put this ordinance to rest, allow the consultant some time to work with the staff, and bring back a complete, properly vetted ordinance to streamline that. It's been through the Planning and Zoning Commission, Historic Preservation Commission, so the recommendation is to table it, deny it. I'm not sure
Well,
what
no,
to
denied table's fine.
to table it.
Move the table.
Motion to table. Any further discussion?
It's not
Aye.
debatable.
All
Aye.
those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You wanna think about
Those
that, bro?
opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor and
Matt.
Councilman. It's been my pleasure to work for the town of
Thank you.
Taos for 8 years, and I'm just going right across the cattle guard, or what used to be a cattle guard, over at the Pueblo. So thank you for your time and commitment, and it's not like this. I have a lot of respect for you. So
I appreciate all your
thank you
efforts that
very
you did for the town of Taos as well.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Never say never.
I'm not going very far.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
I look forward to working with you.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Have a resource.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Tired.